Morning, everybody. Thursday, the 10th of March. Can't believe it already, the 10th of March, as we power on through. And another week to go, and then we become a little bit older, a little bit deeper in debt, as they say. And Russia, the depraved bombing of a maternity and children's hospital. Was it targeted? Absolutely, it was targeted. That's what the strategy was. We knew that weeks and weeks ago. Don't know why people sound so surprised. It's war. It's a situation where somebody's trying to win a war. They're not going to be going, oh, we'll let these people live and those people not live. It's indiscriminate bombing. We know, we've seen the big crosses on the top of the buildings to show where they can target. And if they target a maternity and a children's hospital, Putin doesn't care. He's trying to win a war. Makes no difference at all to him that children are dying. And I was looking at the figures the other day, and you think to yourself, it's just an impossible situation. He shows no sign of slowing down or anything else. All this baloney he's given you, because he can't tell the truth because he's a bit sick in the head. And so he says, no, you must take this safe route out. Well, of course, it's got landmines all over it, so they blow themselves up. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's screwball. He's a complete little nobody. Little nobody. But of course, you notice that, the sanctions in Russia get worse and worse. Now I think KFC have decided that they're going to sort of shut down operations temporarily. I wonder if they're going to pay the same as McDonald's. McDonald's said, because they can't do anything about the McDonald's which are franchises. They can't make them close down. But I think it's quite interesting in the fact that there are so many of them over there, 800 branches, that those are owned by McDonald's. They can close those down, but they're going to carry on paying the staff, which is very nice. I mean, they don't have to do something like that. But if you were living in Russia, you'd want to get the hell out as quick as possible, wouldn't you? Because you're going to be the next. And as I say, after we had that stupid little child gymnast the other day who said that he was supporting the war against Ukraine, I thought, you don't look intelligent enough, dear. You really don't look. Mind you, I did watch Prime Minister's Question Time the other day. It's just a lot of people shouting. It gets your head in. And you watch them, order. And then because the Prime Minister knows in advance what the questions are, he can, write the answers down. So before the next question comes up, he knows what it is. He's already seen it. And various people were standing up and doing their bits and pieces. And I was quite impressed by it. But it is just so blooming noisy. It really is. And then some people stand up, then they sit down, then they stand up, then they sit down. It's almost some sort of joke. And he was trying to justify why we've hardly let anybody into the country because of the visa situation. We are getting there. I'm thinking, why are you standing there lying? Why are you standing there lying? Ireland's let in more people than we have. And he says, oh, yes, because the Home Secretary and blah, 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 they're all people from, refugee families, and we are leading the world. At which point there was sort of, shouts of, rubbish. And they met a guy there, 101, I think. He was an old World War II veteran. And they called him out, and so Boris said yes, and then later on there's pictures in the papers of him. Because he was one of those who was sort of leading the way. He was, in his plane. They were doing a thing on the television the other day of one fighter pilot who was up there during the war, and he was trying to exterminate the German planes. And there were 3 of them flying in formation. And as he got himself into position and suddenly realised he'd got no ammunition. So what he did was he aimed his plane at them in an effort to bring them down. And he did. And he did bring them down, and his plane went down as well. And it's another one of those, it's a James O'Brien kind of situation. Because if you go over Kew Bridge, you can see all the shells, not the actual shells, but the marks on the bridge of where the shells exploded during the war. It's all pitted and everything else. And they've got the same down at Victoria Station, where this plane came down. You can see it, and there's 2 bits in the road. Very interesting. But yeah, on Kew Bridge, if you go over and on the left-hand side towards the middle, moving on a little bit, there's all these holes in it, which was sort of produced by the bombs during the war. What do we got? I don't know where to move to, actually, apart from this depraved bombing. The most dreadful pictures of people coming out of there. I mean, obviously, poor old Putin's as thick as a brick. He really is, because what he's doing is destroying a country that he wants to move into. Perhaps he could turn it into a theme park, and just bomb people. Keeps him happy, doesn't it, really? Mind you, your days must be numbered, matey. Marianne Faithfull has moved into a care home. Not just any old care home. This is Delville Hall, which is one of a number of homes that the Entertainment Artists Benevolent Fund have. The other one being in Twickenham, Brinsworth House. And Marianne's moved into there. And you generally move in when you've fallen on hard times. and they look after people, and they're absolutely amazing. They really are amazing. Because my producer said to me, he said, how much do you have to pay for it? I said, no, it's free. It's free. But the people who've been in Denville Hall over the years, listen, I mean, the roll call is amazing. Richard Attenborough, Tony Britton, Douglas Byng, very big star in his day, Peter Byrne, big star, Brian Cant, Pat Coombs, who else? I'm trying to find some names here. Doris Hare was in there, Robert Hardy, Dulcie Gray, Betty Marsden, Peter Sallis, Andrew Sachs, Brian Ricks, Arnold Ridley, Daphne Oxenford, and you'll know her from children's television. And it's a retirement home, you know, for some people just go there for a rest, you know, and it's for professional people. And if it's, I've never been to it. I've seen pictures of it and everything else. And if it's anything like Brinsworth House, then they do a marvellous job. And I think it's about 3 members of staff to every one person in there. And it's absolutely phenomenal. So Marianne's going to move into there. Might be full-time, might be part-time. We don't know, actually. We don't know. Steve. Hope you're well. I could do with a cheering up today. I was told I had fatty liver and high cholesterol. Ooh, blimey, you've got the set. That's a bit cool, isn't it? Spent the last 3 months getting fit, lost 2 stone, liver function's now normal, cholesterol level down from 7 to 3. I want to get my blood test as well. And got the result back, only to be told my kidneys are failing. Oh, dear. Having trouble keeping away tears from my long deliveries today in Brighton. Listen, always think to yourself, there's always somebody worse off than you. No matter how bad you think it is, there's people, you know, who are suffering far, far more. You just have to go on. That's what I do. I mean, yesterday I stupidly picked up the phone to the doctor. Bit of a mistake on that one. She went, oh, hello. That's the surgery. Hello. You like to come in? Yeah, what do you want? So today I've got all these things to do because I've got an appointment on Monday. And then there's going to be another appointment with the diabetic doctor, who I don't like. He's very pushy, very pushy. And she laughed when I said, "Oh, I don't like talking to him. He makes me feel inferior." But anyway, so today I've got a red card through the door from the post office. So I've got to go and collect a parcel. I've got no idea what it is. I've got a few things on order, but there's nothing I can think of that's not right, because I checked when they were all. Yeah, nothing on email. Excuse me. And so I've got to go and collect that today. Then I've got to come back and give all my Doslet boxes to the chemist to fill them up with all my medication. I seem to have collected about 7 or 8 of the blooming things. Then I'm going to try and squeeze in a haircut. And then I've got the podiatrist. So they sort of tidy. I thought if I'm going to go to the doctor's on Monday and she's doing a foot test, might as well have nice looking feet. So I'm going to go and get that done today. So that's a quick 40 quid. And then tomorrow I've got to go to another hospital for eye testing, bringing us up to date on that one. And then Monday, we got the doctor. And she said, I'll see if I can fit you in. I thought, oh, no, don't fit me in at all. There's no rush. Loving the show. Atty from Newcastle says, I'd recommend the M&S salted caramel hot cross buns. Not for me, I'm a diabetic. Kind of anything like that. Far too fattening. They really are. I mean, you'd be horrified if you looked at the fat content of a hot cross bun. And you imagine with salted caramel as well, you know. I know it's difficult, but we can no longer watch hospitals, schools and nurseries being indiscriminately bombed. They're not being indiscriminately bombed. They're targeted. They haven't just sort of gone, oh, look, you know, I wonder whether we'll be able to hit anything here. These are targeted places. They've got the maps. They know in exactly the same way that the German bombers during the war, they knew exactly what they were bombing in London. They weren't going to go and bomb, you know, sort of places that didn't have any significance. They were looking. So we had all sorts of traps set up. And the traps were basically to fool them into thinking they'd hit a fuel dump. And it was a bit of jiggery-pokery. They used a lot of magician. We had fake tanks as well, made out of cardboard, to make it look as though we had a bigger army than we had. It was the power. And there were some magicians who came up with the idea of, you know, these tanks, which looked for all intents and purposes, if you were up there in the sky, like tanks, but they weren't really. They were just cardboard cutouts. And I think in certain parts of London, they had these sort of fire bowls. and it looked like it was a dump. And then every time the planes went over and they dropped a bomb, somebody would set off these things. So they thought they'd had a hit. So once they thought they'd had a hit, they then buggered off, as it were, and we fooled them. Not difficult to fool the Germans, definitely. Eddie says, don't they have a home in Woking? What, the Entertainment Artists Benevolent Fund? Home in Woking? I don't know, actually. I only know there might be one in Woking. I only know about Brinsworth and Delville Hall. Brinsworth, do you know, the people who are in here, Hilda Baker, she knows, you know, Pearl Carr, Charlie Drake, Alan Freeman, Dame Thora Hurd, Teddy Johnson, Pearl Carr and Teddy Johnson were a double act, Kathy Kirby, Mick McManus, Emily Perry, Ben Warris, very famous. Current residents include Mona Hammond, Richard O'Sullivan, and wait for this one, Mike Yarwood. Mike Yarwood rests down the road from us in Britain. Nothing in Woking, no. Jack Wilson died. He was in Wilson, Keppel and Betty. Got to be of a certain age to remember these people. And Norman Wisdom, who died in 2010. He'd been a resident, but they didn't have the facilities to look after him. But it's very famous. And all the money from the Royal Variety Performance and lots of other events. They used to have a big garden party at Brinsworth, but they had to stop doing it because it upset a lot of the residents. Because it was just too much. All of a sudden, loads of people, you know, crowd into the house, and it wasn't good. I've been there quite a number of times, actually. They're really lovely. I went down to see Alan Freeman, and but he didn't. He'd asked to see me, so obviously he was listening to the radio. And did you know Alan Freeman? Yeah. I don't know. Obviously a fan or something, but, you know. But by that time, he was very advanced in years, and it was very sad to see. And I took Richard O'Sullivan down some films, because he can't remember different things. I thought if I took him DVDs, he could sort of see things he was in, like Man About the House and George and Mildred, I think he popped up in. And he was also Dick Turpin, loads of things, loads and loads of things. I still see him every so often. There's a number of people who you would see walking down the streets, and you go, I know you're famous. I know you're famous. Very famous. So Marianne Faithfull, she might just be going in for a little bit of a rest. The £10 gallon at the petrol pumps, nothing you can do about it. We said yesterday on the programme, we found it. There's a place in Chelsea, avoid like the plague. They're charging £2.19 or 90, I can't remember. £2.19. Avoid it. You can get it much cheaper elsewhere. Much, much cheaper. You don't have to be ripped off. Seriously, I never understood. They were always classed as a very, very expensive garage, and I couldn't understand why. And I thought, perhaps they assume that the people there are so stupid they'll pay for anything. Well, they must do. It's been there for donkey's years. Linda Robson on the fellow birds of a feather. And among the entries in this year's Pie Awards, of which they've had record numbers, kangaroo pie. Just hop over here and you can get me a slice. It's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. You know, it was interesting watching Prime Minister's Question Time yesterday and people talking about, oh, you know, what are we going to do without the fuel from Russia? Do you know that the amount of fuel that we take from Russia only amounts to 3% of the fuel that we actually take from around the world? Only 3%. So basically, we can tell Putin to go stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it, really? Steve, can confirm my driving licence renewal done online using my passport picture. Paid the 14 quid, applied 1st of March, and the new licence dropped through the door on the 4th of March. Quick turnaround, says D. Yeah, I mean, some of them are very lucky. My one didn't take very long. Strangely, the day after we've been talking about it, going, I wonder how long it's going to take. Did they get it? You start panicking. Because mine's a renewal passport, renewal driving licence. We've also got to do the passport as well, but it's... because I'm diabetic, it's every 3 years, so I've got it until 2026 or something like that, which is good. 2022, 23, 24, 20, oh, it should be 25, shouldn't it? 2 plus 3, we have to do that one. I'm sure it said something else, actually. I'll have to check it. I like these things. And so they are taking time, but it's a quick turnaround. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Steve, woke up to noises outside, only find a fox sleeping on the soft top of my car parked on the street. Used to get a lot of them sitting on the bonnets of cars because they would keep the heat in. And so it was not unusual, certainly isn't, well, I haven't had it for ages, little footprints on the bonnet of your car from foxes. And I was running around the street chasing it and its mate off in the middle of the night. Any ideas how to stop foxes? Shotgun? I think you can have them shot. They're classed as vermin. There was a couple on the television who had it. The council recommended a man to come round and he literally sat in their bathroom because the fox will do exactly the same thing every single evening, going out to get food. I used to watch our ones. We had two. We got one at the moment. The other one got run over. And it would literally go down one side of the road, cross over, go down the other side. And what you have to do is you have to protect your pets and livestock. But this bloke came round. He was licensed. Wasn't just any old toffee. And he shot the first fox. And then he got the second one because the first one came back. Because they scavenge. There you go. You can shoot free foxes using a suitable firearm and ammunition. But there is a code of practice on shooting foxes. But this couple paid because they had young children and they were very worried. I mean, obviously you shouldn't use firearms in urban areas for reasons of public safety. But this couple had a semi-detached house and he literally sat in the bathroom because the foxes were there every night at the same place. They would bring their cubs round to play in the garden. But you know, they can spread diseases and all sorts of things, and they were worried about it. So he came around, he took the first one out, and then he took the second one out. And apparently it's a big problem. But, I mean, we've been having urban foxes for God knows how long. I mean, I've lost track of it. I've seen them around here in Leicester Square. Foxes with mange, you know, where you don't go anywhere near them because they're disease-ridden. But, yeah, I've seen foxes living around here. It's nothing new at all. Nothing new at all. Interesting. Steve, what are your best fish fingers for a sandwich, says Fred. Go away. You live in Croydon. You quite clearly. We don't do... This is not the BBC. You're obviously mistaking us for local radio. We're a national radio station. We don't do fish fingers and sandwiches, OK? That's very common. But, of course, as you're in Croydon, you probably have that most days, I should imagine. Goujons. We have goujons. So, no, we don't do stuff like that. You mentioned Charlie Drake. My dad used to man the pump at the local petrol station in Chobham. When he was a young teenager, he used to serve Charlie, who'd roll up in his Rolls Royce with pillows on the driving seat, as he was very small, says Dale. Very rude. Yes, they didn't like him at Brinsworth, I'm afraid. He was very rude. So they actually placed his room, I can't remember the story goes, you have to take this with a pinch of salt, over the outlet for the toilet. The pipe that comes out the wall when it overflows and things like that. They didn't like him at all. He was not the most pleasant person. But then, you know, that was just, you know, everybody's like that. You know, people say that of Jim Davidson. Dreadfully rude, offensive, not very nice, very short-tempered, you know, just didn't like it. Steve, my 18-year-old is type 1 diabetic and just had her last child appointment and now moves to adult clinic. We're dreading it. As we hear, the guy running it is also very scary. At least it's only twice a year. My daughter applied for a driving licence in August and got it back last month. Yeah, they are taking, you know, a long time to do them, mainly because they're a bit short-staffed at the moment. But, I mean, we mentioned it on the programme. The next day, because I thought it was a joke, they said, oh, we're processing your thing. It'll be with you in 10 days. It was with me within 5 days. So, very excited, very excited. See, is it true you've been in this slot since 2000? No, absolutely not. 2005. 2005. I mean, I've done all the slots on the station. Got to be a record for the longest radio presenter in the same slot? Well, it would be if I'd been in it since 2000, but no, 2005. Still means I'm the longest serving presenter. I think I think Nick and James started their current slots in 2004. So, 18 years. I know, it's frightening, isn't it, really, when you think about it? Well, actually, I don't think about it. We just think it's like doing anything. You're coming into work, and the fact you happen to be on the radio doesn't actually make it... It's different every day. Well, I mean, at the moment, it's not been for the past couple of weeks because it's been Ukraine, but it's something that people would need to know about. You know, it is of interest news-wise. And so that's why. So I find myself watching Prime Minister's Question Time and watching Newsnight and watching all these other bits. I know, it really is bizarre because years ago, because I'm light-ent, that means light entertainment programmes. I do lots of light entertainment programmes, and I find it very entertaining because it makes up. If we didn't have Russia on the front of the papers, you'd be having all the deadbeat Z-list celebrities, which I talk about on the programme. And they're all in there again today. I mean, today's an absolute feast of a day for me. Feast of a day. Paul says, birthday weekend for us here. I turned 74 on Saturday. The wife's father turns 93 on Sunday. And her brother celebrates his birthday on Tuesday. Wow. And Lewis says, stayed in Leicester Square on Sunday, bumped into Mr. Moyles and randomly see Craig Rebel Horwood, went into the Hippodrome, loved checking it out. It's fab, Lewis. The Hippodrome is great. You don't need to... The only problem you would have in the Hippodrome is if you go in with a bag. You can't walk around with a bag. You have to check it into the cloakroom. So my advice is, don't bring a bag because you'll have to put it in the cloakroom. They don't allow you to walk around a casino. But walk round all of it. See all the different floors and what they've got on. Look at all the artefacts that they've got. I mean, it was a big theatre, a big Frank Matcham theatre. And they've still got a theatre in there, which is very nice, which I've played on about 3 occasions, I think. And you can see the seating as you go in. You can see the tiered seating, but it's now the restaurant. And it's fab. And you can go up onto the roof as well. And that big chariot up there, it's great. I think Ian Dale's doing a live show in the theatre. Yes, he is, I think. So I had my 60th birthday party there because you can hire one of their rooms out. They've got a number of rooms. And it was great. It was great. I'm not sure whether we're going to do it this time round. I don't like the idea. I might not survive the 68th birthday party. But, yes, you do get people like Mr. Moyles who will walk into the bit. I mean, how else? I take them for granted. Steve, we get 3% of our gas from Russia. The problem is we get about 30% of our gas from Europe, and guess what will happen if Putin cuts off the gas supply to Europe? Boris never mentioned that bit for some reason. We'll find somewhere else to get it from. We'll find somewhere else. I'm not panicking over it. There's no shortage of petrol. The one thing is we've got a load of petrol. It's just we're having to pay a premium price for it. Scientists are also very close to Jurassic Park-style resurrection of an extinct rat. You see, I always thought that was quite a nice idea. I like the idea of doing a Jurassic Park thing, but then I saw the outcome in the film. Didn't look promising, did it? Especially that bloke who was on the toilet and then just got eaten by a T-Rex. I mean, it could be quite a nice idea. So it's an extinct Christmas Island rat. And scientists would use this sort of system to edit the DNA of a living rat species. And that's how they did it in Jurassic Park. Ooh, Jurassic Park, wasn't it? They took out the DNA of something that had been trapped in a piece of rock or a piece of whatever it was. I can't remember. But either way, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem if T-Rexes came back. Always remember that Richard Attenborough thing. You have a T-Rex, and he looked at them and went, we have a T-Rex. As if it was matter of fact. And then, of course, the whole thing went completely barking mad. Wouldn't that be lovely if make Alton Towers look a bit obsolete, wouldn't it? I'm sorry, we've just discovered a park down south where they've got a T-Rex. They are big rats. Yeah, rats were very big, actually. Very big. But I don't like rats. I'm not big into... Have you seen that thing? It's a thing for catching mice. For people who are overrun with them. I don't know if it's in this country or not. The advert came up on my telephone, and it's a bucket, okay, and you put 2 little ladders up either side, or not necessarily ladders, but they're things, and the lid, it's quite humane. I mean, it isn't after you kill them, but, because they're only mice. And if you end up with 2 mice, I think by the end of the year you could end up with, what do they say? Was it 1 million? If you just didn't curb their... Oh, God, they just breed beyond... Look at that plague they had in Australia, where there were millions and millions of rats. But anyway, this bucket, the lid is on a pivot through the middle of it. So you've got a lid, which is separate, and there's a pivot that runs all the way through the middle of it. So when they climb onto the lid, it's fine. If they move to the back of the lid where they put some food down, it tips and it drops them into the bucket. And it's amazing how stupid they are, because this bucket catches loads of them, and then you... take them away and give them to the cat to play with, I suppose. But, it's very simple. It's just a lid that tips, and it tips either way, so they automatically fall off into the bucket. The other one had water in the bucket, and it tips them off into that. But, of course, as you all know, through people who live in basement flats, rats can get into your house through the toilet. The only water is in the U-bend. There's no water anywhere else. It's just in the U-bend. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Time now 4:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Lottie Morley.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. The BBC are editing old comedies to take out the offensive bits. Mind you, it's the BBC who are deciding that they're offensive. And it's the BBC who, of course, let them go through in the first place. So obviously, they have to admit that maybe times they are a-changing, but that's the wasteful BBC. What have we got the other one? The daffodils. They've got gorgeous daffodils in this town. Legacy of some gent. He gave them a multi-million-pound thing, and to plant 1 million daffodils every year. And I thought, well, you don't need to do that. You plant 1 million daffodils, the next year you'll have 2 million. They reseed. You don't need to sort of go out and plant another load of them, otherwise you'd be knee-deep in blooming daffodils. It's in a place called Sidmouth. And this man left £2 million to a community association. So 153,000 bulbs were planted, and he was told he had weeks to live in 2007. He decided to leave his life savings to a Sidmouth-based voluntary countryside conservation society, £2.3 million. And they're blooming, which is quite nice. And Ed Harrison of the Sidmouth Civic Society said it was an amazing surprise. He said every year it brings back happy memories to this man who did amazing things for the town. I shouldn't imagine anybody knows about these kind of things. I just go, it's some daffodils that somebody's planted. My friend Rich, God, did he do a marathon show yesterday? $1.99 for diesel in South London, $1.76 for the cheap unleaded. Yeah, I mean, I suspect, it's just ridiculous. Mind you, they're charging £2.19 for petrol in this, is it diesel? This is in this Chelsea garage, which has always overcharged for petrol. Obviously their rents are very high and they've got to pay for it, so they make the people of Chelsea pay because you're rich. But it's crazy, isn't it? $1.76. I was saying the other day that, people who use their cars for a living, Rich has got to use his car to come up into town to go back. Put it this way, in theory, he could probably get the train in. I don't know, I'm only guessing. But then he's got to get home at, 4 in the morning. What trains are on at 4 in the morning? And if, you can't afford to run for a cab all the time, that would cost you an arm and a leg. And as we all know, radio presenters are very poorly paid, very poorly paid. And we can't afford to do things like that. I'm not using the car as often as I should or could do. But I can probably afford to do it, but I don't like to. I like to be a bit more careful. Not like poor old Kerry Coke. Oh, my goodness me. How much is the bus? Oh, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. I've got an Oyster card, and I top it up. I put 60 quid on it the other day. I always keep 80 quid on my Oyster card. Always. I like to top it up at the end of, a week or 2 weeks or whatever it is. And a single journey on a bus, £4 something? No, less. Is it there? £1.65. It's very reasonable, isn't it? For a little bit of warmth. Put your feet up on the seats. Dirty little people. I saw somebody this morning. They had their feet up on the seats. I felt like saying, you walk through all this pigeon poo and everything else. You put your feet on the seats. Dirty little peasant. Honestly, these people really annoy me. But no, it's very expensive. And the trouble is, you have to start budgeting because Rich has got, wife, Sprog. These things cost money. I don't know where people think the money's going to fly from, because you've got to pay for all of this stuff. It's very, very expensive. There was a very good piece written in one of the papers today. It's right up my street. And I think it's in the Sun. I hope it's in the Sun. I love the story of Endurance. I love the story. I can't begin to tell you how much I love the story of Endurance. 107 years on, Shackleton's ship has been found 4 miles from where they thought it was, because the ice closed in around it. And as the ice closed in around the ship, this is way back in 1915, I think, and it encapsulates the ship and it squeezes it and squeezes it and squeezes it until basically it's a bit like a boa constrictor, only these are wooden ships. And they then managed to get away from the ship. All of the people got away from it, which was good. And then somebody watched the ship go down, what bits of it were left. And then blow me down, I think they're doing a documentary for National Geographic or something like that, who have got the money to make it. And they found it. The gold nameplate is still easily visible. The ship has remained. Do you know the good thing? They're not going to bring it up. They're going to leave it exactly where it is, which I think is amazing. It's still got the wheel. It's at the bottom of the freezing. Now, whether or not it's got anything to do with the freezing water that preserved the ship, because if you remember the Mary Rose, was in water. Not as cold as it is in the Antarctic, but half of it, the Mary Rose, that was in the mud, got preserved. The mud, so they had to inject it for ages and ages. But when you look at the Endurance, you go, that is just so brilliant, so brilliant. And they've kept it. If they brought it up, they'd have to keep pumping it full of water and oils and glue and everything else to keep it together. But where it is just amazing. You know, the wheel is still intact because the wheel was on deck. So, of course, you know, nobody's going to go round and eat it, are they? But there it is. And it was found at the depth of 9,868 feet, which I think is great. But when they brought up the Mary Rose, they brought it up. They took it out. All the bits that were outside in the ocean or in the waters disappeared, but the stuff in the mud remained. So you ended up with half a ship. So when you go and see it, and I urge you to go and see it, if you want to see, you know, a surviving piece of memorabilia, if you like, from the Tudor period, you can see Henry VIII's warship, the Mary Rose, and you look at it and think, how many people were on this thing? Doesn't look big enough. But they've got the cannons, they've got the bowls, they've got food, they've got bows and arrows, they've got just about everything. Actually, about everything, including this skeleton of the ship's dog. And the cannons themselves, they weigh tons. I mean, how this thing ever stayed afloat, it's amazing. But yeah, to find the Endurance, I think was an achievement. An achievement. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I can't find this blooming piece of paper, which is a bit annoying. I shall find it, but don't worry, I will find it again. Jade Thirlwell's on the brink of signing a major solo record deal with RCA. Yeah, but nobody's going to be interested, love. I mean, it's very sweet of you to think you're in the music business. You were in a group called Little Mix, and the last one didn't do very well on it. You know, and they're all going off there, so they say it's the same label that helped guide Little Mix back to the top of the charts. Yeah, but that's a group. Solo, nobody's going to be interested, I promise you. Listen, if we're not interested in Louise What's-Her-Face, who was in Eternal, I mean, you know, she's a little bit sort of less reasonable about the things. But they say it's very clear what she wants to do and is eager to find a unique sound. Yeah, Jackanory. Listen, it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible. Look at the rest of Boys Aloud. Not Boys Aloud. One Direction, where... You know, the only person who's actually been really, really successful is Harry Styles. The rest of them, what are they doing? Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. It's a bit embarrassing. I think one of them might be doing something. But Harry Styles is the only one because it just doesn't happen. The public are very fickle. They like you as a group. They're not interested in individual people because what you're doing is diluting it by a quarter. Eva Simpson in The Sun. Is it in The Sun? Oh, I just went through The Sun. I couldn't find the blooming thing. I shall find it if it kills me. It probably will kill me. Mainly because Eva Simpson was writing about... I told you, I'm a stupid boy. I've just been through The Sun. I thought, well, not that blind. And she was one of the 3am girls. One of the 3am girls. I told you KFC are shutting in Russia as well. That's good news. Won't be anything for them to eat very shortly. Eva Simpson does a very interesting thing. She talks about Kerry Katona. Okay, and she's absolutely on the money, exactly what I said. She said, I met Kerry Katona on Atomic Kitten's first video shoot back in the early noughties. All three women were lovely, but Kerry had the energy and lashings of personality. Yes, because, let's face it, we all know about her sort of foray into the world of drugs. I've remained fascinated by her various trials and tribulations over the years, but also saddened. There's no doubt she's a grafter and she's had to fight for everything she has. Like many celebrity women, she's had a dubious taste in boyfriends, attracted losers, and suffered more than her fair share of heartache. She claims she's now back on top. She's put her 2 bankruptcies behind her and things are really looking up. And Eva writes, are they really? The pandemic means that her work, personal appearances, magazine shoots and so on dried up. She admitted in an interview this week she had to sell a jukebox worth $16,000 given by Brian McFadden to her as a wedding present for just over £1,900. Over the past year, she's turned to OnlyFans, the social media platform that allows users to, among other things, sell sexually explicit content of themselves. Kerry claims it has made her a millionaire again. So much so, she's put her kids back into private school. She's renting what she calls an amazing home. And to top it all, she's splashed out on a £250,000 Lamborghini. Let me also point out, she's going to have to pay tax, serious amounts of tax. Her insurance on a £250,000 Lamborghini with her drug problems in the past is going to come back and haunt her. That, you know, her tax on the car is going to go through the roof, and she doesn't own a home. And Eva goes, why, Kerry? As soon as she gets her hand on cash, she lets it slip through her fingers. Well, because she's not intelligent. She admits she's got no pension, she doesn't invest in the stock market, and she doesn't own any property at all. Buying the Lambo was reckless, and it was that reckless behaviour that got her in a mess in the first place. Has she learnt nothing? No, nothing at all. She thinks she's very clever and, you know, I've made $1 million out of getting my boobs out. Unfortunately, she's done the stupidest thing ever. She may be cashing in on selling pictures of herself in a birthday suit, but it's not exactly a sustainable income stream, says Eva Simpson. Not to be too indelicate, but what happens when things start to go south and shrivel up? It happens to all of us eventually. Will the cash keep rolling in? I doubt it. She said instead of splashing the cash, Kerry would do well to break the habit of a lifetime and put money away for a rainy day. Otherwise, she'll be saying, see ya, to the house, the car, the private schools, and hello to being broke again. But that's her life. That's her life. She's got no concept of money. She just thinks, oh, it's £1 million coming in. You wait till the tax bills start rolling in. They start going, right, you're renting this, renting that. OK, we're looking for quite a lot of tax. And she's going, well, I haven't got it because my kids are in private school. And they're going, why haven't you saved up? Because you're stupid. Because you're supposed to save money. You know, in your business, which I call it a business, I've got no idea whether it is or not, it's precarious. One day you earn some money, the next day, bankrupt. In your case, twice bankrupt. It's almost like, you know, looking at Katie Price on holiday in Thailand. Again, never done a day's work in her life. Getting your boobs out is not a day's work, unfortunately. That's what makes me laugh about these people. And she's 6 times drink driving and still not in prison. You know, and all she does is go on about, you know, well, we've made this sort of programme about Harvey. Very laudable. Very, very laudable. But, you know, don't you think you should try and find a job? You know, can you do anything? Is there anything you're actually fit for? You can't. We know you can't write. And you can't sort of do anything because everything's ghosted for her. She does everything. Every one of her businesses has failed. So what does she do? She goes on holiday because she just puts it behind her. She doesn't think about saving any money. It's a case of, oh, we need the house doing up. Let's get a television programme to pay for it. So they paid 45,000 quid and she goes on holiday as opposed to paying off the debts which she's got, which currently amount to just over £3 million. If I was one of her people she owed money to, I'd be going pretty ballistic, I should imagine. 14 to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Nicolette says, what's the latest with the Freedom Pass? Well, we've decided to circumvent. And so a friend of mine has written off to them to say he wants to move from the 60-plus pass, which I had, into this one. So it should be fairly straightforward. Because the Freedom Pass I had is issued by the local council. Even though it's done through a central body, it's your local council that issue it. And as they're not the most brightest pennies in the box. So we will sort it out. We will sort it out, don't worry. Yeah, they're in, I forget where they are, not Inverness, but somewhere like that. John says the Endurance is in good condition as the water doesn't have any wood-eating microbes found elsewhere. Whatever it is, it's fantastic. I mean, it's fantastic they found it, which is very good. Steve, I must admit, I absolutely loathe people who put their feet on seats on the train or bus. You would think it's only kids or teenagers, but no. Oh, I saw some people the other day. Group of people on the train yesterday, feet up on the seats. Dirty people. But then again, you know, you feel like going round to their place and jumping all over their furniture. You know, really stupid. But the other things are the people who annoy me, the morons who block the doorways to the trains when there were loads of seats available. No, it's only the thing that annoys me, the bicycles. The bicycles. You know, people who put their bicycles on the train. You said, oi, move your bike, pal, I want to get off. You know, in the event of a fire, God knows what we'd be doing. Love the show, says Emma in Kent. Listen every morning on the way to work. I woke up this morning and I really, really don't want to go in. I just want to stay in bed and listen to the radio. Roll on Saturday. Yes, I mean, you know, I think people sort of get addicted to this programme. And, I mean, I've been addicted to it for 43 years, so it's the way it works, isn't it, really? Can't wean myself off it. I see Lottie Moss has been dropped by her agency. She was with a very famous agency, a modelling agency called Storm. And she would rather take her clothes off and pose. She's been into rehab for what they call cocaine addiction. I seriously can't get my head around anything like that. But that's just me. That's just me. I mean, I never did drugs, was not particularly interested and far too mean to spend 60 quid a gram on cocaine, because it's been the same price for years. Yeah, the going rate is 60 quid a gram, and it's been 60 quid a gram for years. Depends how much they mix it down, I think. But anyway, the agency have decided they don't want somebody like her hanging around, so they've kicked her out. Best thing to happen to her, actually. Toxic tension behind Ryan and Tina's new spat. You know, he wants money from her because she damaged his car. She's a nasty little piece of work, honestly. Why are we seeing people who are in the public eye becoming aggressive? It's like the producer was telling me, you know, all these people, these sort of celebrities who go bankrupt and then proudly, you know, show pictures of themselves on holiday. And you think to yourself, you know, are you just bone idle? You know, you're not really sort of into doing a day's work, because they're going to get to that stage where they, yeah. It's like a ritual for the Masonics, isn't it, really? But it's a case of they sort of go on holiday and they go, oh, listen, everybody can wait for their money. I'm not going to pay them back again. And you think to yourself, well, you don't have a talent. You're getting on a bit. You know, you've got all these children. And I find it a little bit depressing, actually. Very depressing. You know, as I say, she's done very well with Harvey, but he's now been popped in a place. He's already smashed up the shop in this place. And she said that's good news. She said that means he's happy there. How that works out, I've got no idea. So if somebody comes around and smashes up your place, that means they're fairly happy with her. Oh, I don't want anybody to do that, thank you very much indeed. But then she goes on holiday. And I'm thinking, so, you know, there must have been money that they got for doing the programme on the BBC. Because apparently a lot of the people at the BBC, they did it in the papers the other day, are not very happy about it, saying, well, you know, why are we, you know, paying for things like this? You should be getting it for free. It's public, you're giving publicity to somebody. And I think if you're giving publicity to somebody, it's like I never understand on any of the antique programmes, they all go out and buy their antiques and then they put them up in auction and they charge them commission. They have to pay. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Well, I tell you what then, when you go there, BBC, and you do this charging the commission, can you obliterate any sign of what the name of this auction house is? Because I think you're being royally ripped off. So in other words, they're getting publicity and they're making commission on selling this tat. And most of it is tat. It really is. So Berco's protests over the bullying verdict. Guess who was a big fan of John Bercow? Guess who was a big fan? Gary Lineker. Big fan of John Bercow. Marvellous man. He's had to backtrack a little bit, you know, because Mr. Bercow is a bully and a liar. And all Gary Lineker does now is flog crisps. I think. Is he still flogging crisps? What are you doing now? Don't tell me you're going to dismantle the blooming equipment. Couldn't bear it. No. Is it not working? Is it? Oh well. No, it'll be all right. Try not to upset yourself, Steve. Apparently there is a bylaw that fines passengers 50 quid for having their feet on the seat, and they can receive a police caution. Well, who's going to be enforcing that one? It's a lovely idea, but it's never going to happen. Never going to happen. They're just not going to do anything like that. They're working now. I'm so pleased for you. I'm so happy. Let's get the plasticine out and make sort of plasticine fruit and things like that and open up a little shop. I used to like fuzzy felt. Fuzzy felt was my favourite. Did you ever have fuzzy felt as a child? No. You probably had an encyclopedia or something. But, no, fuzzy felt was like you've got a board, green, like baize, and then you had little animals that you stuck on there. They didn't stick on, they just sort of stayed there. And you had Fuzzy Felt Farm, Fuzzy Felt Post Office, Fuzzy Felt everything. It was very popular. There it is. There it is. Look at that, Fuzzy Felt Farm. Look, all cut out of felt. And then you just stick them onto the board and you make pictures up. And then you can sort of, you know, just get rid of them and make other pictures. What's that couple doing? Don't like the look of that one at all. That's modern Fuzzy Felt. Looks like it's a couple at it. Don't like the sound of that at all. That's not very good, is it? Modern Fuzzy Felt. Dear. There'll be gay characters in it next, in Fuzzy Felt. It's me, look. BBC Radio Lincolnshire. Is that still going? How marvellous. I'm paying for it. And they've got two people, look very odd. They don't have mouths in it. They work on a radio station, which is great. Yeah, BBC for you. Don't let them talk, for God's sake. Let's just give them a table and a microphone, and that'll be okay. Right, 5 to 5 is the time. What else we got? The national emergency declared in Australia. I don't want to make light of it, but because Shane, we talked about it the other day, it's terrible. They've got floods and all the rest of it. Only 20 people have died. Now, a national emergency for me would be 100 people have died, or a hospital's been bombed in Ukraine or something like that. I mean, we looked at the pictures the other day of the floods coming in. It doesn't look... Does it look like a national emergency? Does it? Because eventually the water's going to go, isn't it? It's going to subside. It's not like Boscastle. Do you remember Boscastle? Where they had the cars going down the high street. Nobody in them, just the car going down the high street, and lorries and everything else. And that was all to do with it. Now that I call a national emergency. And then eventually they got to the sea and the cars just bobbed around on the beautiful briny. Yeah, we saw that picture yesterday. And there's a duck on the water, but I mean, that's fairly common, isn't it? Queensland and New South Wales have been battered by this torrential rain for weeks. I wasn't aware that they got loads of rain. It's funny, you always think of Australia as just being very hot and not much water. Apparently farms and livestock. I wonder how kangaroos cope with things like that. Do you think they sort of just jump through it, I suppose? They're very dangerous, kangaroos. If you get a kick from a kangaroo, there's not very much chance you're going to survive, I tell you. Definitely not. Prince William, as I say, will not be at the BAFTAs. He's a bit busy doing something else. And first time he's not been, he's supposed to go. He's the president of BAFTA. So they're just going to have a video message, a Zoom message. Hello, Prince William, can't make it, but have a great night. You think, yeah, he's supposed to go. I think, they said, it was a prior engagement. I thought, well, perhaps they should have changed BAFTA. The gay author barred from a Catholic school. They don't want a gay author to talk to, whereas all the pupils are up for it. All the pupils are up for it. Why would you not be? That's blatant prejudice. That always reminded me, and I love bringing it up, the couple who owned a bed and breakfast. You remember, and this couple of men booked in, but they didn't tell them that they were gay. They just booked in as a double room, please, for Mr. So-and-so. And they get there, and the couple, who are devout Christian, discovered that it was two gay guys, and they weren't keen on two gay guys sharing a bed. How else? And so they said, no, you can't stay here. So the gay guys took him to court and won. Blatant discrimination. Homophobes they were. Their business collapsed. The business collapsed because people were sort of, then people start taking the mickey and phoning and going, oh, well, there's four of us, a couple of lesbians and a couple of guys. Is it possible to have two rooms, please? And that sort of irked them. I didn't understand it. I thought if you were Christian, you're supposed to sort of turn the other cheek, if you pardon the expression. But, you're supposed to sort of, be more tolerant of people. I mean, unless, of course, there was nobody gay in the Bible. I mean, I'm led to believe that Galilee was fairly popular. A lot of people wandering by the shore, and things like that. I mean, there must have been gay people around in Galilee and all these places. Do you think? Herod looked a bit suspect as far as I was concerned. I was never sure about Herod. Anything else in the papers? No, nothing as interesting as this. So the gay author barred from the Catholic school, the pupils have taken umbrage. They've basically said, and the families, we want this gay author. He's only written a book which has got a gay character in it. He's not advocating people go out and have gay sex. Goodness sake, honestly. The deserters who will be court-martialed, the ones from the forces over here who've gone over to Ukraine, one of them just left a note. Left a message on his parents' answer phone and sort of disappeared off to Ukraine. So when he comes back, he will be going to prison. He'll be court-martialed for desertion. If he comes back, if he's lucky enough to come back. Italy have impounded a super yacht worth 500 million. I mean, that's a good thing to get, isn't it? I mean, goodness sake, honestly. Why do they rent it out? You can imagine how much fun you could have going on an oligarch's yacht. 500 million quid. God, you'd be throwing yourself in the bath and everything. Oh, that'd be fantastic. I think it's got a number of swimming pools on it, but we're used to things like that. And after dogs, it now turns out that ants can sniff out cancer. Ants. I've got a story about ants, actually, in the next part of the programme. It's always worth staying awake for, isn't it, really? It's a very good story.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Still to come, the ant story. I like to say that. It's a bit of a tease. And John says, I can't understand.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
down. When I'm on the bus, I ring the bell to get off. It flashes up on the screen, bus stopping. Well, actually, it doesn't say bus stopping. Or some of them it says bus stopping, sometimes it just says stopping. And then, just as you're getting up, somebody else rings the bell because they're deaf. They've got their earpieces in. They're little, listening to their music. And they're blind, so they can't see the word stopping. Because sometimes you can get on there and it can be rung about 3 or 4 times. And you think, surely the first time you must have heard that bing, and then it says stopping, bus stopping, but there are terminally stupid people. There was a woman on the bus the other day, and she's standing up. She had to. There was no room on the seats. And she leans round me and pushes the button for the stop outside Waitrose, and then she doesn't get off the bus. I wanted to say to her, what do you ring the bell for? Making a stop like that. And then she peers round to see where she obviously had no idea where she was going at all. But no, it's the people who do. And the worst ones are the school children. Bless their little cotton socks. They sort of push the button. Bing. It can go about 10 times. Bing. If I was the bus driver, I'd stop the bus and go, right, who pushed it? Who put off? Get off the bus now. You blooming well walk. I wouldn't get anywhere. The bus would just be permanently there. I too had fuzzy felt, Steve, and I remember the old stickle bricks. My mum used to say it kept me quiet for a while. Apparently I was a bit hyperactive as a young un. Yeah, you know why? Orange squash. Orange squash used to make kids hyperactive. And stickle bricks was really for the very young people. It wasn't for sort of us adults. And it was basically just the rubberized version of Lego. That's all it was, really. Do you know what I used to love? I used to love, come on, what it's called now. I can see it in my mind's eye. It's a little tub of, like, Play-Doh. The smell of Play-Doh. Oh, my God, please don't write in. This is not BBC local radio. And I used to love the smell of Play-Doh. I used to think, oh, you could eat that. It was like, did you ever have rubbers on the top of your pencils that smelt of strawberry or something like that? Oh, you could have eaten the rubber. Could have eaten the rubber, but I never did, obviously. That made me ill. But I used to love stuff like that. Play-Doh. They did one in Costco a short while ago, and it was every single colour of Play-Doh in a big box. And I thought, I've got to buy it. And I gave it away to someone. I can't remember who I gave it to. I used to love it. You squid your fingers into Play-Doh. That was it was really satisfying. Really, really satisfying. But there again, I was a deprived child. We didn't have many toys, I had a train set, but it wasn't a very big train set. My one just went round in a circle. I wanted my father made me a train set on a board for one Christmas. He got 2 big bits of hardboard and sort of mapped it all out, painted it, and made bushes. We had bushes on there, which were sort of bits of sponge sprayed green. And I always wanted a train set where the train belched out smoke, but I never got that. Because you can buy them, you put little drops of oil in, and it... I always liked that. We had a thing you could make it go very fast or very slow, and I liked it. I had a zebra crossing. I'd make the train stop, just out of sheer spite. Nothing, no reason for it at all. And we'd have cows in the field, and sometimes I'd sort of pretend there was a nuclear war, and I'd knock the cows over, and that was entertaining. But we didn't have... I had my Pelham puppets. I had loads of Pelham puppets, and my father built me a theatre. My father was very, very clever at building things, and he built me a puppet theatre. My mother made the curtains, my father made the theatre, and it was lovely. I was very happy playing with my string puppets. And they pop up at auction every so often now, which is lovely. Steve, I blame people for ringing the bell because some drivers keep going with the stop sign on. Do they? Oh, right. I don't know, actually. Have you seen the M&S steak and chip pie? The chips are on top of the pie. Not sure about that, actually, Anne. So, are the chips built into it? The chips are cooked, so you pop them in the oven and you end up with a pie with chips. They're a bit naff chips, don't they? What a funny thing for Marks and Spencer to sell, a working class meal. A pie with some chips on the top of it. I thought Marks... I think we're boycotting that one straight away. I'm not playing that game. Definitely not. I mean, the pie does look quite nice, but not putting chips on, that's stupid. It's Pie Week, is it? Oh. As in pi, a unit of whatever it is. Pi MC squared or something. Or the meaning of pi or something. I don't understand anything like that. I'm just trying to pretend to be intelligent. But it's not working. So Pie Week runs till the 13th of March. Lovely. Will we all be celebrating? Pie Week? One of you looks like you've been celebrating. And when was the last time you had a pie? Oh, here we go. Oh, I can't remember, Steve. It must have been, I don't know, was it Tuesday or was it Thursday? I don't know. Honestly, I get these people all the time. What are we going to do with this super yacht? Why can't we have it and we can all go on sort of day trips up and down the Thames? That'd be nice. Never get it in a lock. Well, how long is it? I've no idea. I couldn't tell how long the impounding goes on for. Long as they want it. Long as they want it. I'm assuming. Oh, wait a minute. I've lost. Where is it? Oh. I don't have a copy of the Daily Star today. I'm missing a copy of the Daily Star. I knew there was something that was going wrong with my life. I'm not sure if I can actually continue with this programme. Didn't have a copy of the Daily Star. Boris condemning Putin's barbaric airstrike on a maternity hospital. And you can see the pictures there on the front of, it's in Mariupol. The hunt for survivors continued last night. There's people being lifted out on stretchers. He doesn't care. He really, you know, if you said to him, do you not feel guilty about this? He'll come up with some old claptrap that, you know, the people in his government are prepared to swallow. The UK facing the biggest economic shock than the 1973 oil crisis. Before your very eyes, petrol has gone up. Filling up a family car will surge past 100 quid. Well, it's already been surged past. I've always been over 100 quid. 120 now, about 140. Regular diesel, at noon yesterday, 179.9. By 1 p.m. it was 184.9. Now, as far as I'm concerned, here it goes. This is a rip-off. Because this isn't new petrol. This is petrol they've already paid for. They've got in the tanks in the garage. So they're basically overcharging you for something that they've got at the cheaper price. Rip-offs. Hate it. Really annoys me. Really annoys me. Did you know a third of Brits aged 20 to 34 live at home with their parents? But more of us are now living alone. So people like living at home with their parents. It isn't until they move out that they suddenly realise how expensive it is to live. What do you mean I have to buy my own Domestos? Yes, you have to buy that as well. And toilet paper? And toilet paper. OK, towels? Yes, towels. And who'll be doing all the washing? You are. But I don't have a washing machine. Well, you go to the laundrette. That's what you have to do. You have to learn how to stand on your own 2 feet. And, and rent's very expensive. Although, actually, one of my brother's daughters is getting married to a guy who's in the forces. He's a captain at the moment, but he's going to be a major. And the good news is that if you're going to get married and you're in the forces, once you've proved that you're going to get married, you can get a house. And so they are going to be living down the road from me in a house which is going to cost them 300 quid a month. It's subsidised. And wherever they go abroad, they end up with a house, which is great. So we can't wait for this. I mean, this is very exciting. And they're only down the road from me, so I'll have to move. And but 300 quid a month. Well, you try getting somewhere for 300 quid a month. Most people have to share, but I mean, who wants to share? You've got no privacy at all. It means that you're sort of there. There'll be other people who burp and break wind and do all sorts of ghastly things and, you know, or only cook baked beans and things like that, and then sort of leave half a pizza on the side. But students, all students, ghastly people, honestly, really. I think we should close down universities. There's no point. There's no work. There's no jobs for them. You know, and I mean, at the moment there isn't. You know, there might be a couple of jobs in the future. But it's the idea of sharing with somebody never appealed to me in the slightest. I did it once. I found it most intrusive. Most intrusive. Yvette Cooper became the second Labour frontbencher to decline to define what a woman is. The Shadow Home Secretary refused 3 times to offer a definition, saying she was not going to go down a rabbit hole. Were they asking her to go down a rabbit hole? I don't understand. So Labour still can't say what a woman is. It's a woman, is it? What does it need defining? I'm obviously lost on this one. Is it very? Oh, right. So apparently, anyway. So her failure to provide a definition earned the ridicule of J.K. Rowling, who said she needed a dictionary and a backbone. The Harry Potter author added, apparently under a Labour government, today will become We Who Must Not Be Named Day. And so it goes. It's amazing, isn't it, really? There's so many things going on in Parliament that you've got no idea about. No idea at all. What have we got here? Oh, the torturous process for gaining entry, basically. They don't want you here. It's as simple as that. And they're going to make it as difficult as possible. So if you're hoping to come to the UK, you've got to go through the following painstaking process. You've got to create an online account on the Home Office website and fill in a detailed application form. Upload proof your qualifying family member has permanent resident status in Britain. Upload proof they've been living in the Ukraine before January this year. Provide this is so complicated. Translate all the above documents into English and upload them to the website. This is what you're expected to do. You're fleeing a war-torn country where they've just bombed a hospital and a maternity unit. Book and attend an in-person appointment at a Home Office visa application centre in Poland, Hungary, Romania, Moldova or France so that they can take biometrics, fingerprints and a facial scan. And although normal visa requirements for a tuberculosis vaccination certificate have been waived, some applicants have mistakenly been asked to provide them. Then you've got to wait while the application is decided by caseworkers in the UK and security checks are carried out. And at the end of all that, they can basically turn around and go, bugger off. It's appalling. That's what you've got to do for losing your home, losing members of your family, losing, your job, losing everything. And then Boris gives us this whole load of spherical objects in the Prime Minister's Question Time the other day. Oh, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing this, we're doing that. You're doing nothing. You're doing nothing. And if you think you are, you're living in a blooming dream world. Also, we've got these missiles, which will help protect Ukraine from attacks by the Russian Air Force. They travel at 4 times the speed of sound. I'm always amazed by these. Have you ever seen some of these rockets that they set off where they literally, it'll be aimed at another aircraft in the sky, and no matter how many times you change course, this rocket will change course to go with you. It latches on until it's basically blown you up. Ridiculous. The anti-tank launcher, Britain has given 3,615 missiles to help slow armoured columns. And a Ukrainian soldier thanked the gifts from Her Majesty after destroying a Russian tank with a British-supplied missile. Russia not doing very well in this at all. They're totally disorganised. It's almost as if you're dealing with a bunch of complete and utter idiots. 48 hours to avert the new Chernobyl radiation leak. And Britain's message to Ukraine, we'll send you missiles, but not planes. So... and here we go. There's, money and 32,000 cheques paid in to the Daily Mail, raising £5 million. £5 million. It's amazing. But the good news, Bogdan, a little lad here, 10 years old, cowering in a bunker last week as his school nearby was reduced to rubbish by shelling. Yesterday, safe in Poland, receiving medical care from the Red Cross. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Some of these kids, they've got more stamina than you can ever imagine. 5:15 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Horrible. I mean, really, you wouldn't want one. Oh, sorry, there you are. Nice heavy company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Thursday, the 10th of March. Ants. So I'm flipping through the channels, trying to find something that was sort of going to give me a little bit of a boost, a little bit of an uplift. And to try and sort of, just get me in a better frame of mind, because I was getting myself into a deep depression over how the people were suffering over in Ukraine, and how this all happened after Prime Minister's Question Time, and how little the government seemed to care, even though they gave you the claptrap that, the House of Commons didn't buy it at all. They really didn't. But anyway, we'll wait and see what happens. It's got to get better. It really has. So I'm flipping through all the channels, trying to find sort of some light programme. I sort of happened upon the cooking programme. That was dreadfully dreary. Although it was a bloke making ice cream. And he made it quite simply. He made this ice cream, and I remember thinking, that looked... And I was at that moment in my life having this crisis about, I'd like some ice cream. And all he did, he got some berries, blackberries, blueberries, black currants and things like that. And he put them in a saucepan, not in a frying pan, wouldn't have worked. And he basically added a little bit of water, and he converted it down so it became not mushy, but so that the berries burst and they gave forth and all the rest of it. So he let that cool down. In the meanwhile, he then gets some other fruit, and I think it was apricots, peaches and bits like that. And he was roughly cutting that into pieces. But this time, the fruit mixture's cooled down, and he puts in double cream, like a lot of double cream, and folds it in. This is not mashing it in, because otherwise it would go all horrible. And he just folded it in. Then he added this other fruit. And then he got out a plastic punnet that I think some of this soft fruit had come in, lined it with, what do they call it? It's not tin foil, it's the see-through stuff. cling film, and he puts that in there so it would come out easily, and he pours this in to the thing, and then you freeze it for 4 hours in the freezer, and then he turned it out, and it looked delicious. It was like it came out like a little cake, and he sliced it, and he poured on some of the juices from the fruit, because you didn't want all the juices going into it because it would stain the cream, and it looked fantastic, and I could almost taste it. It looked amazing, and it just had fruit and cream in it. And I do like cream. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to have cream, but I did like it. Anyway, the ant story. I should get round to this thing eventually. So I'm flipping around the channel. So having sort of got a bit excited about making the ice cream, but I thought it's never going to happen. They then this farmer's got a field, and in it's got this huge mound in this field. And I don't know if it was in this country. I think it was in this country. And anyway, it was a giant ants hill. An ant's nest, but they didn't know how big it was. So they decided that they were going to, unfortunately the ants had to lose their lives, they pumped it full of concrete into this ant, because what they wanted to do, they wanted to dissect it to see what, an ant town looked like under this sort of thing. You get them in, I think, Australia. They have termite mounds and everything else, but these were ants, not very big, and all the rest of it. So they pump in, guess how much? 10 tons of concrete go into this thing. And you would think, how big is this? And then they let it set, took them over a week, then they started dissecting it. And what they came up with was absolutely amazing. It looked like a city for ants, with walkways. They were growing their own vegetables, stuff like that. It was literally a complete city under the ground. And I've seen them doing this before, where they pour molten metal in and then make it into an art thing. But this was 10 tons of concrete. And then you saw the size of this ant city, and you thought to yourself, my God, they're industrious. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And you look at pictures of it. Yeah, this thing. Where is it? There you go. Where is this thing? This ant mound. Oh, it's not this country. It's very pretty, though. But you look when they do. Okay, this is the stuff going in. This is this sort of concrete. And then they start digging it out. And then it's almost like it's a crater. It's a crater of all things to do with ants. Look how big it is. I mean, it's almost unbelievable. So you'll find it on YouTube, ant mound filled with concrete. And when they do a close-up of it, you will marvel at the ants and how they lived in this thing. And they're basically just taking the concrete out to preserve the ant mound. These are things that they were growing under the ground. And they've got walkways, and it's basically like all they needed was a tram system. And this is under the ground. It goes down, I think, about 8 feet. And it's just unbelievable. We used to have one at school. Did you never have one at school, which was 2 bits of glass, and you put the earth in, and then you put the ants in, and they started digging out. But because of the glass, you could see. Look at the size of this thing. Isn't that unbelievable? Small wonder my life is ruined. I spend my time, watching this stuff on the television and being totally in awe of little ants and what they can do. They basically are growing things. I love the way that some of the ants have come back to go, excuse me, what are you doing? What are you doing? Have we got squatters? And it's huge. It is absolutely enormous. Isn't that amazing? Almost as exciting. How long can ants live? They don't live a huge amount of time. But there's millions of them, but they're very industrious. In the jungles, they bite like they bite. Up to 30 years. Well, my ant didn't. I had an ant as a what? Yeah, just one. It was gifted to me from London Zoo. And you could adopt an ant. And you can adopt an elephant. You can adopt... Ants are the longest living thing. Unlike some bugs, this one can live up to 30 years. Good Lord. There is a religion in the world, I can't remember where it is, where they don't tread on ants. They sweep them aside so that they can walk down without killing them. And they're amazing. They can be found on every single continent except Antarctica. Amazing. Just as well, actually, because we've only got the good ship Endurance down there. We don't want ants or anything like that. Fastest movement in the animal kingdom. And also, they can carry more than 10 times their own weight. You see them. Mine was a leaf-carrying ant. And he was really good. The largest ant's nest ever found was, wait for this, you're not going to believe me, 3,700 miles wide. Found in Argentina. It was a super colony. Billions of workers and millions of nests. I mean, to them, it's like normal, isn't it? But my one, I got a certificate to say that, and what? And it was nice. And also a picture of him, with some of his friends, carrying a leaf. Mine was really strong. And he would write to me every year. Hi, Uncle Steve. He wrote, I mean, his handwriting was really remarkable, for an ant. You thought they'd be all wobbly with the pencils, but no, he was very good. Hi, Uncle Steve. And then there was the one year, where he never wrote. And I didn't get any more letters from him. And he'd obviously found somebody better. Which was a bit of a problem for me. But I did. I still got the certificate at home of the ant. And you could adopt everything at London Zoo. You could adopt, a bear or an elephant. They came with different prices. The ant, I suspect, was the cheaper end of the market. But if you watch them, you could see them at London Zoo. They've got a bit of rope that goes across a road. And you see them trundling backwards and forwards to go back to the nest, holding their holding their leaves, disbeliever. That's what they do over there in London Zoo, and you can go and watch them I don't know what they do with these leaves. Perhaps they make roofs or something. I don't know. I've never quite worked it out. Patrick says, I'm a relatively new fan. Your show cheers me up on my journey home at 4 a.m. after a 12-hour shift. Also listen to you when I get home. God, there's no end to it. Gordon the driver says, hi, I'm off to work to drive a real train to Carlisle. And Chris says, there are not many laundrettes around. You're kidding. London's full of them. You can't move for laundrettes. I don't think we've got any round here. I don't know if we've got any laundrettes around here. I should imagine the rents would be too high. But Chris says, I'm in my 40s and I've been going to laundrettes since I was 19. I used to go as well, but I used to get annoyed at the people who'd sit there watching their own washing going round in the dryers. And so I used to deliberately stop my dryer, open the door, and it would stop, take out my pants and sort of shake them out. And then turn around and look at them, give them one of my fierce Paddington Bear stares. Because I thought, why do people want to sit there and look at your smalls going round, or in my case, mediums, going round and round in the heat? But it was very good. But then I discovered service washers. And my life has changed. I've never washed anything in my life, not for the last 35 years. A friend of mine, Thomas, does my washing and all my ironing. And I pay for it, obviously, but it's so much easier. I just go in there, take all my stuff in, dump it off. Obviously not things like pants and stuff like that. That's a bit personal. I throw those away, together with the socks. And if I'm gradually getting to that disposable time in my life, everything gets thrown away. I buy things and then I just throw them away. I just, I don't know why. I feel as I'm helping out. And you can't really give, your pants to a charity shop, can you? No, you can't. No, you wouldn't buy pants in a charity shop, would you? I mean, you probably would, actually. No, you see, I can't do things like that. But anyway, I used to rent a flat, says Chris, then half a house, then got my own house, but not had a new kitchen fitted yet, so I still go to the laundrette. It's an entertainment. I used to go on a Sunday morning, hopefully early, so that you didn't bump into anybody you knew. And I didn't like, luckily I lived very, very close to it. And I think the shame, saying basically I haven't got a washing machine, because I do have a washing machine, which is a bit silly. It's a washer-dryer. And, but I just haven't washed for years and years and years. And, I find it's better like that, actually. The Ant Mound, is in Alice Springs, says Shane. Ah, right. And Chris says, did you watch Kirsty and Phil's Love It or List It last night? What's that? What sort of programme is that? Love It or List It? No idea. Jazz says, thank you, Steve, for making me laugh and reminding me it could be worse. It could so be worse. It could so be worse. Really. Just if all we're moaning about at the moment is the price of petrol. So Phil Spencer and Kirsty Allsop go head-to-head as they battle it out to convince homeowners to either sell their home or refurbish it. Oh, that's quite a nice idea. Refurb. Yeah, as my day's sorted out, I shall contact them immediately, bring in the cameras. Not. Let's get the latest news headlines, shall we, at 5:30 on LBC with Simon Conway.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Thursday, the 10th of March. I can't believe it either. We're racing through this year, aren't we? It only seems like yesterday we were singing Hark the Herald Angels Sing. Now what are we into? We're into a war situation with a complete megalomaniac who's got no idea what's going on. His army is in disarray. They haven't taken Kyiv. They've only taken one city in the Ukraine, and they're now saying, what else could he use? And the answer is, if he pushes it a bit further, there could be sanctions. He thinks he's seen sanctions up until now. The closing of the KFC and the McDonald's isn't exactly a sanction. There's going to be loads of other things, as we will discover, I'm quite sure. But it's a bit much when it comes down to, bombing a maternity hospital and a children's hospital. That's really when you're the sickest person in the world. I hope he's pleased with himself. I hope he thinks he's sort of achieving something, because basically in the eyes of the world, he's just a pathetic waste of space. But unfortunately, he's a dangerous waste of space. Dan Snow talking. He's on board a ship, actually, seeing the ship's outline. And this is the Endurance. But there is a picture of the Endurance trapped in the ice, leaning over. I mean, for it actually to be found all these years later is absolutely amazing. Shackleton, of course, never achieved his great goals, which were to get to the South Pole or journey across the Antarctic. But he was tenacious, tough and brave. And I think he's buried out there. I think he died out there. He was in his mid-40s, I think. And he died out there. But he says, as the outline of the wooden ship came into focus, it took my breath away. We had a live video feed from the undersea probe. Because the sea round there, I think, underneath the ice is fairly static. I think so. I might be wrong, actually. But the water is so cold, there are few organisms to eat into the hull. That's why. No ants over there either, so nothing else. But the wreck is protected by the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, which prohibits the ship being moved or interfered with in any way, and it will continue to lie there. And, it isn't a gravesite. Nobody died. Nobody died on it. Shackleton and his crew, of which there were 27, abandoned it. They were camping on the pack ice before he embarked on one of the most daring rescues in the history of exploration. He navigated more than 800 miles with 5 crew members in a lifeboat. 800 miles to the island of South Georgia. And that's where they are now. Dan Snow is really interesting. Really interesting. And he's done a great piece. He said, growing up, I've grown to admire stories of heroism at sea and grown to admire him more in adulthood. His adventures are as relevant now as they ever were, because his battles were not against other humans, but against the ocean, the cold and the ice. There is the National Geographical Society, I think that's what it is, up in Kensington Gore. There is, I think it's Shackleton's statue there, wearing the clothes that they would wear. It looks so dated, but at the same time, it's a very powerful image of what they were wearing when they were out there in this freezing cold, and they were trying to endure temperatures of which they hadn't. And we always remember that's it. There it is, Ernest Shackleton, the Royal Geographical Society. I've been up there to seen it on loads of occasions, and you look at what they were wearing to protect them from temperatures of minus 40. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And it's a very powerful statue. It's on Kensington Gore. You can't miss it. It's on the side of the building. Go and have a look at it. And you'll suddenly realise that, what they were doing was way ahead of anything else. But to find the ship, he'd be thrilled. He'd be thrilled that the ship, far from sinking and not knowing in those days how you were ever going to see it ever again, to now we can send down little submersibles which will go down. We've done it with the Titanic, but that's 2 miles down, 2.5 miles down. This thing is only like 10,000 feet down. Far enough as far as I'm concerned, but still there. And absolutely quite amazing. Steve, some people seem to go to the laundrette for a day out. Really? Now, I've never thought about it as a day out. What you mean in place of a holiday to Clacton or something? We're going to the laundrette today, kids. Oh, goody. What will we do? Well, you get some money and you put it in. You get a little packet of Tide or Omo, and you pour that into your machine. And you've got to make sure you've got change, because otherwise you can't use the dryers. And they used to take 50p's. Now they take pound coins, I believe. He says, my mum gave me a spinner once. Have you had one? A spinner. Is that a dryer? A spin dryer? Oh, I don't know. My mother had, it was a washing machine. You did it. It was a twin tub. Very popular, very popular. We're very lucky to get one. And you twin tub. And then, when it's finished, you drag the clothes out from one side of the twin tub to the other twin that you hadn't been using. And that was the spin dryer bit. And so you then push the lid down and then you could take it out and then hang it on the line. Nobody hangs it on the line. Nobody, we used to have a mangle as well, but we used to have a rotary washing line, which was like having your own windmill in the garden if it was very windy, and you'd peg it all on there. You could get loads of, they're very popular. Rotary washing lines, still fairly popular now with certain people, and it was quite nice actually. I used to like it, and it was hidden. Ours was hidden behind the shed. Didn't want people coming round to your front door seeing your washing and your bits and pieces. But there was something about putting your washing outside. But you can absolutely guarantee that not many people do that now because they're doing adverts for this sheets you rip off and put in your tumble dryer to make it smell as if it's been outdoors. But of course it's not, because nobody ever has stuff like that. Birthdays today. Prince Edward is 58. Isn't it funny? At one time, Prince Edward, there were more stories about Prince Edward doing the rounds than anybody else in the royal family. His is the one, his marriage has stayed together. He's kept his marriage together. He's got adorable children. He just kept his head down and got on with it. And that's, although, I do believe at one time, I didn't think he was the right person. They sent him out to Auschwitz. He went as a representative of the Queen. But he's 14th in line to the throne. He met Neil Armstrong when he was 5 and told him he wanted to be an astronaut. Penny Junior says Edwin and Sophie, who used to work for us at LBC. Oh, yes, Sophie Wessex used to work for us. I've got pictures of me and Sophie Wessex. She doesn't remember me, of course, because I went on to dizzying heights and she faded into obscurity. And they have no airs and graces. They're very low-key, and they don't have a sense of entitlement. Excuse me, sorry, the excitement of telling a fib. And but yes, he's 58 today, 14th in line to the... basically, the more children that... William keeps having with Kate, he did lose his temper with the It's a Royal Knockout. That's where you got people like Diana and Sarah Ferguson sort of dressing up, because It's a Knockout was a very popular television programme with somebody Hall, can't remember his name actually now, but and Eddie Waring, and they had these people and they were doing it, but they did a royal version of it. Oh look, Prince Andrew was there, how exciting. And they got them all dressing up and doing bits and pieces, and so after they'd done it, the journalist, being a bit nonplussed by this thing, got back there and there was a press conference and Edward went, so what did you think? And there was sort of basically, wrong rubbish actually. He went, well, thank you very, very much. And he stormed out. Bit of a tantrum. Because he thought, you see, that's the trouble. They're so far removed from the real world. They can't bear to take criticism. Look at poor old Harry. You only have to criticise him and he stamps his feet like a little sort of, I'm having a bit of a temper tantrum. He lashed out at photographers because they wanted to take a picture of him as he staggered drunk out of a club. What did you think? Journalists, unbeknownst to Prince Edward, hadn't seen the event as they remained in the press tent, separate from the celebrities. They responded with nervous laughter, and Prince Edward stormed out of the press conference, sarcastically thanking them for their enthusiasm. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Because, as I say, they're not used to somebody sort of saying, you're not very funny. They don't like that kind of... That's why Harry is the way he is. Because he's never been told off by anybody because he was too young at the time. So he thinks that he's right. But, of course, he isn't, as they... Somebody was asking the other day, what have they achieved since they've been in America? And the answer is very little. They've been in accepted plaudits and stuff like that, but really not that exciting at all. But I'm sure he's very happy. Not. What have we got here? Jenny Murray's column today, talking about Kim Kardashian wearing that Balenciaga, an homage. It's like... tape. She's wrapped up in tape. But I think they've made it into some sort of suit or something. Honestly, I don't get the Kardashians at all. I've really never seen a more vacuous, empty-headed family in my entire life. But she says, I've got room for a mother, child and pet from Ukraine, so let them in. She said, my house in London is very small, but I have a spare bedroom, a tiny but functioning kitchen and a bathroom. There's a garden and plenty of small, safe parks and a very good primary. That's what they're asking. But this is what the government should be doing. There's all these empty buildings. They've known about this for ages. Ages and ages. What are they doing? Nothing. You watch, next time we get Prime Minister's Question Time, they'll still be coming up with more claptrap and not actually achieving anything. Not achieving anything at all. Yeah, we will be going to do that, you know. I was waiting for Priti Patel to say something the other day, but basically it's safer if she keeps her mouth shut and doesn't say anything, because every time she says something, she drops herself in it from a great height. Half of pupils are unready to start school at 4. Is that the age that they start school now? Good Lord above. Apparently some of them are still in nappies at 4 years old. I don't. It's not a bit odd, isn't it? I don't know whether 4 is a bit too old to still be wearing nappies. You should have been potty trained by that time, shouldn't you? I think I was. But you know, can't have everything, can you? Yeah, still not completely sorted, but you know, I'm doing my best. At least I'm making an effort. So Kangaroo Pie among the entries in this year's Pie Awards. You know, they've had nearly 1,000 entries in the Pie Awards, and but Kangaroo Pie. I suppose it's just meat at the end of the day, isn't it? But you know, I just don't fancy eating it. I think it would be quite tough meat. I suppose you'd have to marinate it for quite a long while, wouldn't you? The longer you marinate it. My mother used to buy cheap off cuts of meat and put it in a pressure cooker, and that used to turn cheap off cuts of meat, which were fairly tough, into something that was very edible. And it was tender. It was very tender. My mother used to do sort of a whole casserole in this thing. I always remember it had a big sort of bulbous thing that sat on the top, and it almost whistled like the kettle. We had a whistling kettle as well. Yeah, timber, lovely. Kit Kat fans left a bit bereft. They bought their Kit Kats, bit into them, only to discover there was no wafer. I mean, honestly. So they started complaining. And I'm going to tell you where Britain's worst roast dinner exists. In this country, somebody took a photograph of it and went, for 12 quid, this is the biggest pile of rubbish we've ever had. I shall tell you exactly where it is. Coming up very, very shortly. It's 5:45. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's the 10th of March. It's a Thursday. And the BAFTAs are this weekend, which is quite nice. I mean, I don't know any of the nominations because I've not been out to the cinema for ages and ages. Because it's so expensive to go to the cinema now. I mean, when I used to go to the cinema, I mean, it was relatively inexpensive. But to be honest with you now, I mean, you need to take out a second mortgage, mainly because you just can't afford to do it. Very, very. My local cinema would be Richmond, where we've got a multiplex and a single cinema, and then a cinema club. So we've actually got quite a lot of cinemas. I mean, Twickenham used to have 3 cinemas. 3 cinemas in Twickenham, gradually all sort of disappeared over the years. I suppose because they were big. They were very big in those days. You know, it'd be nothing to sort of put a couple of thousand people into a cinema. I can't find this thing in the Mirror. I'm desperately trying to find this ghastly meal, which is somebody went out and they decided to have Sunday lunch, which you do. We all do it, although, frankly, for how much longer we can afford it, I've got no idea. But this is a pub, a Green King pub in Bristol. And their roast dinner, £11, well, £11.79, was branded depressive. Some say not even fit for a dog. It came out dry and overcooked. As Punter said, I've seen better in hospital. I will not have that. I've been in hospital recently, and I'm telling you, I thought the food was great. I've been in private hospital and I've been in NHS hospital, and I thought the food was great. Absolutely great. This turkey and beef duo Sunday roast was served at the Green King-owned Channings Hotel in Bristol, and it cost one unlucky diner £11.79. And for your money, the image on the menu, they said, looked great, but the food that was brought out was very disappointing. They got 3 overdone potatoes, 1 piece of cauliflower cheese, and an odd-shaped chunk of stuffing in a Yorkshire pudding, alongside overcooked meat. In fact, it doesn't even fill up the plate. 3 bits of carrot, 2 sticks of broccoli. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even know what it is. What's in the little bowl that's got the little saucepan thing? Oh, that cauliflower cheese. Okay. And there's 2 bits of, I don't know, whatever it is, it looks disgusting. Avoid like the plague. I mean, if that's the best that they can manage. I mean, why don't they make the plate smaller? Because it just looks lost. Couldn't they fill it up? Couldn't they? Seriously, put it on a saucer. A barrister who uploads to Twitter as Welsh Girl Abroad said that her student daughter was given the depressing-looking dish while out with her friends, and she shared a photo of the meal, which was met with dismay. She wrote, "So this is what Green King serves by way of an award-winning roast dinner at Channings in Bristol. Obviously not. She was with 3 friends. They didn't like to complain. They thought they'd be assumed to be students trying it on. See, that's the trouble in this country. The Americans complain at everything. How's your food? It's crap. Sorry to use that word at this time of the morning. A bit rude. But it was a case of they don't like to do it. You know, and I mean, Basil did it. Do you remember Basil Fawlty did it in Fawlty Towers? You know, the wine is corked. Oh, so you expect me to throw it away, are you? I suppose you'd like another bottle of wine. It's corked. I know, I've just removed the cork. No, it's corked. We're way too polite. You sit there complaining about substandard food, and then somebody comes over to you and they get everything all right. You go, yeah, fine, thank you. And all you do in your mind is you go, we won't come back to here again. But this time it's named and shamed the company and the place where it is. So buck your ideas up. If you charge £12 for that thing, which can't have cost you any more than £1 to put together. I mean, 3 bits of carrot, disgusting. You know, a wilted spinach or whatever it is. What was it, broccoli? I mean, seriously, it even looked limp. You know, you want something a bit substantial on your plate, don't you? And especially if it's a carvery and you've ordered a roast dinner. I used to go with my father to a carvery in a hotel in Knightsbridge, and they filled up the plate, you got your thing, and you could go back time and time again and have your plate filled up again. I mean, I didn't, because I used to feel guilty. It made it look, you know, a bit gluttonous. And so I didn't. But I mean, I was quite happy with what we actually got. But that meal just looked shoddy. That's how people should be named and shamed. Because unless you complain about something, you call somebody over and there was a scam that operated some years ago. And I always thought it was quite a clever scam because the restaurant didn't want to do anything, and they would get a letter in from a man, and he would say, "My wife and I came to your restaurant the other week, and we had a superb meal. Thank you very much indeed. We loved it. It was our wedding anniversary. Unfortunately, the waiter spilt wine down my wife's coat, and I was wondering if you see your way clear to paying the dry cleaning bill." 9 out of 10 times, the restaurant paid up without checking their books to find out whether or not this person had actually been in. And they would keep it within a thing. They'd go, it was £17.90 to get the stain removed and all the rest of it. And they operated for a number of years. Interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's quite a clever scam when you think about it, because nobody ever complains about things like that. So the waiter spent it. I mean, 28% of Brits admit they put up with situations, including queue jumpers. Somebody did it to me at the barrier the other day. I was getting off the train. I got off at Twickenham, trying to find out why Marks and Spencer's hot food in this counter not. They don't have any hot food at all. Seriously, they've got no fit. This is a little tiny Marks and Spencer's by Twickenham Station. They've got sandwiches, the usual kind of rubbish, you know, and get your cup of hot coffee here, overpriced frothy milk. And yet they've got a thing with, they used to do hot bacon sandwiches and hot sausage sandwiches. Nothing. For the past week, nothing. What are you operating for? Why don't you just close it down? Totally. Anyway, so I get to go through the barrier. I've got my card already. This young girl just barges in front of me. So, of course, I do my usual thing. Excuse me. Don't try that one again, because I trip them up. I do. I stick my foot in front of her. Get down there. So 10 things that you want to complain about, but you don't. A haircut you're unhappy with. Because what can you do? They can't stick it back on again, can they? I mean, I've got an AP at the moment. I mean, I don't think he actually goes to the barbers. I think he probably goes to the sheep shearers. And there's no point. There's no point. It's just all over the place. People who take up extra space on public transport. Somebody playing loud music, either through their phone or anything else. Smoking in a public place. I'm not so bothered about that. I'm not so prissy. Inadequate service in a shop. I do get annoyed about that. When they go, "Oh, sorry, were you waiting?" "No, dear, I was just sitting here deciding whether to shoplift." Of course I was sitting here waiting. I'm in here. I've got an item in my hands. If you can pull yourself away from your conversation. Travel delays. I don't think you can do anything about travel delays. I'm so used to it. I get to... I mean, you can complain about it. You know, at the moment, all my trains tend to be on platforms 20 to 24. They don't seem to have anything... I never complain about it, apart from on this programme. A parcel arriving late, that never bothers me. Because you weren't expecting it. It doesn't make any difference. It arrives. Being ignored by a shop assistant comes under inadequate service. You see people chatting away and you sort of stand there. You know, and then they sort of say, "Oh, can I help you?" You go, No, seriously. When you're finished, a poor meal when eating out, always complain. Always complain. And then say, "I'm going to put it up online because this is possibly been the worst service that I've ever had." But people who queue jump, you know, you're standing at the bus stop, standing there, and all of a sudden the bus arrives in, and people let's just call them tourists, think that because in other countries they don't queue. Only the Brits are stupid enough to stand there queuing for a bus. We'll just stand here and wait along. Oh, somebody's barged in front of me. That's okay. Don't worry. I always go to them. I'm an elderly person, all right? Just make them feel a bit guilty about the whole thing. It always works, actually. So here it is, the petrol in Chelsea, the very, very expensive place, 219.9. 219.9. Avoid. This is at Chelsea Cloisters. Avoid. It's too expensive. You can get it so much cheaper. KFC shutting down in Russia. The firm Yum Brands, they're also going to do Pizza Hut at all franchise-run pizza. Oh, interesting. They've closed. Oh, right. Interesting. Do you know Yum has around 1,000 branches of KFC plus Pizza Hut restaurants in Russia? You just don't imagine it, do you? But as we said yesterday, they've got 9 time zones. 9 time zones in Russia. Isn't that amazing? I never get used to things like that. I always love the idea. You get on the plane, they go, right, we're going to turn the lights down now so you can have a little sleep. I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep. We're going to just dim the lights. I don't want to sleep. I refuse to be told. They go, you just go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah, time for bed, Steve. Go on, you just pull your blind down at the window. Yeah, and then what? Then we're all going to go to sleep. And the stewardess then sort of goes out the back. She's got a fag on, you know. And then you sleep through it because you're sleeping through time zones. And then they sort of, okay, time to wake up. And immediately, because I went with one of my producers when we went to America to interview Julie Andrews. Did I mention that? And they wake you up and they go, okay, would you like toasted ham and cheese? And I said, yes, please. And so they said to my producer, toasted ham and cheese. And she went, no, thank you. I said, yes, you do. She said, no, I don't. I said, you do. I mean, she obviously didn't. She didn't tweak to it for ages. And then they give you a little tub of ice cream. And that's just what you needed. Just what you need to wake up to. You know, a toasted ham and cheese, which was very nice, which had been sitting there for about 5 hours, and a little tub of ice cream. I always ask if they've got any extra. Sorry, do you have any extra ice cream? Thank you. I'll just have a check for you. No, but we've got 6 drumsticks of KFC if you want them, seeing as now they've closed down all these places. So McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Starbucks, Mothercare, Heineken and cigarette makers Imperial Brands have halted business in Russia. Not going to be much left for them, is there, over there, really? Very shortly. Perhaps they'll have to learn to cook. Oh, wait a minute, they can't. There's no food in the supermarkets because we've banned all of the imports. Not so good, is it? Let's take a short break. I think we need one today. I'm still looking at these great pictures in the paper of Shackleton's lost ship. Clear as a bell, these pictures are. It's absolutely amazing. There's a little bit of damage, but apart from that, you can read the word endurance as clear as anything. Absolutely fantastic. News at 6 here on LBC.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Dave in Plymouth says, regarding the Endurance, I've seen Ernest Shackleton's grave on the island of South Georgia. Check out the island online. Very spectacular scenery, like the Alps sticking out of the sea. Yes, I mean, I know what he looks like because his statue is outside the Royal Geographical Society as well. And Steve, says Jane in Upshire. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? South Georgia. Oh, it's got penguins. Oh, it'll stink to high heaven. Penguins smell really badly. Well, they spend they're like pigeons. They spend all their time going to the toilet. That's all they do, yeah. And then there's loads of them on this island, which is probably great for them in the winter, because they kind of like things like that. And I'm assuming if they've got penguins there, they've got leopard seals. And if they've got leopard seals, they'll be eating penguins. But so South Georgia, so you can go there on a holiday, I suppose, if you particularly wanted to go there. Although I'm not going anywhere that's that cold. Must be absolutely freezing. How do I know they smell? Oh, it's a known fact. Penguin colonies are terrible. Terrible. And they emit all sorts of things. It's not very good at all. I had one in the studio once. I had a penguin in the studio. They brought one in. It was... What? It was a petting zoo that was operating down at the Westfield Centre. And they brought in... what did they bring in? A lemur, which was very nice, because that was like sort of a giant cotton bud with legs and eyes. And then, they're very sweet. I've got pictures of me with meerkats delving into my pockets to find out if I've got any little things for them, like mealworm. I have so. And I did have mealworm in there. They were lovely. They just come and sit on you. And I got that at London Zoo. But then I got the penguin, and it went to the toilet in the studio, as per usual. There's always one, isn't there? Always one. And, of course, everybody in the newsroom, I was downstairs in the studio here, and they're all going, oh, it's so exciting, Steve, because you've got this penguin in the studio. And I didn't touch it. I don't like touching things like that. Well, it's a penguin, isn't it? It's not used to being touched by people like me at all. I just sort of, engaged the audience in it. And then all of a sudden, people descended from the newsroom to come and look in the studio to see these, because they could only see it on the cameras. And they wanted to see what it looked like. It looked exactly the same. Didn't look any different at all, but there you go. Fine on the Tyne, not mine, not mine. Remember the song? This is a driver from the south who was fined for not paying a toll 300 miles away, even though she's never even been north of the Thames. This is a lady called Julie Barnett, who joked she'd heard of Anton Deck, but has never been anywhere near the Tyne Tunnel, despite a fine for failing to pay a £1.90 toll. OK, so, all right, so she failed to pay a £1.90 toll. The tunnel has a new cashless payment system, branded an absolute disaster. Julie from the Isle of Sheppey had to search for the tunnel. She said, I wrote to say this wasn't my car. They apologised, but I got a reminder. She wrote again, adding, next I get an enforcement notice for £176. She said it's all been quite distressing. The tunnel operator, TT2, has apologised and cancelled the fine. You know what's happened? Somebody's cloned her number plate. Because I had the police knocking on the door years and years ago, about 10 years ago, saying, did I drive I think it was something, I can't remember, it was a Fiat or something. And so I remember saying to him, do I look like the sort of person who's driving a Fiat? Yeah, I mean, the outrage, I nearly sued for compensation for distress. But it was one of those things, and I sort of pointed, and I said, that's what I drive out there. And he went, oh, right, somebody cloned my number plate. And what they do is they'll see somebody's number plate, they just put it on their own car, and they drive through, and they rack up fines and all the rest of it. And it's like, remember I used to have an electric scooter, which was lovely, very nice, cost £3,500. Because one of the buildings we were in had no parking. I had to get backwards and forwards. So I bought this scooter, worst experience of my entire life. But anyway, eventually somebody pinched it. And luckily, I'd reported it to the police. So I got a crime number. Had I not reported it, I'd have been liable for every fine that it racked up. And it racked up £10,000 worth of fines. Because what had happened was the people who nicked it worked for a pizza delivery place. And they were using it for delivering pizzas and parking it on a private estate at night time after they'd finished. And, of course, it was getting parking tickets all the time. So they wrote to me and said, you've got £6,000 worth of parking tickets. And it went up to £10,000. But luckily, because I had the crime number, I didn't have to pay anything. I mean, there are complaints about the Wild West trade in cloned registration plates. 1,105 motorists contacted the DVLA in March of this year to object their vehicle had been wrongly linked to offences. Almost twice as many cases as the ones in April 2019, 656. Because it's easy, you just go to one of these unscrupulous places. Normally you've got to take the documents in to get a number plate made, but you can make them up yourself. Not so difficult. Yeah, you can buy a kit for doing number plates. And Steve, says Jane in Upshire, says, your history of London is very interesting. I'd like to go on a guided tour with you, leading the way. Oh, there's far better people than me, Jane. Oh, my goodness me. There really is. Speaking of laundrettes, do you remember the film My Beautiful Laundrette? Made quite an impression on me. Yes, I remember it very well indeed. And somebody says, Steve, I always use my rotary line, cheaper than the tumble dryer. Oh, and Jenny in Edgware says, always hang my washing out in the good weather. Nothing better. Well, there you go. You're probably right, actually. And when I got married, my mum told me to always have a little separate spin dryer as well as a washing machine. That way you could still manage when your washing machine broke down. Still have one, though not the original one. I know, do you see these people in the papers every Christmas? You get somebody who's had a Christmas tree for the last 100 years or something. And you look at this spindly little thing, or they've had Christmas lights for like 80 years, which is interesting. Steve, is the cinema in Richmond the Richmond Theatre? No, that's the theatre. Which was, actually they used it in another thing the other day. There was another film I saw, and again, they were using the outside of the Richmond Theatre. No, the Richmond Theatre is a theatre. It was never a cinema. It was Frank Mansion. What's it like inside? Well, you just go online. Just type in Richmond Theatre interior, and it'll show you what it looks like. It's very nice. It's a bit sort of zhuzhy. And they used it. It was the exterior shot for the Craze film. And because they used it as their club, but only the outside, the inside was used in the studio. Catherine says, many years ago I had an awful haircut. I looked like Rod Stewart gone wrong. The hairdresser got all the other ones there to coo about my hair, saying how wonderful it looked. I wouldn't go on the bus. I was so embarrassed and walked for an hour to get home. I was just checking with our AP. And I've reminded him he needs a haircut, apparently. So I said, how much do you pay for that? Mop on a stick, and he pays apparently £30. He never washes his hair, never uses shampoo, which I've never heard of it. I've never heard of anyway. And then he had the audacity to say to me, do you use shampoo if you're bald? Excuse me, I see a full head of hair here. I don't know what you're looking at. It's certainly not what I'm looking at. Do I use shampoo? Honestly, almost basically insinuating that because I've got no hair, it's a bit pointless. Yeah, don't worry. You wait till yours drops out. I shall be there to celebrate. Whoopee! Come on, Elliot. Go on, lose your hair. I've just witnessed a police raid in Uxbridge. The things you see early in the morning, says Lewis. Yeah. Have you seen Jules' London walking tours on YouTube? I have not. I'm sure I shall get round to it. Obviously, Katie Price is off on holiday again. Here's... this is Jolly... Marvellous Mile End and Bow London walking tour. They do quite a few of these things, don't they, online? And how many people are watching? Only 111,000. Oh dear. I mean, well, the idea's there. But, if you live in an area, why not learn about it? And then sort of take people up and down the road and point out the things they don't know. And say, where do you think that is? Where do you think this is? And people go, oh, right. Can we go and have a look? Yeah, I mean, I've learned loads of different places, like where the smallest police station is in London and all these kind of things. Trafalgar Square. It's built into one of the college. You've got the four bits at each corner, and then if you look at it straight on, it's in the right-hand corner. It's a little police station. It's got a blue flashing light on its roof, and it's got a telephone in there. Hello? Help. Kind of works. Steve, my husband adopted the penguins for me at London Zoo as a birthday present. I got to go behind the scenes and feed the sick ones. You're right, they do smell, but they're cute, says Sarah. They are cute, but when you get them en masse, when there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. So Katie Price has had another boob job. It's quite clearly a sickness. It must be. You don't need to have another boob job. This is her 14th. Her family are horrified. And... her mum, Amy, previously told the fears that Katie has body dysmorphia. This is her mother who's terminally ill. And, I thought we were waiting for the wedding. So, she's been completely unrecognised, but she's had all this cosmetic surgery. The trouble is she thinks it's an improvement. It's absolutely not an improvement. And, last year she visited somebody for a Channel 4 show to investigate the rise in young people seeking cosmetic surgery. He said, if you came to me now, he said, I would not do surgery. The risk of repeated Botox and fillers is you age faster. Well, she's definitely aging faster. Definitely aging. I mean, you don't want to do it. She's 43 now, but she's on holiday in Thailand. Again. Owes all this money and just decides to go on holiday and have another boob job. Ridiculous. Linda Robson, talking about her alcohol and OCD hell. And, I remember the early days because they kind of grew up together. I think they both went to Anna Scher's school, and Leslie Joseph and everybody else. She's with her husband Mark, been together for quite some time. Her son is a musician. He's called Louis. She's got a daughter as well, and then she returned to Loose Women. People like her. And I love Pauline Quirk. She did a great police kind of series. She was a detective, I think, or something like that. I liked it, actually. It was very good indeed. But they've been on television since they were little children. 6:15. Let's get those LBC News headlines for you this morning with Simon Conway.
Russia has been accused of committing a war crime by bombing a children's and maternity hospital in Ukraine. The US has warned Russian forces could be preparing to use chemical weapons in the conflict. And the former Prime Minister David Cameron has told LBC the government needs to make the visa system easier for Ukrainian refugees. LBC weather, patchy light rain will slowly clear, mild in the east with sunny spells, a high of 14 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, following the barbaric bombing of a Ukrainian hospital, Nick will be examining at what point the UK will be morally compelled to get involved in the conflict in Ukraine with the former Defence Secretary Lord Hutton. He'll also be joined by the former Labour leader Ed Miliband to assess the support being offered to your family as energy prices soar, plus an unmissable interview with the exiled Russian oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 o'clock here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, weekday mornings from 7. LBC.
Nice to have you company. I trust you are well this morning. The first person to have a pig transplant, as far as I know, in America has died. Pig heart transplant, yeah. He said, what did I say? He had a pig transplant. Well, to be honest with you, he might as well, because he only lasted 2 months after he had this thing. David Bennett died in the same hospital where he had the operation. They're not sure if his body rejected it. And then it turns out, after they'd given him the operation, he had a criminal record. He stabbed a man in a fit of jealousy 34 years ago. The victim was left paralysed and spent 2 decades in a wheelchair. He died aged 40. So I'm afraid I have very little sympathy for Mr. Bennett. Thank you very much indeed. But had they not done this before? Had they not transplanted pigs' hearts into people before? I don't know. But they said that he showed no signs of rejecting the organ. But then he did, and then it started going downhill quite quickly. And mainly said they'd said to him, we can't give you a human heart, you don't qualify, but maybe we can use one from a pig. It's been done before. It's never been done before, but I think we can do it. And so they did, but he lasted 2 months on it. Now, whether or not, I'm assuming a pig's heart must be fairly similar to ours, because otherwise how else is the blooming thing? But they're going to try and work out exactly why he died. It was only several days ago. He had this groundbreaking 9-hour operation in January. Do you know how many of these they do a year now? 40,000 heart transplants in a year. 40,000. I can remember when it started with Christian Barnard and people who survived, and the longer they got better and better at it every time. It was just absolutely unbelievable, groundbreaking surgery. Aldi have stopped selling disposable barbecues. Apparently, in an attempt to protect forests and wildlife, they reckon by stopping selling them, it'll lead to a 35-tonne reduction in single-use waste packaging. I like the throwaway barbecues. Is that... they throw away everything. You light it. It's got a paper bag inside with all the right things. You light it, you cook it, and when it's cooled down and it's gone cold, you throw it away. Seems perfectly normal to me. The Co-op, that's what's going. Oh, is it? Oh, right. The Co-op last year stopped selling disposable barbecues in or near national parks. God, very shortly we won't be having barbecues anymore. Mind you, I don't think we ever get the weather, do we? I love it, though. In London, you get all these cafes, and you get people sitting outside there under heaters because we've got this insatiable urge to sit outside and eat food. A very rare Harry Potter first edition, bought for £12.99, sold for 70,000 quid. 70,000 quid. The good-as-new hardback copy of The Philosopher's Stone was bought in 1997. It's one of only 500 printed. The man who bought it, a retired paper merchant, almost returned it as it didn't have a dust jacket. However, the first few were issued without them. The book sold yesterday at Hanson's Auctioneers in Derbyshire. £69,000 for a book. If only. A friend of mine used to be a theatre critic, and he used to buy first edition books, and when he sold them for £1 million. He'd made £1 million out of buying first editions, which was very good. What else have we got? Lily James can't let go of Pamela Anderson, or so it seems, as her accent has morphed into the American stars by mistake. Amy Schumer has revealed she's not going to pull any punches when she hosts this year's Oscars, alongside Wanda Sykes and Regina Hall. The comedian said of her upcoming stint at Hollywood's most famous ceremony, Wanda and Regina are hilarious and we're having a blast preparing. It's funny, actually. Everybody else has managed to do it by themselves. They have to use 3 people to do it. I liked all the people doing the Oscars. And the Duchess of Cornwall came face to face with her doppelganger this week, Emerald Fennell, who plays her in The Crown. It must be really bizarre, but they've got lots of people who met people. Yeah, that's Camilla. Yeah, the Duchess of Cornwall coming face to face with the woman who plays her in The Crown. Eddie Redmayne played Stephen Hawking. He was very good at Stephen Hawking, very good. And so they've got pictures of all these different people, including Michael Sheen and Chris Tarrant. Michael Sheen dressed up, and did he? And I love it. Is it Rob Brydon who does that very good impression of Ronnie Corbett? So funny, so funny. He can't resist doing it, and I can't resist laughing every time he does it, because I think it's brilliant. A woman has lost a legal battle, a bitter legal battle. It's always bitter, isn't there, when there's money. This was with her brother over their property tycoon dad's £100 million estate. She's now because she's lost this bitter legal battle, she's got to pay £2 million in legal fees. Louise Reeves fought Bill Reeves in court after their dad Kevin died, leaving her 80% of his £100 million cash and property empire. In a previous will, Kevin left Bill a share worth about £27 million, but his final will in 2014 left his son only with a collection of personal possessions worth about £200,000. But anyway, the High Court judge, Mr. Justice Michael Green, last month ruled that the 2014 will was invalid since Louise had not proved illiterate Kevin approved of its contents. Bill's barrister, Constance MacDonald QC, argued that Louise should pay her brother's legal costs as she'd been calculated in her orchestration of the will. So she loses. She loses. But he'd amassed a lot of money. He'd amassed a lot of money, this man. But it only goes to prove money, even between brother and sister, it gets messy. Scarlett Moffat says her biggest regret is not smiling in any photos with her late gran. The ex-Gogglebox person smashed her front teeth in a bike accident when she was 11. Then she developed Bell's palsy. She says, for many years I daren't get in photos. I hated the way I looked. Well, I do too, but I still put myself forward. Always. Definitely. And what else do we have? Oh, yes, Jimmy Carr's been offered a new show. Even after his vile Holocaust gag, which sparked fury, Channel 4 have given him an 8-episode series, and they have said they defended Carr's right to tell offensive jokes. Channel 4 chief Ian Katz said, I defend the rights of comedians to make offensive jokes, and if they can't, then comedy is dead. So there you go. So you can do it, and it's okay. He has not espoused any views that are at odds with Channel 4 values. Well, there you go. But Mr. Katz said he did a brilliant job of hosting the first run of I Literally Just Told You, as well as 8 out of 10 Katz Does Countdown. I Literally Just Told You, created by Richard Bacon, will include 2 celebrity specials. Oh, God, it'll be the same old people, won't it? It's Channel 4, anything where they go celebrity specials, they'll drag out the brain-dead comedians who go, oh, look, Rob Beckett again. There's an excitement, isn't there? Now they sort of shovel these people out. I have to sit there trying to work out, who they are half the time. They go, it's a celebrity version. And I go, who are they? Never got any idea. Steve, I know you like a good film. Can I recommend The Duke? Jim Broadbent and Helen Mirren are fabulous. A Brit film at its very best. Apparently, I compare your programme, says Steph in Malvern, to the Ravens at the Tower of London. If it goes, it'll be the end of civilization. Well, don't worry. The contract runs for a while yet. Morning, Steve. In London centuries ago, leadership of the city was symbolised by possession of the Stone of London. It was like the crown jewels of its day. It's now in the wall of the Bank of China in Cannon Street behind a glass window. Gives me goosebumps, says Mike. I love stuff like that. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fantastic. I mean, doesn't it? If it's behind a piece of glass, I'm all in favour. I was trying to explain to the producer the other day ago who Jeremy Bentham was. He didn't know who Jeremy Bentham was. Oh, there it is, the London Stone. Look at that, honestly. Could be anything, couldn't it, really? First recorded in the year 1100. It's an irregular block of oolitic limestone. It measures 53 by 43 by 30 centimetres. And it had stood there at 111 Cannon Street in the City of London for ages. First recorded as, say, 1100. The date and original purpose are unknown, although it's possibly of Roman origin. Probably human sacrifice. It looks rubbish, doesn't it? Actually, I don't know why they bother putting back. Who's going to nick that? Who's going to nick it? Nobody. But the modern claims it was formerly an object of veneration or has some occult significance, unsubstantiated. Could be anything. Could be an altar where they did sort of, human sacrifices to sort of one of their Roman gods. But, no, it didn't look that exciting at all. What about getting goosebumps? I certainly wouldn't be getting goosebumps over something like that. Let's take the news, shall we? 6:30, the latest LBC News headlines. Simon Conway.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats. So you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. We're still smarting over this, the Stone of London. It's very disappointing, but they say it could be Roman, so I have to take it on the chin of that. And Virginia Blackburn, writing in the Express today, says, I could never understand why Elizabeth Hurley seemed to favour the somewhat Neanderthal Shane Warne over her sophisticated ex-husband Arun Nayar. But the cricketer must have something going for him, given that both Liz and her son have been fulsome in their praise. So is his ex-wife, Simone Callaghan. But even so, suggestions he's to be given a state funeral seem a little OTT. It would be like awarding Baron Botham, Ian, as was, something on a par with Winston Churchill. Ain't no spinning gonna justify that one, she says. And the reptilian London mayor, writes Virginia Blackburn, Sadiq Khan, has just announced that City Hall staff will be allowed to take menopause leave. What patronising, fatuous rubbish. Women are not delicate little flowers who need to be protected from the big bad world, and any woman stupid enough to take advantage of this deserves the career collapse that will almost certainly follow. Nobody likes the mayor, do they? They really don't. He's obviously in it for his own good. A former Treasury Minister who resigned in anger over the handling of the fraudulent COVID loans says it was happy days if you were a crook at the start of the pandemic. Yeah, they've had to write off £4.3 billion worth of fraud. It was so easy to get money, and they were so stupid that they didn't realise. The NHS are urging people to consider a living kidney donation after transplants fell by a third during the pandemic. Alicia Gokani from Kent was given one by her mum, but her body rejected it. She now needs another and says living donations is something that shouldn't be taken lightly. I'm kindly asking people to read more about organ donations. I shall let people have anything they want. After I've gone, they can take anything. I'm not particularly, well, I mean, not everything. Well, I don't mind. It depends what's going to be of use to them. I suppose if you're sort of young and you die, then, you know, you've got You've got loads of use left in bits of your body. But when you get to my age, I mean, most of it's falling apart. You know, I look in the mirror, another bit drops off, and you think, oh, goodness sake, honestly, it gets worse and worse. But I don't mind them taking bits. I mean, it's no use to me. You know, I'll just be sitting on my cloud. I'll be the only one sitting on the cloud with bits missing. I can just imagine Gabriel coming up to me, well, what are you doing here, Steve? I go, listen, I donated. I don't mind doing it, but really, I look a bit ridiculous. Louise Minchin's daughter has told how a stalking ordeal left her and her TV presenter mum traumatised. So there's a programme tonight at 8:30. I can't remember what it's called, but it's basically her talking about, oh, that's right, the truth about stalking. She said, to say I was frightened doesn't touch the surface. You don't know if that person standing next to you is them. You're on this high state of alert because you don't, because people hide behind things, don't they now? People hide behind. Steve, there's been an accident, says Kevin the Milkman, at the junction of Hackney Road and Queensbridge Road. This is here in London. Traffic is backed up to beyond Cambridge Heath Road. Best avoid the area. Long tailbacks. There you go. On the money this morning. We're getting it all, I tell you. Good old Kevin, honestly. Bless his heart. Steve, I have to agree with you about the Home Secretary. She needs to stop saying, we will do this, and then do nothing about it, as this seems to be the norm with her, says Paul. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, she hasn't achieved anything. So far, it's been a load of, we will do this, we're going to be doing that, we can't do this, we can't do that. And they were asking in the Commons yesterday at Prime Minister's Question Time, you know, can you not fast-track these people through? Why can they not be fast-tracked through? They're coming from a war-torn country. Goodness sake, I mean, pull your finger out, for God's sake. The double winners, they scooped £1 million, and they felt like double winners because they used some of it to help both their daughters have children through IVF. And so Leanne, Kobe, Mark, Ruth, Brogan and Natalie are all very happy. They won £1 million on the lottery. I'm so happy for them. I couldn't be happier. No, it's always nice, isn't it? Always nice. I was going to say, I don't know, somebody said to me, if you won 65 million on the lottery, that's too much. I said, no, it can never be too much because you can do so much good with it. I'd like to be a benefactor to sort of people less sort of well off. That's what I'd like to do. You know, this bloke here who's given 2.5 million and they've planted a few blooming daffodils seems a bit stupid. You know, I'd just be a good philanthropist. I'd be sort of helping out people, helping them achieve their objectives. Because everybody needs that. I remember years and years ago asking somebody who I didn't know that well, but I knew them well enough to ask. I needed money. I literally was broke. I didn't have any income coming in. And I asked this person to lend me £100. And I thought he'd just said, yeah, of course. And he said, well, we'll have to get something drawn up with a solicitor. I thought, what, for £100? And so, I can't tell you, O'Brien. Joking. And his neck. And I remember thinking, and then he said, well, shall I draw something? I said, no, don't worry. And I muddled my way through it. But I remember thinking, God, blimey, a legal document to borrow £100, which I would have paid back. Well, it was sort of a friend, but not anymore. They're dead. And, no point in asking them anymore. What else have we got in the papers today? Could you change your life in 5 minutes a day? And the answer is you can, apparently. Going on a swing is fairly good. You know, wee, backwards and forwards. You can do gardening. You can mend things. You can do repetitive tasks, which give your mind a break, like crocheting, knitting, or even dusting. Oh, God, how boring. How dull. You can make a call. Speaking rather than texting is more personal. I spend more and more time doing texting. Even to my brother, I'll do a text. It's, just as sort of easy to do something like that. I mean, nobody calls anymore, do they? You don't sort of speak to people. Hello, it's your brother. Who's that? Hello? Nobody calls. We do it on text. I mean, you watch people sometimes on the train. They're so fast. I mean, I must have exceptionally fat fingers, but I don't think I have. Because when you sort of do something, sometimes I push the wrong letter. And it comes up with predictive text, I mean, the like of which you've never seen before. Absolutely ridiculous. Steve, well, I made it up and out of bed and now driving to work. Still listening and still loving the show. I'm glad there's a little light-hearted humour to keep me going, says Emma in Kent. I think everybody needs a little bit of light-hearted humour at times. Just when you think things are getting you down so badly, you think we need, that little bit of light relief to make us feel that, we might eventually get through all of this. They're saying petrol topping £2 a litre. In one garage in London, it's already reached it and gone beyond. And you just need to shop around. I've discovered, actually, with my petrol, you can't sort of go by what signs they've got outside the garage, because it never applies to me. It never applies to me because I'm on the expensive petrol. I don't know, perhaps I shouldn't change the car. But I want to change the car. I feel like a change of colour. I don't know why. You get to that sort of gold. I'll go and get it wrapped by one of these companies that do the wrap. I can be, an influencer. An influencer for the over 70s. That'd be good. But, no, I quite like the colour of this new one. But I also quite fancy the idea of television on the back seats. I mean, it's a 24-inch, but I mean, we can get it in there. It's okay, just, go down at night and watch the television in the back of the car. I did have a car once that sort of played DVDs. And what a bit ridiculous, because if you sit in the front of the car, you can't see them. And I bought all these, Roadrunner DVDs and Tom and Jerry and stuff like that. Honestly, what a life. Showbiz rock and roll, Tom and Jerry DVDs. And then I was talking about Petula Clark the other day because she's playing the Bird Woman in Mary Poppins at the Prince Edward Theatre. And I've now got to go out because I can't find it, my Petula Clark's greatest hits. Because I got some clips up on YouTube yesterday and I thought it was so good. And she's getting on a bit. We won't have her forever, but I was determined to sort of enjoy a bit of it. So today I'm going to be ordering, in between doing all my other little bits and pieces, Petula Clark's greatest hits. What are they saying now? Britain planning to send Ukraine the fastest surface-to-air missiles in the world. They travel at 3 times the speed of sound. Each one splits into 3 darts to puncture armour before the warheads detonate. They're made in Belfast. And unbelievable, actually. These are high-velocity portable missiles. And they'll be using them to shoot down Russian military aircraft. I don't think we should get involved. Really don't think we should get involved. And 4 kids pictured in the paper today. The pictures of these children, they're very resilient. These ones were wrapped against the cold in a single blanket as they neared their journey's end. They were pictured at Lviv station, West Ukraine. They had fled their homes in the war-torn country. They're going to board another train to cross into Poland, where 1.3 million refugees have already gone. Wonder how many we'll be looking after. Mr. Neil says, I'm very surprised you didn't pick up a penguin. I wish I had, actually. He had his Mercedes number plate cloned, speeding and parking fines, had to take the car to DVLA in Chelmsford to get the car verified. It's frightening, isn't it? It's such an easy thing to do.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Who's this bloke on the television who buys military equipment? He buys tanks, he buys... I'm fascinated by this programme. He seems to have limitless money. He goes round, he goes to France, he goes just about everywhere, really, and he buys up memorabilia from the war, certain tanks, certain military uniforms. The other thing he was buying the other day was a little syringe of cyanide, which was untouched, and it was, I think, 150 quid, so whatever it was. He goes and buys this stuff, and he goes to these military fairs. This is the bloke who bought, that's it, combat dealers. He's a bit of a Jack the Lad. He talks like that. And he goes round, he goes, Bruce Compton. It's the most fascinating programme. He was the one who bought, I think he bought it because I can't remember, Glenn Miller's uniform. It came up. One of his regular people who sells him stuff says, I've got this uniform. It's Glenn Miller's uniform. And I think he bought it because he had to have it. But he buys everything. He buys tanks and he buys jeeps. And he buys everything. And I don't know whether or not they rent it out to film companies or whether or not he's just a serious collector. And presumably you buy this sort of stuff. They took him up in an aeroplane a short while ago, and his daughter as well. And I'm sort of fascinated by it. And he'll stand there and he'll go, how much do you want for this? And the bloke will go, well, it's this so-and-so. I was looking for $3,000. And he goes, I can't do $3,000, mate. He's like a market trader. Seriously, I can't do $3,000. And I don't know how you get into that line of stuff. I mean, I've been to the Imperial War Museum. I have said in the past it's one of the best museums I've ever been to because it doesn't celebrate war, but it shows you the effects of it. And it's got all the things in there that you wouldn't normally expect to see. And it's great. It's built on the site of the loosely termed lunatic asylum, Bedlam, from years ago, which was the Victorians' Day Out. But it's a fascinating museum, absolutely fascinating. Graham says, good show in these uncertain times. We'll continue listening. Thank you. And Steve, shame it's the end of your programme already. Have a nice day, says Christina. Bacon sandwiches? I shouldn't think so. Though I can't find bacon sandwiches. Well, certainly not bacon sandwiches. I could bacon roll I want. I mean, I don't ask for a lot in life, really, I don't. So the Kit Kat fans, I don't know what was gone wrong here, but customers across the globe have found themselves chomping on just solid chocolate. The problem is not just confined to the classic four-finger pack. The chunky white chocolate and flavoured versions have also been lacking the crisp biscuit. So people have been given some refunds. Nikki, who was one of them, says, I expect to have a wafer, so I threw them in the bin. Bit dramatic, really. And anyway, they got £3 via PayPal. And so somebody complained as well. Yvonne from Inverness said on social media she was gutted. She had no wafer in her orange Kit Kat bar. These people get very upset. She's okay now. She's coping. Bronwyn Oppenshaw from Sydney said her Kit Kat Chunky was solid chocolate and added, I actually quite upset. It doesn't taste nice without the wafer. It's only a chocolate bar. You know, Kit Kat replied to some customers saying, that's not the break you were hoping for. Ha, 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 ha. Nestle was approached for comment. I wonder how that happened, because it's all done on a machine, so I'm assuming it's sort of big sheets of it, then it goes through. I've seen them make... Oh, bless you. Little cough there. Oh, dear. Hope nothing trivial. And COVID. I sneezed in the car again this morning. I felt really embarrassed, actually. Luckily I had my mask on, but all of a sudden I felt it coming on, and I'm going to sneeze any minute now. You could see the drivers visibly wince, you know, thinking, oh, God, what have we got here? Duke and Duchess of Cambridge flagged their support for Ukraine, wearing these yellow and blue heart badges. I've seen people in the comments, Prime Minister's Question Time, they're wearing ribbons. And I don't know where you get those from. I don't know where you get them from. but I'm sure we will find them. Kate and Wills looked emotional as helpers described how every day they dispatched 2 lorries filled with clothes and medicines to help their stricken countrymen. It's amazing how we all pull together. It's amazing how the country pulls together. It makes you feel quite proud, actually. Makes you feel quite proud that people are doing their bit because they're feeling something for people in another country. People you don't know. People you've got no idea. You just know that you've looked at the pictures. Amanda Holden's done a piece as well in the paper because she's done a podcast, I believe. And you can also donate to the Sun's Ukraine Fund. And I think she spoke, Amanda, on her programme on Heart Breakfast, to a mum who is living in a car park. And they've turned it into a podcast so that people can hear, because they haven't got anything. They've got absolutely nothing at all. And you think it doesn't cost much to give a little bit. You know, if every single person in the country gave £1, I mean, people don't. People are giving much, much more than that. But if everybody gave £1, we'd raise a lot of money very, very quickly. And there's a little girl here called Alice Polinska. And she had some very risky surgery. She defied the odds 3 months on from breaking her neck in a car smash. And she's from Cwmbran. You'll see the picture, you'll go, is she from Ukraine? No, she's not. She's from Cwmbran. And her mum, Magda, said it's been the worst 3 months of our lives, but there have been so many miracles too, which is absolutely amazing. And more people passed their driving test in rush hour and on a Monday. God, it seems ages ago since I took my driving test. I failed it first time. It was ages ago when I took it. I think in my day you were driving at 17. And I remember thinking, I couldn't wait to drive. I absolutely love driving. Whereas, strangely enough, I'm a very bad passenger. I get car sickness if I'm a passenger. And the worst thing was if my dad said, if we were driving, OK, right, do you want to do map reading, Stephen? No, I don't want to do map reading. I couldn't do it. I used to feel quite ill. Mind you, I felt quite ill at the beginning of the programme this morning. And all I hadn't done anything unusual. I'd eaten some smoked salmon with some lemon juice on it. Now, I don't know whether or not the lemon juice then reacted with sort of acid in the stomach, but whatever it was, I mean, I've had lemon juice before. Perhaps I put on too much. Whatever it was, it had a very quick reaction. I thought, I'm not feeling very good. And I became very acidic. So, I mean, lucky, Lottie Morley managed to get me some water. I'll get you some water. I said, well, just bearing in mind, I might be ill in a minute. Big fright. Snake seen in City Park. They think this is a royal python, so it might be somebody who's had one, and then they just go and dump it out. A little bit worrying. There's one man with his kiddies on the thing. I don't think we'll be staying in this park any longer. So Lottie Moss, sister of supermodel Kate, removed from Storm's website, that's the modelling agency, after her stint in rehab. She revealed last month she'd checked into treatment centre saying she had a problem with drugs. She also risked a row with the agency for posting naked photos on subscription site OnlyFans. And she said she was earning $70,000 a year from the platform and had slowed down her work with Storm to focus on it. And anyway, they've removed her from Storm. They've erased anything that ever featured her at all. And where she goes from here is that these people sort of do things and they fall foul of the companies who employ them and help them earn money. It's like John Bercow. Where he goes from now, God alone knows. Nobody's going to touch him, are they, with a barge pole? He can't get back into the House of Commons. He could go as a guest, but I don't think anybody would be inviting him back in any time now. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, the 11th of March. We bounce our way through because it's the weekend. But the good news is, or might not be for somebody, but I'm here tomorrow morning as well, between 4 and 7. So that's quite nice, isn't it? They sort of sent me a text yesterday, and they said, please, pretty please. And I said, well, grease my palm with money, and I shall be there. So I'm in tomorrow morning between 4 and 7. So I'm assuming Ian's going to get sort of a day off just to recharge the batteries. And he's on in the afternoon. Oh, right. Oh, God, honestly. It's all over the place. But, so I'll be with you tomorrow morning as well, between 4 and 7. It'll be the first time I don't think I've ever done a Saturday. I normally did the Sunday. So it'll be the first time I've actually got sort of a free set of Saturday papers. They'll be full of the same things. It'll be Abramovich's billions frozen at last. 4 million fleeing Ukraine. They said it's the biggest mass exodus that we've had in donkey's years. The sickening secrets of the Jeremy Kyle show, and about another 11 people have come out, and they've made this programme about what went on behind the scenes. Now, it was axed because a gentleman took his life who'd featured on the programme, and there are other people as well, other names which have come forward with people saying, you know, they were embarrassed by it, or they were given this or given that, and then told it was going to be this, and it wasn't, it was something else. And all the papers have mentioned it, surprisingly, except The Sun. The Sun haven't mentioned the Jeremy Kyle debacle at all, and it's a big ITV show. They're actually running, I think it's running over 2 nights. And I was going through the paper earlier on, see if I could actually sort of find where they'd mentioned it, you know, even if it was just a little tiny bit. But they don't seem to have mentioned it. I wonder why that is. I couldn't quite work that out. Every other newspaper's running. Normally the sort of thing that the Sun would be loving. They'd love a show like that, wouldn't they? They'd love a story about it. But for some reason, it doesn't appear to be in here, and I have looked. Dean Gaffney has grown close to a glamorous blonde. He would look grubby to me. I remember seeing him at a showbiz party some years ago. He looked like he needed a good wash. And he's 44 now, and he's dating. She's Model, of course, she'd have to be. Valeria, she's 25, and that's all you can say about her. She's blonde. Well, this week she's blonde. I mean, next week she could be any colour, I should imagine. And he has lied, because he said he wasn't going to date young girls anymore, and he had a string of affairs. I mean, to be honest with you, I think one of the girls, in fact quite a few of the girls, said hardly worth bothering with, really. It's, you know, not really impressive, which is a little bit embarrassing, isn't it? Also, Shane's body has come home. This is Shane Warne's body, flown home to Australia. Do you know, they were filming it. His ex, Simone, was filming it coming back, because we don't take photographs of things like that at funerals, or of, you know, sort of somebody's body. We just don't do it. It's not done in other cultures. It's done, but for some reason, not us. I noticed a former Radio 1 DJ has been jailed for arranging sex with children. This is Mark Page. Now, you'd have to be a certain age to remember. He did the Weekend Breakfast Show. He covered for a few other people as well. I think the line was, me, Mark Page. He was a match announcer at Middlesbrough for 20 years. He'd had his computer gear seized by police after Facebook raised concerns about his messages. Some of his victims were as young as 12, so they've given him 12 years. I don't think it's linked into that. But he's totally unrecognisable as the me, Mark Page. But it was back in the 80s that he was actually on. There's also a tequila-loving grandmother. She loves pizza as well. She celebrated turning 102, and she says the key to longevity is to live one day at a time, because tomorrow is never promised, and she has tequila shots. She likes to down Jaeger bombs and eats Domino's pizza, Greg's sausage rolls and cream cakes. It's not unsimilar to my diet. She lives in a care home. That's the only thing that's different in Bromsgrove. Odd, isn't it, really? Very odd. And the revellers in all the papers today who are snapping up chunks of sticky carpet for Britain's oldest nightclub. People are paying between 5 and 50 quid for the spot where they had their first kiss or dance. It's called the Acapulco. And they used to use it for the Hitman and Her, which was Michaela Strachan and Pete Waterman, which I used to love, actually. But it's famous for 3 things: being really old, selling drinks for 75p, and the carpets. But when I worked in nightclubs, it was carpets as well. In Halifax, it was, yeah. Is it closed now, then? It's how odd, you know, wonder why we fell out of love. So they're going to raise money for charity. Sticky carpets. Oh, they used to be awful in our place, because people had spilled drinks on them and everything else, and it just didn't work. It just didn't work. It just looked grubby. Yeah, it does look horrible, doesn't it? But, I mean, you would sort of go into the club. It would be the place. I mean, bearing in mind, it's probably been closed for a number of years. And he said the sales went live at 2:30 on the Wednesday. By 4:30, they'd sold over 100 pieces. Wow. And they're giving the money to Street Angels. I don't know what Street Angels are. What are Street Angels? Homeless charity, right. And so the three generations of a family had links to the club, which opened in 1961, and they started the fundraiser. The carpet was hilarious, but then most carpets in nightclubs, people used to think it was quite flash. carpets in a nightclub. It's very odd, isn't it? The Sun not running that story on Jeremy Kyle. I've been through it again whilst I was talking to you then. I was flipping through, trying to find it. I wonder why they haven't mentioned it. Oh, wait a minute, I've just remembered. Mr. Kyle, of course, has a radio show, doesn't he? On a station which I believe is owned by the Sun. It's part of that same group. That's why they wouldn't be mentioning what a disgusting programme it was on the television. Honestly, there's always an answer to something. And yet they have got a 2-page spread on Joe Wicks, talking about how he coped during the pandemic. And I thought, who cares? Everybody was in exactly the same boat, and then it turns out he's got a book out. Honestly, I'm getting more naive by the day. Which book did Sarah Ferguson choose to read for Story Time with Fergie? I'll have to tell you about that one a little bit later on, because you won't believe it. And Tom Hanks is playing Geppetto. This is the man who looked after the little boy Pinocchio, whose nose grew. And I can't work out. It's not a cartoon, is it? A live action kind of thing. Oh, that'll be nice. Very nice. Back to Crufts again. It looks good. He's very good, Tom Hanks. He's very good. He had COVID. He's had it. It's laid him quite low. And so they've got the puppet. I remember there was a song actually about Pinocchio. I got no strings to hold me down, 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 down. Actually, talking to things that you find on the internet, you'll laugh at this one. I was going through and I typed in Eurovision, and up came Verka Serducha from the Ukraine. From Ukraine. She was Ukraine's entry with a song called Lasha Tumbai. And you have to watch it because she's a drag queen in Ukraine. Not probably at the moment, I shouldn't think, but was dressed all in Bako foil. In Bako foil. You have to watch it on YouTube. It's the funniest thing. Eine kleine Einstein 3. And he sort of minces up and down the stage, and he's got these 2 camp dancers with him, a little man playing a squeeze box. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. But it dates back to 2007. I mean, it really is. How the Eurovision was absolutely amazing. But I think he's a cult figure over there. It does look like Reg Holdsworth. And the dancers are with him. And then the 2 dancers at the back and a bloke singing with him. And put it this way, it was when Eurovision was fun. And then it didn't become fun, and it sort of became very political. We didn't vote for Germany, they didn't vote for us. Then Russia came in, and all the little countries I go, oh, we're so frightened. And so it went on. Steve, I'm not one to complain, but when did Gatwick start charging for passenger drop-offs? Oh, a little while ago. It was Heathrow. Yeah, they started it. Yesterday morning, I took my dad to Gatwick, which cost twice as much in fuel. I stopped for just over a minute at the drop-off point. I didn't get out of the car, and it cost £5. Yes. That's what they're doing now. They are charging people. That's how they make their money, because they've lost so much money, since the pandemic, that they charge to drop off. That's why it's even worse. I mean, it's £5 for 10 minutes. But I mean, how long does it take to throw your granny out the back of the car and throw the suitcases on the pavement? It's £1 for each additional minute, up to 20 minutes, and the maximum charge of £25, and the maximum length of stay is 30 minutes. But I mean, 30, what in God's name are you doing for 30 minutes? Get them out the car. It's going to cost you £5. It's 10 minutes. Out the car. We said, just get out of the car. Shall we send you a postcard from it? Get out! What does it take to get you out the car, for goodness sake, honestly? Yeah, it's cost me £8. Get out. Did we bring the children's phones up? Get out! Honestly, charging. But everything's charging. I went to get my hair cut yesterday, and it's gone up. It's now £11. Although Elliot pays £30. Can't imagine why. I don't know what's different with his hair as opposed to my hair. But he doesn't use shampoo. All he does is he sort of washes it in the shower, and then he goes to bed with it wet, and he wakes up in the morning and it's all over the place, and that's his look. He doesn't put product on. He doesn't do anything like that at all. I can remember, there's a woman who gets on the train around my neck of the woods, and she obviously washes her hair. It's a perm. Bad perm by the look of it, a home perm. And then she leaves it wet, and she's sitting on the train with wet hair, and I'm thinking, isn't it bad to be going out with wet hair? Don't you get colds and everything else? Gary Barlow doesn't wash his either. His what? His hair. Does he not? Good Lord above. Wow. Oh, well, you live and learn. You live and learn. He didn't for 14 years. Well, that's like Kenneth Williams. He didn't dust for years because after a while he said, what's the point? And I think your hair becomes self-cleaning after a while. You know what I mean? It's sort of because it's got natural oils in it and grease and stuff like that. But I've never heard of anybody sort of not using shampoo on it. When did shampoo come in? I don't know. What are you asking me for? I don't remember when shampoo came in. I'm assuming it must have come in the 40s. Something like that. Yeah. I mean, I can remember the first advert was a Colgate advert, wasn't it? You know, when you brush your teeth with Colgate or something, and we used to do, you'll wonder where your teeth have gone when you brush your teeth with an atom bomb. And we used to do that one. Mildly amusing, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Hanks is playing Tom Parker in the new Elvis film. Blimey, doesn't stop. And Sydney radio is very boring on the weekend, says Shane. Well, the good news is you've got me tomorrow. Me tomorrow morning between 4 and 7. As I say, they begged. I couldn't refuse them. I'm just one of those people. I say, yes, of course, I'll do it for you. I've just got to remember to set the alarm today, because I've got the hospital today. I had the chiropodist yesterday, the podiatrist. That was very good. That was very good. My feet look absolutely marvellous, because on Monday I've got to go to the doctor's and she'll be doing the testing, but I've got no feelings in my feet at all. I'm devoid of feelings. And the reason it's dangerous for diabetics is that I could tread on broken glass, which could embed itself in my foot. I wouldn't know, because I can't feel anything. So does it feel odd walking? No, not really. No, it just feels normal. But it doesn't feel like you're floating or doing anything. You just don't feel it. And they do the little test with a little plastic spiky thing, and you're supposed to sort of say when you feel it. Well, I've just started saying yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it's a lot easier. I do the same with the eyes. You look into a machine, you rest your chin on the machine, and they say keep your eye on that white dot. Every time you see the white dot, click the little buzzer thing that they give you. Well, I gave up on that one. You can click, 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 click. Click, leave it a couple of minutes, click, yeah, and they go, we haven't even put the light up yet, Steve. Have you not? Well, I definitely saw it. Perhaps there's a fault on the machine. I love stuff like that. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 19 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I'll bring you up to date with the goings-on in Ukraine. It's got so desperate now that there's a story in the paper today about a Ukrainian woman who was trying to deliver food to a dog sanctuary, and she was gunned down by a Russian death squad. Literally, they targeted a woman. You know, years ago, it was, people had a bit of respect. I realise what war is. I quite understand that. But it's a case of she was deliberately gunned down by a death squad. She was attempting to get supplies to animals near Kyiv, who'd not eaten for 3 days, targeted while sitting in her car. Which is actually not the first time they've done that, because they targeted that family, mum, dad, and the kids as well in the car, shot dead 3 of them. How they could shoot a child, I've got no idea. I can't even get my head around that. I really can't. It's just too dreadful for words. Far too dreadful. What else we got? Oh, interestingly, the Daily Star is talking about the Kyle show, a truly repulsive programme. I still find it very odd that the Sun are a little bit biased on this one, mainly because they employ Jeremy Kyle, don't they, to work on their radio station. No audience, but it doesn't matter, there's Jeremy Kyle. Vulnerable contestants, they say, were used and baited in the most disgusting fashion. It was utterly despicable, and we all know how it ended in the tragic death of Steve Diamond. A damning investigation into the show has now revealed just how depraved it was. This documentary confirms once and for all what we'd suspected, that the show was poison and highly exploitative. How was it allowed to be on air for so long? Nothing like the Kyle show should ever be let back on television. But more than that, ITV has serious questions it must answer about how it allowed such a toxic culture to develop. It's about time somebody finally took responsibility. Well, they couldn't get Kyle to take any responsibility for it. He was just doing a show, but now we know that it would basically... I mean, he used to work... He'd worked on radio for ages and ages. But it was the Kyle show and the dying of Mr. Diamond that I think sealed its fate, and they axed it straight away. And yet they've been running with it for a long time, presumably enjoying the luxury of the advertising that it brought in. I never liked those bear-baiting shows. I've seen them. They do them in America, and I've never really been a fan of them. Jerry Springer used to do a very nice little daytime show, over a cup of tea and everything else, and then suddenly realised that by doing the bear-baiting type shows, you get bigger audiences, and that's exactly what he did. It's exactly what he did. He did the bear baiting. They would put people on. They all did it. You remember that famous one, wasn't it, where they brought somebody on, they go, you've got a fan. And so they bring on this sort of bloke who's a bit sort of butch and all the rest of it. He sort of went along with it. And who did they bring out? A gay guy. He was so embarrassed by the whole thing that they would actually dare to set him up on a television programme that I think the gay guy died as a result. I think he was shot. And they did a lot of that. I mean, I've lost track of the amount of times I've seen programmes where there's been somebody sitting there and they go, oh, you have something, I've got a secret. The secret is I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you on national television. And these programmes got huge audiences. And this particular one was, I mean, I spotted it straight away. It was drag. And he, on television, said, we've been going out now for some time and all the rest of it. And the guy said, yeah, because I really love you and all the rest of it. And then he said, but actually, I'm a man. And he took his wig off. And that then it develops into a fight. And that's what they liked on television. Was it Jenny Jones did that one? I mean, to be honest with you, it was dreadful. It was an episode called Same Sex Secret Crushes. Scott Amadure, a gay man, confessed to an associate, Jonathan Smits, that he had a crush on him. Smits appeared unconcerned as he laughed about the revelation in front of the audience. However, 3 days after the taping, an upset Smits killed Amadure. That's how bad it gets, you know, if you're going to... But they're making a television programme. I understand making of television programmes. I can remember myself doing a programme and somebody cried on it. And in your earpiece, somebody's going close up, the person crying. You know, they do that all the time. They used to do it on various TV shows where they would sort of, if you actually got a reaction out of the person on it and they burst into tears or something like that, that's what they were looking for. That's what they were looking for. In the Jeremy Kyle show, we know it was a lot of people with no teeth and tattoos, some of which were spelt correctly and some of which weren't. You know, and did you sleep with your next door neighbour? No, I never did. Yes, you did, you lying little so-and-so. And the audience were baiting them, and so it went on. And that's what it was all about. It wasn't about anything. It weren't about solving, but they had some bloke on there who apparently was sort of there to help guide people through. I remember thinking, not really working, is it? And then he got married to his boyfriend, and Kyle went to the wedding, and they were riding on the crest of a wave for ages. And then it all came tumbling down with Mr. Diamond's death. And people suddenly started realising, wait a minute, we shouldn't be having this sort of programme on the television because there are too many vulnerable people out there. Far too many. Lovely Daily Star headline. They say, well, I've checked the bank balance. It's a couple sitting in a bus shelter. And we can either fill the car with petrol or buy Chelsea. I like the idea of buying Chelsea. Roman Abramovich, I mean, do you seriously think he's going to worry about any sanctions? Of course it's not. He's got billions. And do you think it's all sitting in the bank? Do you think he goes in there and goes, could I have a balance on this account? No, of course not. Of course not. He won't be changing in the slightest. He really won't be. And as he's one of Putin's closest friends. That's why, as I say, they'll never arrest any of these people. Because they will tangle everything up with lawyers and everything else. They've got so much money, they can get out of everything. Apparently, TV's Lorraine Kelly is giving up the enormous chocolate feast she treats herself to every night. Good Lord. She calls it the chocolate plate. Very unwise. You can't eat chocolate every night. Yes, they had a bomb threat, didn't they? They had a bomb threat. I mean, why? I've got no idea. Perhaps it was the chocolate manufacturers getting back at her or something for eating all the chocolate. So she was at the centre of this bomb scare. A suspicious package was delivered, sparking evacuation, and the live shows were pulled off for more than an hour. Wow. I mean, I thought things like that were things of the past. I thought, you know, it'll turn out to be somebody mentally ill. It'll be somebody who, I mean, they will find them, you can guarantee. I mean, they had to cancel Loose Women, and they pulled a live episode of This Morning. But they will find they always find these people, because it'll have turned out that they've got history, and there'll be fingerprints that they've got on things. So don't take it too seriously, but take it seriously enough to evacuate the studio, because obviously the presenter's safety is absolute paramount. Absolute paramount. We're going to bask in temperatures, apparently, hotter than Greece and the south of France. The mercury will shoot up. A minute ago, we were having snow. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. A landlord claims 2 families left his boozer like a bomb site before fleeing without paying their £330 bill. They were downing steaks, cocktails, vodka and other drinks. He claimed they then walked out, leaving the room trashed. Can you imagine what sort of family they must be? Trashy family. He said it was like a pack of bears had been in there. The pub chief says one of the group distracted staff while the women and children left the White Horse Inn in Nottinghamshire. He said the children were running around the restaurant, running up to people's tables, falling over things, and then they have left bowls of food upturned on the floor. Apparently, they've identified who they are, so there will be arrests very, very shortly. Peasants. You get people like that. Who will go out and they will steal from other people. It's as bad as just thieving or robbing a grandmother. It's as bad as that. They go out and they take somebody's living. It's disgusting. Steve, it was Quentin Crisp who didn't dust. Kenneth Williams was paranoid about contamination, wouldn't let anybody use his loo, says John. No, he also didn't bother dusting either. He didn't bother dusting. You don't think it was just Quentin Crisp? I mean, God knows. I mean, I interviewed Quentin Crisp, and he was quite a character. Died in a hotel, I believe, in New York. There was some hotel because he had purple hair and all the rest of it, and he was very flamboyant. And, of course, The Naked Civil Servant was the film with, I can't remember who it was who was playing it, but played it very well. Played it very, very well. It was, so Quentin Crisp was the character. Who played it? Was it John Hurt? John Hurt played Quentin Crisp, I'm pretty certain. And he was famous for that line where he's surrounded in a park by all these soldiers, and he goes, "You can't hurt me." I remember thinking, how brave. He put up with a lot. And when you consider it was based on a true story. It was absolutely a true story. Steve, I'm just cruising in Brighton, says Jazz. And I can't believe the fuel price is lowest, 153 pence, highest 196. What's annoying is that the price for Brent crude is currently $108, down from 134. How long will these companies hold the high prices? A long time. Yes, Quentin Crisp was a male model, a nude model. He used to model for people, and he'd stand there just keeping the pose. I think he basically switched off. You get lots of these nude models, and then people sit there in the art classes and just draw them. Yes, it's life classes, isn't it? Very good. So anyway, interestingly enough, there's a picture of the president of Shell, who's absolutely minting it at the moment. While you're all suffering, he couldn't give a forex. Mike in Aberdeen, up with the lark today at the airport, off to Mallorca for a few days with the wife, enjoying a nice morning cuppa. I can't believe how much people at the bar are drinking at this time. It's not compulsory to booze before getting on a flight, is it? Well, apparently it is. I personally couldn't do that. I really couldn't do that. You get people who go, 10 pints, love, we'll have 10 pints and a packet of salted peanuts, and that'll be the producer. I couldn't drink before getting on a flight. The only thing I want to drink on a flight is a tomato juice with ice in it. That's the only thing I want to drink. I'm not interested in, proper boozy sort of... Who wants to be drunk? Getting you. Right, we'll take a short break because we've got the news coming up. Then we take more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And also a Ford Focus car that once belonged to the late World Rally champion Colin McRae is sold for a world record of, how much do you think? This is a Ford Focus, a world rallying car. How much do you reckon? Come on, Joe, have a guess. Come on. How much? Come on. £50,000 would be good. £423,000. What's so special about it? I don't understand that. I really don't understand it. And Robbie Williams is terrified after the death of Shane Warne. I've got no idea why. Why would you be terrified? What are you saying, basically, that you're 48 and... but it can happen to anybody. It could happen to me. I could be sitting here 1 minute, the next minute pushing up daisies. Yeah, you do think about it. As you get to a certain age, you start thinking about it. I mean, I tell everybody how old I am, 37. And if only, can you imagine if it was so true, you could actually pretend to be 37 for ages. How lovely. Let's get the news headline, shall we now, with Lottie Morley.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, thank goodness it's Friday. And the good news is I'm with you tomorrow morning as well on LBC between 4 and 7. So you don't need to change the alarm clocks or anything like that. But yesterday, very busy day. So I've discovered actually, if I've got a weakness, it's having the podiatrist look after your feet and cut your nails and sort of buff them down. I've decided I quite like it, actually. I'm not going to have it done all the time. even though I can't feel it. But you can see the effects. And you look at it, and then she put some cream on, and of course I've obviously got very tickly feet. And for some reason I could feel them. I went, oh, she said, oh, you've got a little bit of feeling. I said, yeah, not much feeling. So I haven't got hairy feet, no, definitely not. Good Lord above, no. I'd be putting cream on if I had. But it's quite nice, and because I'm going to have my feet, done at the doctor's on Monday, I thought they might as well look nice, and they do look very nice indeed. And you know what she recommended? She said, well, I've already done it, haven't I? I mentioned the white vinegar. I can't wait to try it. Yeah, it's on the podcast. White vinegar. Paint it on your toenails. If you're one of those sort of people who've got, they call them fungal infections. My God, there's a raft of stuff available out there. Even cream for your feet. I got some people years ago, and they all gave me this foot cream, because if you're a diabetic, you've got to look after your feet. Because, your feet are the kind of thing that you need. And the antifungal properties make vinegar soaks a good idea for people who've got toenail fungus. Soak your feet for 10 to 15 minutes in a vinegar bath, but it's got to be clear vinegar, not the brown vinegar, okay, because that could stain your toes and your skin. And it can increase the length of time in the soak gradually. And it could take 2 to 3 weeks. But what you need to do first, because if you've got thick toenails, what you need to do is go to the chiropodist, and they will sort of cut them down and file them down so it's a bit thinner, and that way the white vinegar works. And you'll see an improvement in about 2 to 3 weeks. You won't see it immediately. And I thought, well, that's a brilliant idea. I mean, all the money I've spent on different things, you've got this to try and that to try. Yeah, I mean, seriously, amount of money. It's not cheap, some of it. I had it delivered from Amazon. I bought it in the local chemist goods. And it's a case, really, of when she said white vinegar, I thought, right, well, I should get a bottle of that. I mean, in theory, you could probably bottle it in little tiny bottles and sell it as an instant cure for sorting out your feet and your fungal infections. Steve, it was Quentin Crisp who didn't dust. No, Kenneth Williams didn't dust either. Loads of people didn't dust. I had a friend of mine. I do dust. I've got one of those dusters that picks up. You just sort of run it along the sideboard. It comes with a handle, and you throw it away when it gets full of dust. Those ones. It's a Pledge duster, I think, and they're very good, very good. And I do sit there if I see dusting. Like that. I love it. Locked into the Spike, says Waj. Glad to hear on air Saturday morning. More for us. Woo! And you in particular. Yeah. Because I was surprised, because I'd come back from the chiropodist, and I just quite like it, actually. But now, feet look lovely. I might even have my toenails painted. I don't know. I might just push it. And what does she do? Who? The chiropodist. They first of all cut your nails, okay, all of them, and they sort of do them straight. Like she gets the chainsaw out, like that. And so she does that, and then she's got an electric. It's like a thing. It vibrates. And I'm not selling this very well at all, am I? But anyway, whatever it is, it's got a little emery board on it, and that spins round, so that takes off any dead skin. And you can do it at the end of all your nails on your feet, because we don't look after our feet. Only women look after their feet. The majority of men do not. They just go, oh, it's feet. It's feet, don't bother. And then after she's done that, then she's sort of, will take off any other skin. She has a good look at your feet. So you're sort of reclining on this sort of bench thing, on this sort of seat, and your feet are sort of raised up in front of you. And then she does that. Then she gets the nail file and does all the nails. And then she gets a handful of cream, gloop, and slaps it on your feet, and then massages that in as well. And it probably takes about 30 minutes. Whatever it was brilliant. It was brilliant. And also, the people that you see in chiropodists are mainly pensioners, because you just can't get down there. You need to go there. I mean, a lot of pensioners get it for free because it's sort of built in. But it's still a lovely thing to have done. I can look at my feet and go, they look really cool. Really cool. So the doctor's going to be, so impressed. So impressed. But my feet, because... and they must see some dreadful feet, I should imagine. It's like, there are certain jobs you can't imagine anybody ever wanting to do, like a funeral director, an undertaker, an embalmer. Why would you ever want to do these things? I can't imagine it. And sort of, chiropody. You're playing with people's feet, but a lot of people who go there, basically, they haven't done anything with their feet for years and years. And it's difficult. I mean, I can cut my toenails, but not as well as she can. She does them really well. She's got an armoury in there, and an emery board. I loved it. I thought it was absolutely great. And so what I do, I'm going to go probably about once every 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. And then, did I tell you we heard back from the state pensions department, which is quite good, because you know that I should have claimed it 3 years ago, but I didn't. And so now I've decided I'm going to start claiming it. So, and they're really helpful. I mean, if you're lucky enough to get through, and I seem to have basically got the best people going, because if you remember the DVLA licence, 1 million people the other day were complaining they've not got their licences back, their car licences. Mine, it came back really quickly, and they wrote, and they said it'll be with you in 10 days. I mean, pensioners have less time to wait on hold, I suppose, really. But anyway, so the driving licence turned up. Then we spoke to the Works and Pensions about the pension, and I think they're LBC listeners, which kind of helped. I mean, I think it must have helped, because within 3 days they've got the paperwork ready. They've told us how much to expect, but what you get is, because it's 3 years, you do get that money. You get 1 year as a lump sum, which I think is going to be 8,000 or 9,000, and then the other 2 years will be split, and they will add it to your monthly pension, so that, you know, it's spread over a long period of time, so that you don't get 3 years' money straight away, which is okay. I mean, I'm not a greedy person, but I think, and in fact I'm pretty certain, you have to pay tax on it. So a friend of mine said, don't spend it. I said, well, I've got no intention of spending it. It's going to go into an account. And because I'm working, I think, so I pay tax. So I think I'll be paying tax on this. I don't think it's free money, basically. Although how people survive on it, I can't imagine. It's only going to be about £700 a month. People who are on the pension will know exactly what it is. But whatever it is, if you have to take tax off it, good Lord above. I mean, you know, you could be out of pocket on this one. So we'll wait and see how it goes. Yeah, somebody will know the answer to it. But they're really good and really quick. I mean, really, really quick. Mainly because I suppose if you tell somebody, listen, I'm 68, I don't know how much longer I've got, and I'd like to get it. And then we're also pursuing the other 2 pensions as well, because you can take, I think, up to 30,000 tax-free. After that, you pay tax. So 30,000 tax-free. And Steve, it's all fascinating, this foot stuff, and I like the word buff, says Chris. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's because I've got no feeling in my feet. She could have literally sawn my toes off. And Steve, it's all fascinating, this foot stuff, and I like the word buff, says Chris. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's because I've got no feeling in my feet. She could have literally sawn my toes off, and I wouldn't have known anything. But no, she was very good. I've had 2 people now, both young. You pay tax on your pension. If you earn more than 12,000. Yeah, I'll be fine. That'll be good if you earn more than 12,000. Is that total earn more than 12,000? Oh, right. I have a sneaking feeling I'm going to be paying tax. I wonder what the tax rate is for something like that. Because otherwise it seems a bit pointless, doesn't it? You sort of, they give you 800 quid a month, and then you go, but by the way, you've lost 400 of it in tax. So you're supposed to live on £400. I mean, you're not, because I've got another job. But it's other people survive. Somebody wrote to me the other day. You could tell it's one of those people who sits there with their linoleum stained with beer and all the rest of it, you know, and dirty curtains and everything else, going, the Beckhams have just given £1 million to Ukraine. What have you given? I thought, well, that's the second day somebody's written to me about that. Why don't you mind your own business, honestly? You're a nosy little curtain twitcher, aren't you? And also remember, I've given 2 million. So there, I'm giving all my tax money. But they, bearing in mind, they gave it to their charity. And actually it wasn't them, it was him. She doesn't have a charity. Well, she does, it's called The Shop. He's actually got the charity, which is called 7 something, isn't it? Which is the number he played under or whatever it is. Hence, it's a UNICEF-related thing. So they paid it to their own charity, and then UNICEF will decide what they're going to do with the money. But loads of people have given money. But as I say, I could tell by the way that you were writing, you've never given a penny piece to anybody, have you? Never at all. Somebody else talking about the foot thing. Very fascinating. It is actually, when you think about it, and especially if you're a diabetic, that's the first thing they tell you. There is a danger that if you don't look after your feet, you can get an infection, and you can have Well, it's certainly not all diabetics get bad feet. You've got to look after your feet, because if you get an infection in it and it turns, into gangrene or something like that, that's why people have their toes amputated, their feet amputated, and it can go up to the knee and further if it spreads really, really quickly. So the idea of looking after your feet is something that everybody should be encouraged to do. I'm not going to sort of wave a flag for everybody, but diabetics know about that. I mean, I think raised blood glucose levels, known as blood sugars, could damage the sensation. I think what they do is it affects the circulation, which can lead to you getting less blood supply to the feet. Without a good blood supply, you may have problems with cuts and sores healing. You may also get cramp and pain. If you don't get the foot problems treated, they lead to foot ulcers, infections, and at worst, amputation. I mean, most foot problems can be prevented, as you know, with good regular foot care. But it's something that men, I've discovered, especially men, don't bother about. Women, because they wear sandals a lot, like their toes to look nice. And you see there's lots of these Chinese nail bars and everything else, and they've got the big chairs you lie down in, and they do exactly the same as the chiropodist does. Just a bit more vigorous, I suspect. A bit more vigorous. But no, you learn, if you're a diabetic, to look after your feet. And just be careful if you're sort of doing the skin off yourself. If you've got sort of dry skin on the heel, mainly on the heel, you get it. Then make sure I bought a little machine ages ago, which again is it's an electric motor encased in plastic with a spinning disc, which is nice, and you put up against the foot, and it basically takes off the dead skin. And then what you do is you put on some cream after that. So it's very nice. It's very nice and very practical, and it means that you stand a better chance of keeping your feet. I have no intention of losing any part of my body at the moment. Thank you very much indeed. 14 minutes to 5.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Trying to explain colours of cars to the producer. I mean, seriously, you might as well just bang your head against a brick wall. I go, it's a blue colour, it's blue. And he goes, what, sky blue? I said, listen, it's a Bentley. They wouldn't call anything sky. But, no, it's quite nice, because a friend of mine said, have you ever considered getting another car? No, not really. Why would I want to? I quite like driving them. They're a bit comfy. And especially if you do sort of, I mean, both the people I've got to go and visit, and I only have 2 people to visit, although next year I'm going to drive to, where am I driving to? Can't remember, somewhere for the wedding. And it's miles away. Next year, yeah. I have to start saving up for the petrol now, actually. Somebody says, why have you only just claimed the pension now? Because I didn't need the money, which is a fortunate position to be in. And then I thought, wait a minute, I'm coming up 68, because whatever it is, you're going to get all the money due to you. But they've been really helpful. I mean, really, really helpful, which is nice in this day and age. I must be extremely fortunate. But, people go, I know you. I know what you do for a living. Steve, talking funeral directors, says Mickey, I'll never forget, I was only about 15 at my lovely granddad's funeral. In the hearse on the way back after the service, the funeral director said, jump in the front, lad, as he dropped us off. I got out the car, thanked him. He just looked me up and down and went, see you sometime. They do that. Who was it who used to do that? It was in a comedy film. It might have been in the Carry On film. Oh, it might have been Carry On Cowboy or something. And every time somebody was shot, the Undertaker popped out with his tape measure. Yeah. And we used to be in a building years ago where next door to us was a big Undertaker's, and Wednesday was when they had all the coffins delivered, because you've got to keep lots of different sizes in stock, because everybody's different sizes, we're not all the same size. And this huge lorry would draw up with all these coffins, and they would sort of load them into the back. And then they just arrived in as the coffin. And then, of course, you've got to put the sawdust in, and you've got to do the lining, which is all done with a staple gun. Seriously, I mean, I was quite amazed. Very, very nice, very nice. Steve, just a note regarding feet. During the wartime in England, soldiers that had trench foot soaked their feet in their own urine. Yeah, the urine thing is not as good as I thought it was, actually. Because, we've all done it. Come on. We've all done it. We've all stood in the shower and you're going, oh, I'm going to have a wee. And you do it over your feet thinking it's going to work. I don't think it does, actually. And trench foot was terrible. There were lots of people got their feet amputated. What a cheery subject on a Friday morning, honestly. I'm going to have the eyes done today, so that'll be quite nice. Steve, how lovely to learn that we can listen to you on Saturday morning too. And glad to hear you'll receive your state pension soon. However, spend it. No pockets in a shroud, so the saying goes. And Laura, fellow Piscean, Trolley Dolly, from Narnia says, I've just applied for my bus pass too. State pension end of the month. Party. I know, I'm just being careful. I'm being careful. I just want to make sure that I've sort of got the money there and it's coming. I mean, I should have claimed it years ago, but I didn't. I just sort of kind of put it to the back of my mind. I didn't think I was going to need it. I don't need it. It's very nice to have. Yes, tax is taken off your state pension. So do they take it off, Susie, at source? Or do you have to, so they say it's this much money but we're now giving you this much money. Getting my state pension also then meant over 150 extra tax was taken off my private pension each month. So in real terms, state pension not worth as much to you as you expect. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I'm assuming. I think it's worth 800 and something, but I should imagine I'll probably end up with about 500. So I'm assuming and you have to tell me this because I don't know, do they take the tax off before they send you the pension? Because they've got the account number to pay it into. So I'm assuming that's what they must do. And perhaps they send you a bit of paper in the post or something saying, this is how much your state pension is. This is what it is after tax. So, but it's the same all the way through, isn't it? I mean, I always get very depressed about tax, as indeed everybody does. Everybody gets depressed about tax. Every time they have a show on the television, they go, what do you do? And they go, I'm a tax inspector. And the audience go, boo. Everybody boos tax inspectors. Whereas I'd be booing somebody who works on the petrol pumps. Boo. But, no, I mean, so it is taken off the state pension. Oh, that's all right. I don't need to worry about that then. I mean, listen, anything, it's free. I paid in for years. It's free. Well, looking at whatever it is, it's a bonus. Whether it's £1 or £50, I don't really care. Oh, dear. I hope this weekend's not going to be wet and miserable. I've not had the car washed for 2 weeks, which is unusual for me because I like to get the car washed. I really do. I can't afford... It's finding the money for the petrol. I mean, seriously, I'm spending a fortune on petrol at the moment, and I've only been out twice, so I'm going to be a bit careful over the weekend. I should probably drive in tomorrow, actually. Because it's I mean, otherwise I don't want to be hanging around on a Saturday morning waiting for a bus, then to go to the station and then I want to be able to be out of here and then nip into the car and off I go. What else we got here? An England shirt. See, this is Maureen's sort of story, worn by Sir Bobby Moore and the World Cup winning team, has topped a list of the most iconic sports kits of all time. George Eastham, 85, who was in the squad but didn't play, sold his treasured 1966 shirt to raise £50,000 cash for his daughter's school fees. Wow. And the iconic sports kits, London Olympic kit worn by Team GB athletes, including Mo Farah and Jessica Ennis. Number 9, Man United's 1999 treble-winning kit. England's 1990 World Cup shirt worn by stars such as Paul Gascoigne. Muhammad Ali's shorts from 1965, his World Championship fight with Sonny Liston. An all-black shirt. Brazil's 1970 kit worn by Pelé. Torvill and Dean's Bolero outfits from 1984. Usain Bolt, 2016 Rio Olympic golden track shoes. Michael Jordan's 1990 Chicago Bulls shirt, and number 1, the England 1966 World Cup winning kit. Those are the most popular things. Amazing, isn't it, really? Amazing that people sort of collect things like that. I mean, if people didn't collect things like that, it would all just be destroyed. It's like, I was thinking the other day, perhaps I need to start cataloguing what I've got. Because you don't want somebody to come in and say, to throw that away. They might be throwing away something quite valuable. I mean, luckily, all the Steiff bears that I bought are still boxed. I haven't opened the boxes or anything. It's an absolute treasure trove, my place. Absolutely. It really is. Because I look at things and think, I don't want to throw that away. I don't want to get rid of it. Whereas I had a friend who... Yeah, I mean, a friend of mine, she would buy DVDs, watch them a couple of times, then give them to the charity shop. Or let the bloody charity shops buy their own DVDs. So I've kept all of mine, all my DVDs, all my CDs, all my VHS tapes, because they're collections. So I like to keep things. And somebody said, get rid of it. I went, no, I can't. Although a friend of mine had a bit of a disaster. He obviously had moths in his place, because he opened up one of his Steiff teddy bears and it's been eaten by the moths. Which is a bit of a worry. I don't know where moths come from. Where do they come from? Well, obviously they just fly around. But he said it was absolutely terrible. He said he felt so awful about it. Because you can't repair it. I mean, even the repair shop couldn't help you. How do they get in? Well, I don't know. Moths are quite clever. They hide. They hide under shirt lapels and things like that. They can be there. They like it when it's dark. Who doesn't? John Bercow is likely to re-offend, says a former Black Rod. The reason is because he's shown absolutely no remorse after being found to be a serial bully. Lembit Opik, there's a talent and a half, says he should go on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Can't imagine why. He's not going to be popular on that one, is he, really? Mr. Bercow said, I don't believe in faux apologies. I don't believe in apologising when I don't think I've anything to apologise for. So, but Mr. Leakey, who held the ceremonial House of Lords role as Black Rod from 2011 to 2017, said that Mr. Bercow's lack of humility indicates a total flaw in his personality and in his capacity to be a leader of any sort. Yes, we just thought it was the wife that nobody liked, but it turns out nobody likes John Bercow either. Steve, says Shane, how old do you have to be to get the old age pension in the UK? It's 67 down here. It was 65 before. Ours was 65. And as far as I know, it's still 65. Oh, it's not. Has it gone up now? Oh, thank goodness for that. Oh, I'm very grateful. Very grateful. What is it, 67 now? 66. Oh, right, whatever. Steve, says Susie, yes again. The tax is deducted before your state pension is paid into your account. Your state pension's every 4 weeks, by the way, not every month. Oh, right. Bit confusing at first why payment dates keep changing. Oh, right. And Nick says, seriously, Steve, do they really tax the tiny state pension? Yeah. Well, they do if you're earning. If I wasn't earning money, I would get the whole lot, presumably. Yes, if you're earning over 12 grand, you're paying tax on it. But Susie's filled us in, so I'm very much indebted to that one. So it's deducted. The state pension's every 4 weeks, not every month. Even though there are 4 weeks in a month, it's one of those, it's like paying rent on a property, isn't it? You know, it gets very confusing. Very, very confusing. So Bercow will do it again. He's obviously very arrogant, isn't he? Very arrogant, but, you know, that's the way it goes. Oh, look, here's a picture of somebody we haven't seen for ages. It's Kim Jong-un and his lackeys. Doing a bit of a scene from Reservoir Dogs. The North Korean tyrant and staff strutted their stuff in Pyongyang. This is lovely. They went all dressed in black as they went about their inspection of the hermit nation's National Aerospace Development Administration. Wow. Well, at least he's lost a bit of weight, because he was carrying a load of weight with Kim Jong-un. And, they aped a moment in the film when the criminals, played by stars including Harvey Keitel and Steve Buscemi, strolled along in matching suits. Quite good, isn't it, really? I've never seen it. I've never seen Reservoir Dogs, I don't know. I like the Enterprise's schoolboy. I don't think the producer was particularly enamoured by him. He washed a whole fleet of vehicles so he could afford to take a girl for a milkshake. And so Lloyd Catlow, 13, spent 2 hours soaping 6 vans used by a cleaning firm and was over the moon when he got 20 quid. 20 quid, they're ripping you off, mate. Ripping you off. If they took them in, it'd be 10 quid a van. But he'd asked Uncle Lee Robinson, a boss with the company, if he could give him any work so he could pay for his big date. So he says, we're going to invite him back every month. Of course you are, because you're ripping him off. Poor soul. 20 quid for washing 6 vans. 6 vans with soap and everything else. 3 quid a van, you rip-off merchants. I tell you, if I was him, I'd be down Citizens Advice Bureau. I want more money. Oh, we've decided to employ him full-time every month. Of course you blooming have. Of course you have. Listen, that music indicates we have the news at 5 o'clock coming up. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's nice to have your company. Nice to get to Friday. But the good news is I'm back with you tomorrow morning between 4 and 7 as well. But here's the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning morning. Nice to have your company. Coming up to 3 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7, and tomorrow morning as well. Not that I've mentioned it, but I want to make sure I'm not sitting here by myself, because I think Elliot's back on tomorrow morning, aren't you? How exciting. It'll be exactly the same programme as this one, just slightly different stories. And so between 4 and 7, so I can drive in, which is good. But if it's I can't remember if Lottie said it was going to rain today. Were you expecting rain today? In which case I won't bother getting the car washed. I'll just sort of, squirt some shampoo on the roof and then let it do its thing. Because partly cloudy, gentle breeze. Oh, yeah, they've said rain. Light rain showers and a moderate breeze. At the moment, though, I've got a tree that overlooks my car, and it's what we call a cherry blossom tree. So it's got lots of, it sheds petals on a daily basis. So it looks like somebody has 101 Dalmatianed my car every morning when I come out. And if you leave them on there, they stick to the car. It's such little pink bits. Little pink petals. They're so annoying. It really is. I might have to sort of secretly cut the tree down. It's not on my property, but it might go anyway in the early hours of the morning. Dave says, are moths still a thing? I've not seen one for years. They're not big moths. They're little tiny moths. Little tiny things. We had one in the office, didn't we? We found one in the office the other day. I've got some spray, and it kills moths and everything else stone dead in a second, and the moment the spray hits them, gone. No, it's not Raid. No, it's something I've never heard of before. I think it's made by Rent-A-Kill or something like that. I've tried everything. There's another one that freezes them, so they're sort of frozen in time. But this other stuff was I bought it in Robert Dias, and it's for flying insects. And no, I've tried that. I do beg your pardon. So sorry. It just came on quite unexpectedly. 2 a day. The Rent-A-Kill. No, it's in a plastic bottle. This is in a tin, isn't it? So it's wait a minute. No. You see, it's a Carner. It's made by a Carner, and they've got fabric moth killer lavender. But there's another one which it doesn't say carpet on it. So a Carner from the Yorkshire Tradie at £9.99. It's a lot of money, isn't it, for something that's obviously quite cheap to produce. Have a look at Akana's products and see what else they've actually got. Yeah, so, but that's 500 millilitres. But I bought it, yeah, so they've got the lavender carpet. No, it's not that one, definitely. And it's definitely in a squirty bottle. Carpet. No, it's just literally flying insects. Flying insects. Have we got anything here? I've tried those moth killer things over the years. You hang them up in your wardrobe because that's where moths go. They like to go to the mothballs. They like to go and eat fabric. And for some, I don't know why actually. What a peculiar diet to have. But that's what they've got. No, carpet and fabric moth killer. No, it definitely says flying insect. Definitely flying insect killer. Keep going down. We'll find it eventually, I promise you, if it kills me, and it probably will. Yeah, so it's one of those sort of bottles. God, they do loads of stuff, don't they? They've got a moth killer here, but it's definitely flying insects. And in fact, it was so good, I bought a load and gave it to my friend, which is proving very useful. But it does kill them stone dead. Normally, I used to get those, you get a wasp spray. Well, I don't like to spray wasps because I think they have a grudge. I think wasps, you spray them and it's like a cartoon. They go, OK, lads, this one's tried to kill one of our friends and let's go for him. Yeah, calls all his mates over. Bees, I'm fine with. I'm absolutely fine, but I'm not good with wasps. Have I been stung? Yes. I trod on a bee once and it stung me in my slippers. And I remember thinking, ow, what on earth was that? Pulled my thing out, and of course, bees... pulled my foot out, I do beg your pardon. If I pulled my thing out, the bee would have flown away much quicker. But anyway, bit of a treasure hunt there. Anyway, and the bee, because unlike the wasp, which can keep stinging you, the bee, if it pulls away, it leaves the sting in you, and it removes half its abdomen. But I've seen it, because I've caught a wasp in a glass before now, and you put the lid on it and you spray a little bit of something in there, and if you look at it very closely, you can see the sting coming out of its rear end. You can see it. It's quite and I don't want to be frightened by things like that. Yeah, that's why they're coloured, isn't it? I think sort of yellow and black. That means don't upset me. And we have had a couple of a wasp's nest, which we've had to get rid of before, where you spray it. Well, we don't. We call in a man for £27.50. not including that. And he comes and sprays it, and then it kills the nest almost immediately. And then the other wasps, when they come back after their foraging, they also go in there and they also die as well. But a friend of mine had one in his garage, and it was huge. It was made up of, like, chewed paper. They chew paper, and then they form this incredible structure, and it was hanging from his garage roof. And I said, what did you do? He said, we called in the man for £37.50, not including VAT. And he did it. Yeah, yellow and black spells danger. Yes, I would think so, actually. I think it works. These little golden poison frogs are the same. They're highly toxic. And it's always the small things, isn't it, that are toxic. I've seen a little... What? I've seen a little snake before now, and it's so tiny. There's a bumblebee poison frog. Basically, bold colours and patterns tell predators find your lunch elsewhere. I've seen... What was that poor picture we had in the paper a short while ago? And it was of a dog who tried to get close to a porcupine, and his whole face was covered with all the quills. They'd all stuck into the poor thing's face. Poor things. But you get the same in fish as well. There are lots of fish out there which are dangerous. I'm terrified of jellyfish. Terrified. Absolutely. Although somebody told me you can eat them. I wouldn't fancy... I think the Chinese or Vietnamese eat jellyfish. I'm pretty certain. And you just sort of cook it. Mind you, they seem to eat most things, don't they, really, nowadays? I remember seeing a dreadful programme on an animal market, not the one that they had on the television where we think the coronavirus came from, but it was another one, and there was somebody who was actually killing tortoises. And I remember thinking then, how awful. Edible jellyfish, there you go, it's a seafood, harvested and served in several East and Southeast Asian countries. Edible jellyfish is often processed into a dried product. Several types of foods and dishes may be prepared with edible jellyfish, including salads, sushi, noodles and main courses. Ugh. Jellyfish salad, I don't fancy that. I wonder what it tastes like. And don't say jellyfish, please. But it's bizarre, isn't it? Very bizarre things. What else we got here? Suzi Quatro is making a comeback. Now, you might not know who Suzi Quatro is. She was very famous because she had lots of hit singles, including Devilgate Drive. And she also appeared on Happy Days as, I believe, a girlfriend of the Fonz. Well, Suzi is now 71, and she has sold 55 million records. She's going to play the Royal Albert Hall on April the 20th. She's going to make that marking 58 years in the music business. Phenomenal, isn't it? I went to her a long time ago. ITV series Weekender is moving to Kavos in Corfu for fun and frolics. I think Kavos is another one of those ghastly places that's full of dreadfully behaving English people who go there for sort of sun, sea, sex and sangria. Not the sort of place, but we do sort of strangely have a strange fascination. Oh, no, Eamon Holmes again. Oh, he's been using this thing. He's got the worst feet ever, poor Eamon. I mean, I'm surprised he can move. But, and so he said, I've been using this particular product for years and I couldn't do without it. Do you think it's under the desk when he attempts to read the news, as you'd imagine? They're not cheap, these things. They're not cheap. They are very, well, they'd have to be, because I imagine he must get a fair whack for advertising them. So every paper is running on Jeremy Kyle, apart from the resistance fighters digging him for a long war. And, as I say, now it's Roman Abramovich, or Abramovich. It depends on which way you want to pronounce it, Abramovich. But there's just dreadful pictures of people, front page of the Mirror today. He's cashed in, Abramovich, on his relationship with Putin for decades, and his steel firm may have helped build tanks killing Ukrainian kids. Clearly, they were blood brothers. Yes, they both have blood on their hands, I suppose, depending on whether you can find out. Because these oligarchs literally have so much money, they can tie everybody up in knots. So, in other words, they go, you own this yacht, don't you, £500 million? And they'll go, no. He doesn't. And you have to then trace it all the way back. It'll be a company that's registered in Panama, which is then owned by somebody else, but it's leased out. Oh, it gets so complicated. Because I told you, this £500 million yacht, which is currently impounded in a little port in Italy, where it must dwarf the rest of it because it's so big. It's got 2 helicopter decks. It's got everything on it. But they can't find out who owns it. They think it's Abramovich. But the captain, who is British, said, no, I don't know anything about it. You think the captain would know? Do you think he's being paid a serious amount of money for keeping his mouth shut? The answer is, I think so. Somebody says here, were you always a good talker? Not really. No, I don't think so. You always know how to keep talking, generating new content and saying interesting things. Were you like that as a child? I don't think so. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm not a particularly chatty child. I mean, I hated parties. I really didn't do parties at all. I'd be the one going in the kitchen pouring drinks out for people. Not a shy child, but certainly not particularly talkative. But there again, it doesn't really matter if you're talkative or not. I mean, if you work, obviously, on speech radio, you have to be able to string a few words together. But then people have said, how do you know what to talk about? And I said, but wait a minute, if you have a dinner party or friends round, you don't sit there going, I don't know what to talk about. What do I talk about with these people? Oh, nice weather today. No, you just learn to talk about different things, you know. What a jellyfish, what a terrible haircut you've got, you know, whether you should wee on your feet in the shower, you know, it's all part of the rich tapestry of something called living. Although, to be honest with you, with the state of everything going up at the moment, I mean, living might be the last thing we ever get round to doing. The other story, which is running, Putin hitting back at the West, crippling sanctions by threatening to send global food prices soaring. Not just for us, Sweet Pea. It'll be for the Russian people as well. They're also seeing that. And they've got no KFC. No KFC, no nothing really at the moment. No money. And they've also got Roman's riches today. So he's got a penthouse mansion, a penthouse and a mansion. Total price, 172 million. He's got a selection of cars, 4.4 million. He's got a Boeing jet and a Gulfstream, 278 million. He's got 2 yachts, Solaris and Eclipse, 970 million. And he's also got Chelsea Football Club, 2.4 billion, but he can't do anything with it. In fact, he can't do anything with any of this stuff here. Absolutely. But, I mean, it is about time that Roman Abramovich, former market trader, paid for his association with Putin. Nobody's going to emerge out of this with any glory. Nobody's going to emerge out of this with any glory whatsoever. He'll end up struggling. Whether he leaves the country, I've got no idea. I think he's fairly free to go backwards and forwards, but how he pays for things, of course, it means that stuff could be tied up for years, doesn't it? And then what happens to all the fans of Chelsea? I don't want to go down that route because I don't understand football. I really couldn't care less. Yeah, please don't phone me and tell me about what happens to the Chelsea fans. They've already closed the shop down there as well. Murderously expensive. So, you know, but does he get the money out of that? Well, I suppose if he owns the club. But I think Ian was saying earlier on that the club has been very successful under his leadership. Doesn't excuse anything. Absolutely doesn't. 5:15, let's get the LBC travel, shall we, with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Sorry, I got remotely excited. Jonathan says, Steve, state pension paid gross, never net of tax. Tax, if any, due, collected through PAYE on other income or under self-assessment. And thank you. Jonathan is an accountant in Stanmore. Thank you, young man. Steve had a jellyfish salad in Sri Lanka. Tasted and looked like plastic fish from the ocean. Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't appeal to me. What's that fish where you've got to be very careful? It's cooked by certain people. They've got to remove the poison in it because it can kill you. And people risk and take I don't know what sort of fish it is, but whatever it is, they have to remove the poison sac in it. And you've got to be a very special chef to be able to do it. And because I didn't realise there's a list of 5 of these poisonous fish where if you eat them, this could be the poisonous. It's a puffer fish. Wow. But it's got to be done by a qualified chef who can cut it and you eat it raw. But of course, if there's any of the poison in there, it can kill you. Bit of a risk as far as I'm concerned. Another one here from David. David goes, presenter on at LBC. Obviously, David's not the brightest penny in the box, you know, otherwise you'd be bothered to find the name of the presenter. But there you go. And he says, presenter on LBC actively advocating killing bees, wasps and moths. No, we weren't. You need to wash your ears out and listen properly. Apparently he's found a spray that freezes them stone dead. No, it doesn't freeze them. No, you're obviously not listening properly. Have you got new batteries you need to put in or what? We didn't say this was a freezing thing. I don't know where you're getting your information from. He says, I know it's early and the audience is small. Oh, David, honestly, you're so naive, aren't you? Bless your heart. Biggest audience in London. We are brand leader. Biggest audience. You won't find anybody comes anywhere close to us. But there you go, David. You're stuck in your own little world, aren't you? 18% share. You know, I mean, seriously. 21 million downloads, Dave. You're just all by yourself, aren't you, love? But, no, he says, I find it a bit irresponsible, especially the killing of bees. No, we never said killing of bees. You need to listen properly. You really are. I mean, go and get them syringed, for goodness sake. You'll never hear anything. Nothing worse, is there? I think Nick Ferrari was trying to explain to somebody the other day. He said, you're not listening. And we found David. David's not listening either this morning. He's just making up as he goes along. And that's why he's sitting there now, not knowing who the presenter is. It's Steveallen. Okay? Please don't write again. Please don't write again. I can do without idiots. Thank you very much indeed. Lorraine says the state pension is not taxable per se unless you have other income which takes you over your personal allowance. Yes. Yes, it does take me over. Steve, only 3 things in life are certain. Birth, tax and death. So Jane says spend your money in whatever way you like. Talking about moths made me think it's a wasp I haven't seen for years. Are they in some kind of trouble, says John? No, it's only because a friend of mine had moths. They're tiny. They're not these big flappy things that you see in other countries where you go, oh, we've got a moth inside. And because my brother used to hate sleeping with the bedroom window open in case a moth came in and if they were attracted to a light, you know, if you had a light. And but what text? Oh, the one, what, David? Poor little David. No, he says, I find it a bit irresponsible, especially the killing of bees. He said he's found a spray that frees them stone dead, actively advocating killing bees, wasps and moths. But definitely moths. Well, do you welcome them in? Wasp numbers have gone down. Good. Good. Very delighted by that. But bees are protected, Dave. Perhaps you don't know that. But they are. It's very sad news that wasp numbers have gone down. They don't serve any useful purpose. I don't think, you don't find them sweeping the high roads or anything like that. And moths just get into your wardrobes and decimate your clothes, as Dave's probably proving at the moment, I should imagine. One of my hobbies is aviation photography. And back when Abramovich first bought Chelsea, we used to see him at Luton Airport, which is where his Boeing 767 used to park up, says Dale. Have a good weekend. Well, I'm here tomorrow morning, actually. Just for Dave, just to wind Dave up. So we'll be here for him tomorrow morning between 4 and 7. Between 4 and 7. You know, patients on the NHS waiting list, guess how much it's gone up to at the moment? These are people waiting for operations, and if somebody comes in and they sort of jump the queue so people go down the line, how many people are waiting? 5 million, 6.1 million. 6.1 million. Number of coronavirus cases the other day went up. You know, we've still got coronavirus. I know everybody goes, oh, we don't have it anymore. And I'm going, are you really dumb? No, definitely. We still have it. Also, Deltacron is detected. Here we go. Experts around the world. This is a variant which contains both major COVID strains. And I think within 28 days of a positive test were reported 71,000 cases. Not going anywhere, is it? Not going anywhere. The bin lorry driver. This story ran for some time. They were looking for the body of missing RAF gunner Corrie McKeeve the morning he disappeared. And a bin lorry driver told an inquest he saw a man matching the description and he vanished. This is in 2016. He disappeared and they don't know what happened to him at all. He was last seen behind a Greggs store at 3:25 in the morning. He was 23. He was RAF Honington serviceman. They think he got into a bin, drunk. The bin then tipped up inside the lorry. He then got wedged down with all the other thing. And if you notice on those bin lorries, then there's a metal thing that comes down which compresses everything. So he could suffocate. Then it goes to the dump after it's filled up, and it must take, an hour or so to fill it up. And then it'd be something else. But I thought you would have seen it. But I don't think they do. I don't think the lorry drivers get out of the refuse lorries. They literally tip it all up. It goes in there. Then somebody else comes along, tips more on. So, in fact, he actually could have suffocated. But they don't know. But they did see a man in a pink shirt looking at a phone at 4:19. And asked if he would be surprised to hear there was more than 15 stone in the bin. He said yes. So they're having an inquest, but they don't have a body. Because they don't know. He said, I did check the bin. He said, asked if there was anybody inside the bin. He said, no, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. But, since 1996, 2016. I mean, it goes back a long while, doesn't it, really? Goes back a long while. There's a very frightening picture in the paper. I say it's frightening because it makes me cringe, because I'm not very good at heights. And here is a bloke called Alec Honnold, and he's starring in a groundbreaking new movie with the excitement increased by using virtual reality headsets to view it. And he's on the side of a rock in a sleeping bag, a vertical rock. What these people do is, to go to sleep at night, why not book into a Premier Inn? Seriously, or a travel lodge or something like that. But they literally hammer in these metal pegs into the rock, I mean, what happens if you don't hammer it in properly and it comes out the other side, or the rock splits? And then they sort of suspend themselves in a sleeping bag and a hammock. I mean, it really is. It's the most frightening thing I've ever seen. And he's literally there. I mean, say you wake up in the night, because I move in the night. I move, sometimes everything. I just move. And you look at him, and he's here, and you think, okay, it's making me go goosebumpy already, even looking at it. I just can't think of anything worse. And they just sit on these things. Say you move in the night, and then you just fall off it. And he's sitting here, they've got their legs dangling over the edge. I mean, it's unbelievable. They're either brave or completely mad. Mad as moths, Dave, we say. Mad as moths. Very, very popular. And you look at this vertical drop, and they're sitting there quite happily chatting away. Say there's a gust of wind that blows I mean, do you think they've actually got ropes around their waist, so if they do fall, then they can be... Oh, God, well, this looks awful. Don't like that. A man has been arrested. Not for that. But this one was stealing a woman's French bulldog in broad daylight. And this was in Malvern in Worcestershire. Only just been put online, but they have got the person. So what he did, this lady, Caroline Busby, was walking her dog Luna near her home. She was stopped by two men who pretended to pat the dog. And as they kneel down, they unclip the collar, they unclip the little lead to it, tuck it under their arm and run off. Luckily, they were caught. And they've actually got this person. They found the dog 8 miles away. They're very expensive. Very expensive. I spoke to somebody the other day who's got a cockapoo, and he paid 1,500 quid for it. So I thought dogs were really cheap. Loads of them. They must be fairly cheap. Or you go to somewhere like Battersea Cat and Dogs Home or the PDSA or any one of these dog rescue places where they're crying out for people to adopt dogs, and yet people want to spend 1,500. I've heard of people spending £2,500 on a dog before. I wouldn't spend that on a partner. You know, I mean, I can't think of anything worse. Imagine, £2,500. You want to go out with me? No, thank you. Definitely not. Not with a haircut like that, anyway. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Also, marking the 50th anniversary of his breakthrough performance as Michael Corleone in The Godfather, which I adored as a film. The first one and the second one, and then it tailed off. It became stupid. Al Pacino acknowledges he encounters some people who haven't actually seen the film. God blimey. Mind you, I can understand that. I've not seen Citizen Kane. And I should have seen that. And veteran telly favourite Basil Brush has launched a touching appeal to locate long-ago human sidekick Mr. Roy, also known as Roy North. With the pair having appeared together from 73 to 76, Basil announces, "Can anybody help? It's been donkey's years since we last spoke. I'd love to chat about old times with him." Well, I should imagine we could probably find Roy North on Google very easily. He can't have disappeared that far. Mind you, it's a bit embarrassing when a glove puppet wants to meet up with you, you know, and somebody's got to do the voice. And it would have been a different voice, of course, back in those times. But we will have a look. We will find out where Roy North is, because I'm sure he's still around. He had long hair, and him and Basil, he used to laugh all the time with Basil Brush. There he is. Fabulous. He's an actor. He's 80. And he was born in Kingston upon Hull. And he just looked very good, actually. So he's around. Where, I don't know. But he's also birthday next week. So many happy returns to him. He's born the 16th of March. Everybody's born on these days, aren't they? I'm a 17th of March baby. And the producer's somewhere in, I don't know, somewhere in March. 19th of March, yeah, very exciting. When's your birthday, Elliot? When do you have? The 2nd of March. 2nd of January. Well, we're not going to bother with that one, are we? Who can be... He's a leprechaun. Oh, he's Capricorn. Sorry. I thought, why would you be a leprechaun? I couldn't work that out. Mind you, there is a story about a leprechaun in the papers today, which we might bring you later. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Let's get the news headlines, shall we, here on LBC with Simon Conway.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So the fall of Roman's empire. The Chelsea fire sale, as Abramovich is sanctioned. Is it going to make any difference? I shouldn't think so. I mean, what will happen is all these other oligarchs will say, we'll get some money to you. And then he'll just carry on, and then at the end of all this, he'll just pay them back. That's the way it works. The British public to be asked to take in refugees. There's quite a number of people, actually, including the man who used to have John Caulfield, I think it is, who had Phones for You, and he had this mansion built in London. Well, it was 2 mansions put together, and they made a television programme about how fabulous the interior was. And he said, and I thought, oh, this would be quite nice, I'm going to take a refugee family in, but it's not to the mansion in London. It's to a place that he's got out in the country, and he's got a farm. I think there's a lovely house, but he's going to put them into somewhere on his property. And that's what they're asking. They're asking, tens of thousands of Ukrainians without family links will be allowed to stay for a year. It's taken them ages to sort this out. I really can't understand why they're still faffing around. It's all Priti Patel's fault. Promising things and then not actually delivering. I mean, this is, I think it's safe to say, Europe's biggest refugee crisis since the war. 4 million will flee Ukraine. And one of the papers has said today it's time for Priti to get her act together. I don't think she can. To be honest with you, having listened to the stuff she said, I think she's woefully inadequate for the job. Woefully inadequate. She's not experienced enough. She doesn't know. You can't just promise something and then just go, oh, we haven't got round to it yet, but don't worry, we will do it. It's too late. It's too late. All you have to do is sort of sort this out and do it quickly. There's also other people, leading political figures and businessmen in the UK facing questions over their links to the newly sanctioned oligarch Oleg Deripaska. George Osborne, Lord Mandelson, who both once visited his £80 million yacht, were under pressure to say if they still had links. It's just, when they say what a tangled web we weave, there's more corruption going on in government and things like that than you could ever shake a stick at. It's unbelievable. Oh, there we are. It went, also, all of a sudden, something just went... I thought, blimey, this is obviously what dying's like. Steve, jellyfish, says Elijah, is lovely, usually served with a bit of custard fish. Whatever that is. Sue says, Reservoir Dogs has the accolade in our house of worst film of all time. We don't like films that depict vile people doing vile things to other vile people. We know lots of peace and love, but we'll stick with James Stewart films. We'll have to hunt those ones out for you. And I don't know if you've seen the boxes. They come in different sizes. You can see what's in them. Not particularly cheap, but might keep out the moths. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, plastic boxes. Yeah, they can't. But these are tiny little moths. But this, if they were big moths, I could understand it, but they're not. But I don't know where they come from. It is a bit big for a moth, isn't it? This is a 5-litre XL clear. Because I like plastic boxes. I don't have any. But I think if I move, then I might buy some plastic boxes and keep stuff in there. But I think mice could gnaw through that quite easily. No, they could. I bet you anything. A mouse could gnaw through the corners of that box. Have you seen the teeth on mice? I'm not watching Tom and Jerry. I bet you anything, a mouse could bite through that quite easily. Rats as well. If you had it in a garden shed, they would literally if the... Beavers? What, in your garden shed? Where are you living? Honestly, he hasn't even got a rotary washing line, ladies and gentlemen. You talk about beavers to me, this time on a Friday morning, for goodness sake. Still, the Russian tanks blasted to a standstill on the road to Kyiv. He can't take control of it, can he? But as I say, he's got an inept army, unfortunately. That's why they think there's going to be something else. He must be planning other things. He must be planning other things. There's a big piece in the paper by Dominic Sandbrook who says how even the most mundane symbols can suddenly take on a terrifying new meaning. This is the Z and the odious gymnast Ivan Kulak on the podium and a Russian tank both bearing a Z. I think somebody painted it on for him and said, you'll do this because you've done very well in this gymnastics. And but then they had a message from him, didn't they, saying he stands by everything. And I'm thinking, I bet you don't. You don't look intelligent enough to actually make a decision. Oh, yes. Which children's book did Fergie choose to read for her story time with Fergie and Friends? Quite mad. Either a dig at a despot in Moscow or completely tasteless. It was Vlad's in Love. I mean, is there something the matter with her? Vlad's in Love. I don't even know what it is. So, Vlad Love, and that's what she's reading. Everybody's, Peggy's, it's a oh yeah, she does children's books. She reads it. She's really not telly-friendly at all. Vlad's in Love paperback, and so she's reading that for her story time with Fergie and Friends. In another world. Everybody's favourite smelly-breathed vampire is back with another dilemma. This time it's a matter of heart. Peggy Sue is new to Monster School, and Vlad is smitten. Frank and Keith are not much help, as they're in love too. Oh. But will the crew find the courage to talk to their crushes? Wow. Well, there you go. Vlad's in Love by Rory H. Mather. Perhaps she's failed to understand the connection, Vlad, and perhaps she doesn't know. Let's just put it down to that, shall we? Much, much easier. Also, confirmation that the vertically challenged ex-squeaker Bercow is a bully breathes fresh life into the recollection by former Tory MP Simon Burns when he attempted to park in the Speaker's official car space. I'm not happy, snapped Bercow. Burns replied, well, which one of the 7 dwarfs are you? I'm not happy. That's what he said. They had their own parking spaces. Not anymore. Not anymore. COVID is now less deadly than the flu. Mind you, you don't want the flu either nowadays, do you? I haven't had any sniffles or anything. Well, I've had a few sneezes, but I don't think that's anything to worry about. Please God. They've also brought out a set of stamps, including Captain Sir Tom Moore. That's gone a bit quiet, isn't it? The artists have met people, and special day for Sophie. This is Sophie Wessex, Countess of Wessex. And they finally met in person, and they all got a bit overcome with tears and all. I spend a lot of my time actually crying at the most peculiar... Oh, what about that orchestra who aren't going to play Tchaikovsky anymore because he's Russian? I mean, it now has got really stupid... You know, so they refused to play Tchaikovsky because he's Russian, which of course everybody knew about, but they've only just got round to sort of sticking their sixpenneth in the equation. Also, Victoria Beckham, a pricey satin suit supposed to exude elegance with its image of a piece of vintage lingerie. Unfortunately, some say it looks like somebody spilt a can of tomato soup down the frock. The £1,390 dress, I mean, you'd have to be an idiot, really, to spend that much money. Part of Posh Spice's Spring-Summer 2022 range has been roundly mocked on social media. One commentator said perhaps a cup of coffee has been spilt over it as the wearer went over a speed bump, which kind of figures, doesn't it? But she struggled with her fashion house. Well, just basically, it's not worked since day one. Reports last year suggested her label had racked up losses of more than 46 million since it was... I mean, it's just close it. Clothes. I mean, look at it. I mean, this is called fashion, is it? Looks like some cheap kind of thing that you'd find, you know, in Primark, you know, and they'd be flogging it for £3. She's flogging it. I mean, who would wear that? I seriously can't. Another person even compared it to coffee being dropped down it. It's just ghastly. And this is why her business is not doing well. She has no idea who the market is. Certainly, I mean, can you imagine spending £1,400 on that? I mean, so we did go through the shop a short while ago and have a look at some of the prices that she was charging. I thought, I'm not surprised you're in trouble. I mean, it looks as though somebody is, you know, somebody says, a third said, it looks like you got a hug from one of the kids doing a charity soak in a bath of baked beans. I mean, she's lost £46 million since its launch of this show. Close it down. She was running it like she was Dolce & Gabbana. But, of course, she's so far down the list It makes no difference at all. You know, she had flowers delivered, there were cars, so she's had to cut the staff. And as far as I know, it still isn't doing very well. And, you know, somebody said, why not? Why not just operate online? And because that would be a lot easier, wouldn't it? If you operated online, just to, you know, much cheaper. You could save all the cost of a ridiculous building that you can't afford to be in. Chris says, I saw a UFO this morning. I looked up and saw about 1,000 lights flying through the sky in single file, very close together. Yes, it'll be UFOs, and they will be landing very, very shortly. I've seen it, and I've seen them before in one of the Star Trek movies, where they were all over the place, you know, scouting through the skies and driven by monsters. And so, yes, they're basically targeting you, Chris. Yeah, you'll probably be abducted, taken on board a spaceship and probably experimented on, which you'll probably enjoy. That's what they do nowadays. They do that a lot, actually. Mary Beth in Maryland says, Steve, I've been doing this for years after wasps were building nests in the corner of my front porch roof. Simply take a brown paper bag, lunch bag size, crumple up newspapers and place inside the bag, tie with a string and hang up somewhere in the area where a nest has been. The wasps have poor eyesight and think it's a wasp's nest. Since they don't go near another nest, they'll leave thinking a nest is already there. Works perfectly, as long as it's under some sort of type of cover. And she says, I promise it works. Yeah, we don't have these lunch bags that you have. Oh, the leprechaun story. I'll come back to the leprechaun story. What? Well, it's a good story, I promise you. Very good story. And is it Cerne Abbas? Is that a giant? It's cut into a hillside, isn't it? Somewhere in Dorset or Devon or something. It's the Cerne Abbas giant. And I remember seeing, yeah, there he is. There he is. He's a fertility symbol, apparently. Well, he'd have to be something that size. I mean, to be honest with you, have you ever seen it before? They every so often have to sort of tidy it up because it's chalk based, and I don't know where it comes from, but it's a tourist attraction. Just imagine it's enormous. In every department. I mean, seriously. Put it this way, if you are going down to see it and you've never seen it before, do not assume they all look like that, OK? That would be very disappointing for you. Nobody asked her, but Kim Kardashian's been giving advice to businesswomen and women in the workplace. Get your arse up and work. She says it seems nobody wants to work these days. I love to be preached to by somebody so vacuous. Thank you so much indeed. Yeah, we'll all try and work a little bit harder. I've got the story. The Irishman who wins a race case after the boss mocked him with a dance. What sort of dance? You'll find out in a moment. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Very nice. Linda in Chingford says, great show, very funny. You think so? Oh, right. I'm going to the Royal Opera House tonight to watch Swan Lake. Do you like the ballet? Not wild about it. I mean, I have been to see ballet. I've been to see everything that Matthew Bourne has ever produced. I did a documentary years and years ago on the Royal Opera House, and but ballet doesn't really interest me that much. It's. I mean, I appreciate actually. It's, you know, even though, you know, people think it's very effeminate for the boys to do ballet, you've got to be really strong, you know, to do these lifts. And the girls weigh about as much as 2 feathers. You know, they don't weigh anything at all. And it's very tough. I appreciate it because I used to live with ballet dancers years and years ago. God, what a checkered life, honestly. And they would come home with bruised feet and toes and everything else because over the pub, no, we just lived, you know, in Harlesden. There were 3 of us. 4 of us, actually. 4 of us. And they were at Arts Educational. But I used to live above the pub. Oh, that was with a friend of mine, yes. That was where the disco was. The Gunnersbury Fair, when we had an armed robbery, and I was ill in bed. There's a man with a sawn-off shotgun standing in front of me. Well, what would you have done? And, yes, I'm not getting out the bed. I'm not getting out of bed. I've got nothing on. As simple as that. I wasn't going to get robbers excited. Yeah, he let me stay in bed. He decided it was far too obvious. But, yeah, so what was I talking about? Yeah, so opera, if you're training to be a ballet dancer, the idea is when you go on point, that's where you go, on point, they have to strengthen their toes. So what they do is in the bottom of each of their little satin shoes, which you get from just over the road here, there's a little shop that sells ballet shoes. And whenever the girls were over from Paris, they would go in there and buy them. And they used to put a wooden block in the end of the shoe, and that would stiffen up your toe so that you could do point work. Useless information, isn't it? Steve turned 52 today, says London Taxi. Shane. He says, starting my shift in my cab, wishes a happy birthday to get me off. A smile. God, we need a smile right now. Listen, I don't think it's the case of we need a smile right now, and although things are going to get worse because of the cost of things, I think it's the people of Ukraine who need as many smiles as possible, and smiling doesn't appear to be on the agenda at the moment because we're still trying to sort things out. I mean, I'm just hoping to God that it doesn't escalate any further. I really do. It's Lord Nigel Lawson's birthday today. Oh, look. Steve, the boss's wife bought a dress by Victoria. It looked awful, not just badly fitting. And Marilyn, I'd well known for her on point. She mentioned it was the most uncomfortable dress she's ever worn. I was a bit bitter about what it cost. Yes. I mean, how much did it cost? That's what I want to know, Tina. What would that cost, that thing? I mean, I don't know, actually. I mean, I just don't understand why anybody would ever buy from a former Spice Girl whose dad's an electrician. I don't quite understand where the link is at all on that one. And it obviously isn't selling this stuff. It is a very odd shape. But, I mean, do we really believe that Victoria Beckham is designing clothes? Do we? Because it's that bad. I mean, it's a shame, isn't it, really? Because she's quite sweet. It's just that the shop, I have to call it a shop, is not doing very well at all. Not doing very well. Nor Lord Nigel Lawson is 90. Longest-serving Chancellor since David Lloyd George. Margaret Thatcher had once considered sacking him, but did not, as he had complete intellectual mastery of his brief and had the strong support of Conservative backbenchers. He's the father of Nigella and male columnist Dominic. So he's 90 today, so happy birthday to him. March the 11th, 1994, BMW is to save the Mini from extinction. The German giant, which takes over from Rover next week, plans an exciting version of the classic British car for the 21st century. Wow. And in fact, the Mini is unrecognisable at the moment. Totally. There's loads of room in them. I was really quite surprised because I used to have a little Mini, and it was there was really no room in it. And if you did a long journey, when you got out the other end, you knew that you'd done a long journey. Every bone in your body was aching. You know, you're practically bent double. Going down the motorway was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, it was just really uncomfortable, but mine was quite old. I think it's been passed on. Anyway, here's an Irish warehouse worker. This is the story today. He's won a racism case after his manager mimicked his accent and danced like a leprechaun. Now, I didn't know that leprechauns danced. I really didn't know. Riverdance. I loved Riverdance. I remember watching it on the Eurovision Song Contest. I thought that was fantastic. Best thing they've ever seen. Everybody, there was a standing ovation. The hosts of the programme were fantastic about it. I interviewed Michael Flatley. In fact, I talked to quite a number of people who were behind Riverdance. Anyway, Jonathan Kelly complained that his boss, Michael Montgomery, was mocking his flag and mocking his country after he copied his Southern Irish accent during a meeting. Mr. Montgomery, a manager at Oriental Food Suppliers Hu Hing in Romford, said he also bobbed his head and moved his shoulders from side to side to pretend to be a leprechaun dancing. Anyway, Mr. Kelly is now in line to receive compensation after a tribunal ruled that Mr. Montgomery's humour was crass and insensitive and amounted to racial harassment. Lord above. I mean, I'm born on St. Patrick's Day. I have no Irish in me at all. Oh, so that's it. That's what we've found a dance leprechaun dance. It's a St. Patrick's Day song for kids. Kick up your heels. I was always very jealous of people who could do Irish dancing, you know, because I just think it looks really clever. Meehall will be doing that. My friend, who is now we think he's now ensconced at Loose Women with Matty, and we were looking at pictures of Matty actually earlier on. I think he's put on weight. But Meehall's there as well. A more charming boy you'd be hard-pushed to find, I promise you. So, if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Adge says, yesterday on the outskirts of Salisbury, Steve, I saw a petrol station selling diesel for £1.99.9. Oh, we could do better. We found a garage in Chelsea that's selling for over £2.19. I love this one. Steve, great show as always, listening from the yacht, says Roman in Mauritius. Not sure which Roman it is. Can you imagine, actually? Steve, how daft is that? They didn't stop playing German classical music during World War II, says Tarek. I know, I thought it was a bit ridiculous as well. They're not going to play Tchaikovsky, and they had a concert booked in to play Tchaikovsky, so now that's been cancelled, so now the musicians earn nothing. I mean, what's it? Surely music can transcend this, can't they? Can't they? You would have thought so. I think that's just ridiculous. Steve, we use waspinators. They're bags that you hang up. Oh, we're back to the bags you hang up, which look like a wasp's nest, says Catherine. Oh, you see, you've heard of them as well. I've never heard of them. I've never heard of them before. Steve, if you get your, excuse me, state pension paid weekly, it's like winning a small lottery. I wish. We always start the calendar month in debt, then finish with a few quid to start the next one. And in a month with 5 Mondays, you do feel rich. Great show, as always, Mr. Presenter, says Mike from Hawkhurst. Tina's boss's dress cost. Here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Let me have a get. I don't know. I know that her stuff's overpriced. I think that dress is £3,000. No. Oh, only 1,500. A bargain. A bargain. What's... I was trying to think. The most money I ever spent on a shirt was £199. And it was a Comme des Garçons. And we used to have a clothes shop in Twickenham. We had quite a really good clothes shop. He had, individual items in. And I went in there and he had it. And I looked at it. I thought, that's what it was in pink. When pink wasn't particularly fashionable for men, but I thought I'll make it fashionable. And I picked up this shirt, didn't have a price on it. And then I picked up one in blue. And believe it or not, I've still got them. Well, I've still got one of them because when I found out the price, I put one back. I went, no, maybe not blue for me. £199 this shirt was. Comme des Garçons. How much is that one? That's Comme des Garçons. That's £262.20. That's a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. Absolutely a huge amount of money. Good morning, Steve. This is from Mehal. Looking forward to seeing you at the Irish dancing lessons tonight. Please give a shout out to my boss, Matty. Yes, we know Matty. He's one of the producers at Loose Women, and he's a huge fan and really lovely. Yes, he follows me. I'll walk out the building and there's Matty right behind me. He just follows me all over the place. But no, you'll have a nice time down there. You really will. He fits in anywhere, doesn't he, Mehal? I only saw him in here a short while ago. And I'm looking forward to seeing my ex-producer Luke tomorrow morning. So, not wild about seeing Elliot, but I mean, he can't have everything. And yeah, all right, Roo-ha, roo-ha, roo-ha. I don't know why roo-ha. I was trying to think of hurrah, and it didn't come out the same way it should have done. Steve, enjoying the show muchly, says Jill in Milton Keynes. I used to live in Harleston as well. Small world. Well, quite a few of us used to live there. I used to work in Willesden. My bank used to be at the end of the road where I lived. I lived in Harvest Road in Harleston, and the bank was William and Glyn's, which was, it then turned into Royal Bank of Scotland, and it was one of the early ones. They were going to bring back William and Glyn's, but it never happened, but I loved it. Steve, you share your birthday with my late granny. All grannies are amazing. She was born in 1913, says Gordon the train driver in Scotland. Grannies are always great. Have you noticed, though, I don't have any grannies left. They died many, many years ago. But you never stop thinking about people. I know it sounds really strange to say, but I never stop thinking about my parents, and whether or not what they'd be saying about this war and what the solution would be. They always seem very pragmatic. But I think even this one might have confused them a bit.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Amazing, really, isn't it? And good morning. How many people are booking cruises now? The papers are full of cruise holidays and how cheap they are, and you're booking them sometimes in, about a year and a half in advance. Quite amazing. quite amazing. But I quite liked the cruise that we went on. And I thought it was quite good. Oh, I think this year, we might be going back to Lapland. I think that was the plan, to go back to Lapland for New Year's Eve, to go and watch the Northern Lights, which is nice. 10 cast members from Neighbours, because, they're axing Neighbours because they can't sell it, and it's all a bit of a shame. But anyway, they're flogging video messages for as little as £7.50. Clips from Alan Fletcher, who's played Dr. Carl Kennedy for nearly 30 years, are among the highest price at £36. Well, actually, you can get a lot more than that. A lot more money. I mean, there's people over here can get more than that. And you were, a long-standing cast member. I mean, £36, that should be more than $100. Definitely. American dollars, because the Australian dollar's not as high. TV star Kim Kardashian was blasted for moaning nobody wants to work these days, like this from somebody who can't do her own makeup, her own hair, or just about anything else, or can't even dress herself. Roman Abramovich was one of 7 Russian oligarchs worth a combined $15 billion who were targeted yesterday. I think that's right. I think if somebody's taking advantage of this country and they're supporting the war with Putin because they're very close friends, I think they should pay for it. It's as simple as that. Or we just kick them out. Also, the hell on earth, the desperation on the streets of Mariupol. 1,200 bodies found, mass graves used, and people are fighting for food. They've got nothing. They need every bit that we can send them. And, I mean, you've done fantastically so far, but as Bob Geldof said during Live Aid, send us your effing money. It was as simple as that. He was sort of showing... The worst thing was, I think, for Live Aid, they showed you the pictures of the camps where people were starving. And then down the road, literally within a few miles, there were people partying who had no idea that this was all going on. And here... you look at the bodies, they're just in sort of bin liners, and they're just throwing them into mass graves, 1,200 of them. And also the teen Coldstream Guardsman who went AWOL is believed to have signed with Ukraine's Foreign Legion. He's 19, he crossed from Poland on Monday. He's still in his army camouflage gear. Friends said he was given an AK-47 rifle, a bulletproof vest and a helmet after handing over his passport and signing a contract to join the Ukrainian army. Lord above. But, I mean, if he comes back here, he will be court-martialed because he's gone absent without leave. Also, a mum will beg a judge today to return her passport so she can try and reach her daughter in Ukraine. Olga Komengo, who had to abandon one rescue mission last week, needs court permission to travel to the war zone while she's on bail facing a criminal charge. Oh, dear. Not very clever of you, dear, is it, really? Her child... has dual Ukrainian and British nationality, is sheltering in a basement. Anyway, so she's not got her passport back at all at the moment, but it's a criminal charge. That's all I can tell you. Plus, Lorraine Kelly, named on a suspect package in a bomb scare which forced daytime shows off the air yesterday. She was the intended recipient of a box intercepted by security staff, because these packages... would never, ever reach anything like that. The post office would, first of all, scan them and then not send them out. Or failing that, if they sent them out, they'd go, just be aware that there's a parcel coming out. And so ITV went off air for about 2 hours, with including The Morning and Loose Women both affected. Typical, isn't it? You've got a show on Loose Women and you've got... all these sort of different things. Because do you remember I got that red card from the post office the other day where they put your name on it and they go, come and collect. Well, luckily, the post office, the main one, which is opposite the rugby stadium in Twickenham, because I couldn't remember what I'd ordered. I get a bit carried away sometimes. And I'd ordered some things, but then I checked on the thing. It didn't say your item's going to be delivered tomorrow, so I assumed it was maybe something I'd ordered from America. But, of course, I can't remember what I've ordered from America now. So I've ordered the oddest things. Seriously, I've got strange things in my shoes at the moment, which I don't want to go into. They're like plastic bits, and apparently it makes it feel like you're walking on air. Well, as I can't feel my feet anyway, it makes no difference. I could be walking on the hot coals or drawing pins or something. But anyway, so I thought I had everything lined up yesterday. So I got in the car, checked how much petrol was in there. Could I make it up to the rugby stadium? Got up there. You have to show identification. So I wanted to show them my Costco card, but they're not interested in my Costco card, which has got my name on it and a photograph, and a very good likeness it is too. So I sort of went up there and I said, I've got no idea what this is. He said, okay. And he handed me over this box, and I all of a sudden remembered I'd ordered a big bag of toffees, 1 kilo of toffees, and they're they do toffees or toffee eclairs. There's all sorts of different toffees in these things, and they love them out there in the newsroom. So I always sprinkle, them around liberally, and the clean sector. But I mean, and they're really nice. So I staggered out with this huge blooming box, a kilo of toffees, which was very nice. And then when the postman arrived yesterday, which was really good because he'd gone a different route from our normal postman, Darren, and had started on my neck of the woods first before he went up to the other one. And I got 2 more parcels, which I'd ordered. It's so exciting. So exciting. I think every day to have a parcel delivered is absolutely brilliant. I love it. Because it jogs my memory of what I've ordered. And I've got 3 CDs arriving very, very shortly. Because I got carried away the other day. So here we go with the unlikely Lothario Dean Gaffney. He used to play Robbie Jackson, but that was donkeys years ago. And this girl he's going out with, Valerina, is the same age as Dean's twin daughters. A little bit peculiar, isn't it? But Dean and Valerina have been spending a lot of time together in Dubai. Where does his money come from? What does he do for a living? He's not in a soap. He's not doing it. You don't see him on television programmes. They've been staying at an address beach resort and have been getting to know each other. Yeah, right. Honestly, how stupid do you think we are? How stupid. Dean is a great laugh. Is he really? When would that be? About as funny as Joe Swash. About as funny. His last relationship was with a model called Rebecca Rose Ward, who was 16 years his junior. They dated for 3 years until Dean and Rebecca started seeing each other, and then he split from Sarah Burge, his childhood sweetheart. He basically, he previously... Oh, that's where his money must have come from. Previously signed up to E4 dating series Celebs Go Dating to see if he could find the one. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Really wouldn't. He became a grandfather last year. He's in talks with a TV company about his latest project, a film called Pearl and Dean. In it, he plays himself and falls in love with a transgender girl called Pearl. What? Yeah, I'm sure they're going to go for that one, Dean. Fantastic, mate. Fantastic. I love it. Joe Wicks. Hello, everybody. Little Joe Wicks is sort of one of these people. He's sort of Essex boy, but with the funniest voice you've ever heard. And they're talking really on post-lockdown, the life of, fatherhood and everything else. Basically the same as everybody else is. We had babies and, it's all great. But then it comes down to he's just flogging a book. That's all it is. It's not very exciting at all, actually. Not very exciting. And pictures of Shane Warne's coffin flown back to Australia the other day because it was on a private jet from Thailand. Apparently, they say 100,000 mourners are expected at the Melbourne Cricket Ground for the state funeral, which is on March the 30th. So they've had the autopsy, and they've just said, basically, it was just a heart attack. There was no logical reason, apart from his wild lifestyle, which he seemed to like. Although I thought he was sort of cutting back on that as well. Calvin Harris's music career going very, very well at the moment. And, look, a picture of young blood making a name for himself as a rock star, but he's enlisted Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne as well. I like Sharon Osbourne. Ozzy's as mad as a fruitcake, I'm afraid. Completely mad. Sharon. Also, Robbie Williams has said he and the family don't have anywhere to live. Of course he's got nowhere to live. He's sold off all the houses. Bit stupid and naive, isn't it, really? So, he's not on Poverty Street. He also sold some Banksies. He had some original Banksies, which he sold as well. Perhaps he's been spending a lot on sort of DVDs and CDs. He's got all these big houses, but unfortunately, poor old Robbie, he doesn't really settle down, does he? He sort of flits from one to the other. And a former, this one makes all the papers. A former Radio 1 DJ jailed for 12 years yesterday for arranging sex with children. Mark Page, catchphrase me Mark Page, who worked on the station in the 80s, was guilty of the grotesque sexual abuse of victims as young as 12. He denied but was convicted of 4 counts of commissioning a child sex offence, twice via webcam and twice on visits to the Philippines. He was also match announcer at Middlesbrough FC for 20 years, had his computer gear seized by police after Facebook raised concerns about the messages. And the judge, QC, said at Teesside Crown Court, "You took advantage of the poverty and deprivation in an underdeveloped country. You delighted in their humiliation and the satisfaction of your own corrupt sexual desires." But I think 12 years over there is 12 years. Not like over here, where you're going to prison for life, that'll be 15 years. It makes a mockery of the system. So that's good. And a sheep thief A sheep. I know it seems really bizarre, doesn't it, that people go round in lorries and they steal sheep. They steal sheep. This one here has been ordered to hand over 11,000 he made from stealing 600 sheep. They're sheep rustlers, yeah. And in fact, farm equipment is stolen on a regular basis. Daniel Smith nabbed them from 4 farms, but the 26-year-old was caught when a victim saw their animals being sold and 92% of the sheep were recovered. Smith admitted theft and was jailed for 8 months. Should have been 10 years, isn't it? But he's got a confiscation order. I know, I'm a bit harsh, I'm afraid. I would be the hang 'em and flog 'em judge. I would be the one sitting there. And years ago, if you were given the death penalty, the judge would put this black cloth over his head, just sitting on the top, and that meant that you were going to be given the death penalty. A confiscation order this week gave him 3 months to find 11 grand. Oh, I'm sure you'll find it, darling. I'm sure it'll be somewhere in the house. Have a look around for it. What else we got? Oh dear. Revellers and this Britain's oldest nightclub snapping up chunks of carpet. I mean, I think it's a great story. The carpet is revolting. It was in a club in Halifax called the Acapulco. That was considered, yeah, Hitman and Her. It was fantastic. And they're replacing the carpeting after some years, actually. It's been a staple. It's been replaced after at least 20 years. Simon said, I had a conversation with a lad celebrating his birthday, and he said his mum met his dad here and his gran used to work here. So they're selling lots of bits of carpet. You can have a £5's worth or 50 quid's worth. It's for a homeless charity. Simon bought the club in 1995. He said, in the end, we couldn't cope with demand. We've had to dig some from the skip to clean and sell. I know it seems a bit odd, but if that's your sort of history, you know, I bet there's loads of people listening who, you know, used to go to this fish and chip shop or that pub or met at, you know, this dance. There used to be a place in Ilford called Room at the Top, I think, or something like that. And that was, it was on the top of a building. And that was fairly popular, you know. And so, you know, if they said, oh, it was being closed or, you know, whatever else, and, you know, we're selling off the bits and pieces, people want to buy it. That's their bit of memorabilia. I think that's really cute. I think it's lovely. 6:15 is the time. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, a generous scheme for refugees or yet another failure in the making. Nick will take your views on Priti Patel's new plan to help those fleeing Putin's war. He'll also be joined by Her Majesty's Chief Inspector of the Constabulary to discuss how the police can win back public trust following a litany of failures across the country. Plus, got a question about the war in Ukraine. Nick's convened an expert panel to provide you with the answers. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 o'clock here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, weekday mornings from 7, LBC.
Nice to have your company. 21 minutes past 6. If you have just joined us, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And I'm here tomorrow morning as well. I don't know why I'm here tomorrow morning. It's probably because I said yes, but I can't remember what the reason was. So between 4 and 7 tomorrow morning, I will be with you here on LBC. So I shall be expecting your company because Ian Payne's on in the afternoon. So that's why they literally begged me. I mean, I could barely turn them down. It was so embarrassing. You know, it's a case of please, pretty please, you know, usual sorts of things. And as I say, try and keep me off the radio on a Saturday morning. Because actually it's great because you finish on at 7 o'clock and I haven't got anything to do tomorrow. I'm having a bit of a lazy weekend. But as I say, if it rains, that kind of scuppers any plans. Steve, I once bought a Louis Vuitton tie in Paris. Cost me 90 quid and I had to queue. That was more than 20 years ago, says Gordon in Newdigate, and I've still got it. Oh, I've got a whole raft of ties. I was telling somebody actually outside earlier on before we started the programme that I've got lots and lots of Dale Winton's clothes because after he'd worn them for a series and there were suits and jackets and coats and Mr. Chow collars and handmade shirts and stuff like that, I've still got them. I can't quite bring myself to get rid of them. And also, if you take them into a charity shop, what do? You say, these are very famous clothes. You know, these have been worn, they've been seen on television. And they're all perfect condition, it's just they don't fit me. So it doesn't really help because I've sort of put on a little bit of weight since I was first given them all those years ago. But the one thing I have got is ties. I've got all his ties. And he had some really nice ties. And I've got them all. Which is quite nice. Oh, Gordon, yeah. Steve, Windsor Theatre was rocking last night to the brilliant performances of Lost in Music, says Sunil. Oh, right. Steve, your chance. Vegan Burger King at Leicester Square, 1 month only. Vegan Burger King. Wow. We're still waiting. Have I seen it? No, I tend not to wander about. I'm here in the early hours of the morning. I want to get in the building as quick as possible. Open the door. Please. A bit frightened out here. No, I'm waiting for the Greggs to open. So fully vegan for a month trial. Oh, right. So what have they got? Oh, right. It's all... Yeah. So Burger King, known for its meat-centric menu, is throwing a major curveball in London. The company's revamping its Leicester Square flagship restaurant to be fully... It's a flagship restaurant, is it? I went to it when it was selling normal stuff. And it's only for a 1 month trial. So it's the first Burger King restaurant worldwide to do so and involves years of development. Really? I just thought they'd say, let's change all these signs and we're going vegan. It does look quite nice, yes. Mind you, I'm liking the Marks and Spencer's mozzarella cheese and something else balls, which you obviously deep fry, and they look delicious. They did, and I'm not sure if I like mozzarella. I can't remember. Can't remember if I've had it. Do I like mozzarella? Oh, right. But I'm going to go for the balls, though. Definitely. I mean, they just look particularly delicious. You know, they sort of ooze out and everything. It's like at Christmas time, they did mini chicken Kievs, which I liked. They were particularly gorgeous. And then I found chicken Kievs in balls. They are actually mini chicken Kievs in Marks and Spencer's, but the balls were quite nice. I managed to get some of those and deep fried them, or shallow fried, actually. Oh, you could eat them now. But these mozzarella ones look very nice. It'll be the price that prohibits it, you know, one of those things. Lynn in Rochester, down in Kent, says we're going on our cruise next week. It's an 80s cruise with all the 80s pop stars. It's a new ship. It's a Virgin ship. Can't wait. Oh, you'll love it. Don't tell Noreen. If she thinks there's an 80s cruise going on, she'll be down there straight away. Patrick says, Steve, does your postman wear shorts all year round like my Hampstead postman Terry? He does. Darren wears shorts. I've never seen him in a pair of long trousers. He only wears shorts all year round. Come wind, summer, winter, rain, whatever it is, he's always got shorts on. Whereas me, I only wear I wouldn't go out wearing shorts locally. Good no, that people would be complaining. There'd be a complaint to be going, he's out again, you know. He's got them out for people. And so I only wear shorts at home. I don't wear them all the time, if I can be bothered. But I do have a ritual. I do go in and take my jeans off and hang them up. I don't know why. It's a bit... But they look as if I'm going to go to a gymnasium. Of course, I'm obviously not. Otherwise, I'd be a different person. But no, they're just normal shorts you buy in JD Sports or anything like that. Not sort of... I don't do anything tight. They're fairly loose, which is quite nice. No spandex, glitter on the side, just to make myself look fairly... No, because, you know, I live very near a gymnasium and people walk up and down the road with their sort of shorts on. I find it very unnecessary, you know. Dress yourself properly, my mother used to say. So he does wear shorts all the time. Steve, we've done that one, haven't we? So in Cardiff, yeah, the overture... composed by Tchaikovsky in 1812. Would that be the 1812 overture, do you think? Complete with cannons. It was cancelled simply because he was from Russia. And in Moscow, the nationalisation of McDonald's is being considered. Is this more of an insult to Tchaikovsky or to Ronald McDonald? Maybe both should be considered on their own merits. Yes. And here we go. You've just taken me back, Steve. I'm very good at doing this. To being a very green 18-year-old, having left home and starting my first full-time job in the Avenue Hotel pub, Newbury Park. A night out was at Room at the Top, of course being the 70s, great music. There was the Green Man too, I seem to remember, on Eastern Avenue, which is a Mackie D's now. At least the Narrow Boat isn't like a block of ice first thing, getting gradually warmer. How lovely, how lovely. Steve, have you had halloumi yet? No, I haven't. They keep saying, oh, you're going to like halloumi, but I mean, I don't know. It's not my sort of thing. I'm still intrigued by this pie we told you yesterday that Marks and Spencer's do, which is a beef kind of pie with chips on it, which already cooked. How to grill halloumi. Oh, no. No, it just doesn't look as though it's going to appeal to me. No, I know you keep saying I will like it, but I mean, I know what my stomach will accept. And I don't think it's going to be halloumi. They were doing them one the other day. I think you must deep fry it or something. They're already sort of made up and and they look round. They look like little spiral things and you sort of pop them in. Whereas all the ones I'm looking at are sort of square or oblong or something. It just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know why. What does it taste like? What does it taste of? And don't say halloumi. I quite understand that bit, but I just don't know what it would be. Chicken and cheese. I will say that's quite a nice combination, isn't it? Chicken and cheese. I like that. I do like chicken Kiev, actually. So I've not tried, Catherine, yet, my halloumi. Halloumi dippers at Bill's restaurant. Mega yummy. Dip in the sweet chilli sauce. I do like sweet chilli sauce. I buy that Seven Dragons one. But then I got in about a year ago and I bought it in Costco and I was holding it and as I went to put the key in the door, I dropped it. You can imagine, can't you? That gunky sauce in the sort of the pyrotechnic orange colour went everywhere. Glass everywhere. Oh, it's a nightmare. So I just got the hose out and sort of washed it all down, thinking I'll have to go back and buy another bottle. And then I suddenly realised it's really fattening. But then everything is fattening. Whatever you want to eat nowadays, is it just as well I dropped it? I saved myself from a fate worse than Blue Dragon. But I do like it, actually, because I like prawn toast. Prawn toast is very nice. We've had anything actually like that. Just got to be a little bit careful for me. We started worrying about the feet. Let's worry about the rest of the body, shall we? Very shortly, I think my body will be a temple. Just that nobody's worshipped at it for many a year, but it doesn't matter. 6:30 the time. Let's get the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have you company. So this Jeremy Kyle documentary is coming out. It's going to be shown on ITV. And basically, they've found a lot of people have contacted them to say, we worked on the programme and there was all sorts of shenanigans going on. People were duped. And it was only really after the death of Steve Diamond that they axed the show immediately. There was talk at the time, I seem to remember, of them saying, perhaps we should rest the show. And then somebody went, no, cancel it completely. So I think there was about, and there is, I know, in these shows, between, I would think, 30 and 50 people working on that show. At least with the runners, the researchers, the camera crew, studio assistants, lighting, sound, makeup, hair, all these sort of things. And a group of whistleblowers claim that the lies and bullying and scheming went on backstage to get guests onto the Jeremy Kyle show. They claim in this Channel 4 documentary they were under enormous pressure to book people, and working class individuals were a key target because they knew they were going to get the results. And I can tell you for a fact there is an awful lot of pressure on people who work on television programmes. The pressure being you need to get guests. Somebody drops out at the last minute. What do you do? You have to find another guest. You've got to really work at it. You ask Matty, on Loose Women and Me Hall and everything, and they'll tell you you're working under pressure. Probably the same in radio, I would think. There's a lot of programmes, especially on LBC, because of the amount of guests that we get through and the amount of political guests. It can be really, really stressful. Really, really stressful. And, I had a producer once and he didn't find a guest for me. And we used to have a big name guest every, I think, once or twice a week. It would be somebody quite big who was, a leader of industry or something like that. We had David Liniment, who was running ITV, which I was fascinated by because I'd seen David around the building. I just never talked to him. And I said, do you have the power to watch a television programme and go, axe it? He said, oh, yes. Which I always thought was quite cool, actually. Quite cool. And we did loads and loads of different people. So I know what it's like to actually get people. So when the staff have said that they had to bully people, and they were particularly targeting working class individuals, there was never anybody who was sort of called, Esmeralda, who came from Mayfair. It was always working class people. And they must have had to have signed a disclaimer that they were on the show and Kyle would be in their faces. I can remember him going very close up to people and going, did you do that? And I remember thinking, well, normally these sort of people would have laid him out. they wouldn't have put up with it. But I think they signed a disclaimer, because I think they were on fees as well. I mean, it's a TV show, and you've got, there's a lot of competition. So I understand where they were coming from. Unfortunately, it went too far. And it pushed people who were in a vulnerable situation. The whistleblower, they haven't named this person, has said the lie came when you were in the studio. The whistleblower claims they tried to entice folk onto their shows, pretending there was a 6-week waiting list, but they could be bumped to the top of the queue. They say here, Steve Diamond, who blamed the Jeremy Kyle show for taking his own life, it's claimed, the gentle giant had gone on to prove to his fiancée, that he'd never cheated on her. However, presenter Kyle produced the results of a lie detector test, which claimed that Steve was not telling the truth. What they didn't know is that Steve was already being treated for depression and was deemed vulnerable. It then spiralled out of control. He took a drugs overdose. When news broke of the tragedy and the series was axed after 14 years, it was claimed he'd left suicide texts on Jane's phone that didn't blame the show, which was never shown. But in an explosive documentary, Steve of Portsmouth did send a series of messages to Jane, revealing he held the show responsible. His final message to her was, I hope the Jeremy Kyle show is so happy now. They're responsible for what happens now. I hope this makes good ratings. I bet they keep this quiet. A spokesman for Kyle said we'll have a statement available later this week. I mean, this is ages ago that they axed the programme. I can remember it vividly because it made all the papers. It made all the papers. And the inquest into Steve's death is due to be heard on March the 28th in Winchester. But the Jeremy Kyle Death on Daytime is on Channel 4 on Sunday and Monday at 9 p.m. And the Daily Star have basically said, it was a rubbish. But the trouble is, we all sat there watching it. I think we're all as complicit as everybody else on the programme, because if we'd all deserted it and not bothered, but it was when Kyle got really up close to people and would shout at them, you did this, and then people walked off and he would follow them. Come on, follow them. And they would follow them backstage, and the person would be going, oh, get away from me, and all this kind of thing. And he would sit there saying, listen, why can't we do this? Let's do it. And he would cajole them into going back on the set. Meanwhile, the audience just sat there like Muppets, because you had to wait until he came back. So they're all watching it on the TV screen. And it was always people who behaved badly, but it was this explosive television. I mean, they do it in America, and it just became incredibly popular. However, but the funny thing is, isn't it, after we had a few deaths on Love Island of people taking their own lives, they didn't axe the series. Because people were vulnerable, and there'd been about 3 people who had taken their own lives, and yet they still carried on with the series without checking. And I kept saying on air, shouldn't they check these people out, that A, they're not on any medication, B, they're not seeing any experts, and so ITV have upped their before and after care. But before, they didn't do anything. They did nothing. They should have done this all the time, because people nowadays, you can't tell, as we know, because we talked about Joe Lyons, who took his own life. I didn't know he was suffering from depression. I had no idea. Because we don't ask people questions. But if you're going to go on a television programme, I think you have to be vetted. The researchers have to talk to you. They have to find out, are you under any hospital or anything like that? Because you're putting people on television. They think this is the path to riches and everything else, and they're going to be sort of celebrities. And I don't think it works like that anymore. I really don't. I mean, I've seen, the path to stardom, as they say, is littered with people who've fallen by the wayside. They all think, they can all be it. I can be very famous. What do people want to be nowadays? Famous. Ask kids, what do you want to be? Famous. Why? Because you get loads of money. Oh, right. What else? Get nice cars, get girls and everything else. All because the papers keep putting on people like Kerry Katona and other people into the thing. People who've sort of been bankrupt, they've done their drugs and all the rest of it, and we're still putting them up on television as if they're some sort of celebrities. They're not. They need help, these people. Gets very worrying. So it'll be interesting to see this Kyle programme. Whether they identify the person who is being loosely called the whistleblower remains to be seen. I suspect not. But it's when did they axe the Jeremy Kyle show? What year was it axed? 2019. Oh gosh, I thought it was earlier than that. Isn't it funny? 2019. But I did catch it you know, on sort of odd occasions. It's just that it was this people walking off sets, and he had entrances on both sides, and then they'd have a big bouncer standing in the middle to try and separate them in case it turned into fisticuffs, which it did on most occasions, you know, or somebody had come on and they'd lie and they'd argue, and then he'd go, the results of the lie detector test. You are the father of the child. And the audience would gasp like they'd never heard of, you know, children out of wedlock before. They did it in America, where they had a woman sitting there. And again, we all sit there watching this trash television because that's what it is. And she'd told this bloke that he was the father, and he'd believed her. And the host of the programme said, well, we've got the results of the lie detector test now, and the DNA, because that kind of clinches it. And he said, and the results show you are not the father of the child. This woman now gets up, uses every expletive under the sun and goes, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Wait, no, he's not. No, he's not. How many other people have you slept with? And then it degenerates into another sort of programme. And then she bursts into tears. He walks off the set because he's been supporting this child for ages. And that's what we call impact television. It's television where, you know, if somebody breaks down, they think this is a bonus. They want people to cry. They want people to storm off. Otherwise, you've got a very dreary programme. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. It is bad, but I shall watch the programme just out of curiosity, just to find out what's going to be said about it, because I consider myself a fairly good judge of these sort of programmes. And the Jeremy Kyle one, I was surprised it had gone as long, because it did degenerate into a gladiatorial fight on most of them. Steve, it's now costing me £240 a week to run my cab, says Perry in... no, it's not. It's either Perry or it's Terry. Difficult to tell anyway. But anyway, for that 240, I'm only getting 60 quid's worth of diesel, and 180 of that is tax. Oh, don't even go there. Please, I know exactly how everybody's suffering. I really know how everybody's suffering. Steve, you must have tried M&S Gastropub Chicken Kiev, says Eddie. It's got a bone in it. Why would you want a piece of bone in a chicken? No, thank you. I'd rather... Mind you, the trouble is all the other chicken Kievs look as though they've come off an assembly line. They're all identical, aren't they? I don't mind. And, Steve, what about wearing a pair of skin-tight leggings, says Pete. What? Yeah, that's not bad. I wouldn't wear skin-tight leggings. I can't get them on anyway. You know, I'm not really into skin-tight leggings. It's like I'm one of these people, actually, because ever since I put on a little bit of weight, just a fraction, I've never tucked a shirt in for years. I don't do tucked-in shirts anymore, because I think it looks... If you are slightly carrying a little bit of extra weight, it does look slightly, you know, naff, doesn't it? And so you don't encourage it. And yet you go to America and you've got all the cops there who have got skin-tight shirts on, which are all tucked in, and their guts hanging over the top, their guns at the side, the baton, the CS gas, and all the other things that they carry with them. And there they are, stuffing their face with ribs. I could eat ribs now, actually. 7:15. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Charlie Girling says, flog 'em first before hanging. Because they hang 'em and flog. She said, it's no point otherwise, is it really? Well, I don't know. We used to do hung, drawn and quartered years and years ago. Not a popular entertainment, I don't think. But, Steve, I am overjoyed to hear you'll be on in the morning. Thank you for the warning. Oh, that's nice. As there's worrying potential for me automatically getting up for work on Saturday, hearing your voice, and on Sunday thinking it's Saturday, standing outside the supermarket at 7, wondering why there isn't a soul around and the place locked up. I know. It's the way it goes. Mick in Preston, good morning. Also, Andrew says, launching halloumi puff pastry balls soon. We'll try to convert you. Oh, no, don't, please. I can't. It sounds ghastly. I don't want to sort of accept anything that, you know, might do me harm. Kevin the Milkman says, I know someone who went on the Jeremy Kyle show. I warned her that they would wind her up backstage to make good television, but she didn't listen. Made a complete fool of herself on national television. You see, they're making a television programme. Phil says, don't we pronounce it Chicken Kiev now? I don't know, actually. Sainsbury's have become the first to rename Kiev to Kiev. They've spelled it K-Y-I-V. Yeah. which is ridiculous. I mean, seriously, that is just so stupid. I've never heard anything like it. So, Phil, I'm not buying into it. I'm not buying into that at all, actually. And thank you for a smashing week, Steve. You're a cracking lad, says Kim. Cracking lad, honestly, at my age. Apparently, we're going to be having temperatures hotter than Greece. Oh, I'll have to undo an extra button on the shirt. How exciting. Yeah, the old ombre solaire will be out. My creosoted arms. That'll look quite nice. And Surf's Up, they've got some girl here, they managed to persuade her to take a dip in the sea, in Blackpool, in a bikini. Well, in this weather? Are they mad, these people? They do it? Oh, there they all are. Oh, my goodness me, look. This is Elaine, the original Spikers Face group. She says, with all that's ill in the world at the moment, it's so nice to take a short while out and have a dip in the sea at Broadstairs. It was a touch cold, but was thrilling. Looking forward to hearing you tomorrow as a Saturday bonus. You are mad as a fruitcake. It looks freezing. I just don't. It's so salty, the sea. Is it still salty? Why is it salty? Is there what? No, but is there a reason why it's salty? I mean, why is seawater salty? Anybody know? You see, I've asked a very sensible question. That's another one for James O'Brien's Mystery Hour. I'm helping him out on the programme. I thought as I'm doing my little bit. Oh, now, we've talked about whiskey before, because I've discovered all sorts of people around here drink whiskey and collect whiskey and everything else. And there's a 78-year-old bottle of whiskey, limited edition Macallan Scotch, comes in the original oak and leather-lined case. And this one has just sold for £79,000 for a bottle. Now, that's not the end of it. I mean, some of these bottles of Scotch go for serious money if it's oak cask, because it's the oak cask that gives it its flavour, because it takes it out of the wood. Now, I'm not really a whiskey drinker. Not really. I mean, I have had whiskey in the past. I used to drink it years ago with a bottle of, they used to call it American. You'd have a whiskey in American, and it was like sort of a ginger ale type thing that went with it, which was okay. But there again, I mean, I've also drunk Bacardi and Coke and stuff like that. And then the worst drink I ever had was Southern Comfort. It was too syrupy for me, too sort of thick. Then I discovered vodka. And there's some really nice vodkas out there. Grey Goose is one of my favourites, but I know that there's very expensive vodkas. Another one here, they're talking about bullying Burko. And I like this carpeting, actually, at this Acapulco club. I think it just looks quite great. Why is sea salty? Here we go. We've got the answer for you. We've pooled all our resources. Ocean salt primarily comes from rocks on land and openings in the seafloor. Salt in the ocean comes from two sources, runoff from the land and openings in the seafloor. Rocks on land are the major source of salts dissolved in seawater. Rainwater that falls on land is slightly acidic, so it erodes rocks. Must be a fair amount of water coming down, mustn't it? I mean, the ocean is quite... I mean, do you get further out as it gets saltier, or... I mean, I don't really know, actually. Because we were discovering the other day, when they found the good ship Endurance, the reason it had survived is because there's no microbes, because it's so cold, the water, that these microbes don't survive, and so they haven't eaten the actual ship, which was good news. Which is very good. Lord Sugar could move The Apprentice up north. Fired candidate, who's called Aaron Willis, who comes from Chorley, claims the BBC show was too southern. He said the thing he missed was being able to pop out for a Greggs. There's another one you'll never hear of ever again. Honestly, they're really here. Because the stars of the show are staying in this luxury pad in Hampstead. He said it was very lovely to go there and relax, but I would have loved to be able to be relaxing up north. It didn't have a Greggs on the doorstep. He said, because they have something, he said, I need a Greggs and a hungry horse. What's that? Is that like a restaurant thing? Oh, right. Or something like that. He said, not a pret-a-manger thing or whatever they're called. It's called pret-a-manger. OK, so Erin was sent packing... I'm going to sneeze again. Sorry. Erin was sent packing last night in a double firing along with Akeem Bundu Kamara. Do you know, I really haven't seen any of The Apprentice, so I've got no idea who's in it. I've got no idea, you know, what they do for... I've just sort of stayed well away from it. Only because it just doesn't seem to be on at the right time for me, which is a bit of a shame. More Steve Allen tomorrow morning. Yes, there is, actually. And Sharon says, every day without fail, high tide at Shoreham in West Sussex. There are a group of swimmers. I used to have a lady who used to write to me called Petra from Shoreham, and I went down there, actually, not to see her, because she passed away a long time ago, but she used to write into the show regularly. And I went to Shoreham because it's very near Brighton. It's along the... What are you eating? Is that a toffee? Oh, no. Just sorry, I thought Courtney was going to be going for the toffees outside, but no, he's gone for the Satsumas. I'll only buy them if they're easy peel. There's no point in not... You can't peel the blooming things. I can't peel oranges for love nor money. And no pips. We don't want any pips. They're nice, though, aren't they? They're good. I always feel they're healthy, but the toffees are very nice, too. Toffees are very good. I always tell him that, I think very bad influence. I'm terrible for influencing people to eat stuff that they shouldn't really be eating. Blood on his hands. Ministers say Roman Abramovich is complicit with Putin as Britain becomes the first country to sanction him. I don't think it's going to make the slightest difference. I really don't. I'm looking at a picture of his house. He's been building up a property portfolio, including a £150 million mansion in Kensington Palace Gardens. Wow. That's how much money they've got. It is just absolutely huge. Western officials are warning the number of people fleeing Ukraine could reach 4 million within days as the war creates an unprecedented refugee crisis. So now you can see that 350,000 have crossed into Romania from Ukraine, whilst well over 150,000 have reached Slovakia and Hungary. And the Polish authorities reported that 1.43 million people had entered the country from Ukraine. There'll be more on this throughout the day on LBC, as the Ukrainians claim that there's a Russian tank commander who's been killed in an ambush. This is just outside Kyiv. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to the start of the weekend. Well, it is the start of the weekend for me, because I was just saying to Clive, I don't think I've done a Saturday morning in years and years on LBC, so this is a bit of a treat for me, and probably an even bigger treat for you, I should imagine, and especially in these troubled times. And I know that every programme that starts off talking about that, there'll be a certain section of the population going, oh, not Ukraine still. But the trouble is now it's reached a critical condition. It's now got to the stage where we think they're getting ready for what could be the final onslaught. That's what I think it is. And in Kyiv, they're not bothering about it. The people they spoke to in the papers, they're going, listen, we're going to stay here, and we're going to sort of fight for this. So we're going to follow the situation quite carefully. Other stories that are running in the papers this morning: the Queen will miss the Commonwealth service that was so important to her, and Harry won't be coming home for the memorial to Prince Philip, which is probably the best news you've heard all day. Cressida clinging on at the Met in a row over £500,000 payoff, and Monty Python's Flying Circus. Monty Python's Flying Circus is going to be aired on TV for the first time in 34 years. How PC it will be, I've got no idea, because I can't remember. I was a bit too young for Monty Python's Flying Circus. Although, actually, when I think about it, probably I wasn't, but I don't think we were allowed to watch it in our house. Also, the courage of two pundits who dared to speak the truth on Russian television, basically saying the war is just a waste of time. And, of course, what could ultimately happen, if the madman gets his way, is that all the oligarchs lose every bit of money they've ever had. And I think they're going to turn on him. And I think they're going to turn on him fairly soon. What do Harry and Meghan do every day? According to one paper, they said prepare to be underwhelmed. They don't do as much. In fact, basically, he's as bored as it gets. I mean, they were so bored the other day, they had to sort of let him go to a rodeo, which, of course, is not the kind of thing that Meghan must have smacked his little bottom, I should imagine, because they're very much into animal husbandry and welfare and everything else, and rodeos have to put animals down, they get damaged and all the rest of it. What Harry was doing there, God alone knows, but because she wasn't there, he looked thoroughly miserable. Petrol's reached 160 a litre. Where are they going to? I put petrol in the other day, 179 I paid. And they go, petrol's reached 160, but they say prices are set to finally fall. No, it just means that people won't bother using them, and Shell and all the other big oil companies won't make huge profits, which they probably do at the moment. Bletchley. You know Bletchley? I love Bletchley. I thought it was one of the best days out I'd ever had. It's a place that is trapped in a time capsule, and it's where Alan Turing worked. And if you don't know who Alan Turing is, I only discovered about 2 years ago there's a school named after Alan Turing in Teddington, down the road from me. And I thought that was quite nice because Alan Turing dared to be gay. And he was raised in southern England, born in Maida Vale, actually, and he got a degree in mathematics. That means very clever. That means really clever. He died when he was only 41. We think he was chemically castrated. That's what I think it was, because he was gay, and they thought that was the answer to it. And I remember going to the Science Museum some years ago, and they did a whole exhibition on Alan Turing and what he did. They had to do an apology. Cyanide poisoning, cause of death. And his ashes are scattered in the gardens of Woking Crematorium. He went to Sherborne School. Now, you know why Sherborne School is famous? Because they used it in a film, Goodbye Mr. Chips. They used Sherborne College and School. So, you know, there was a lot of history there. Very, very clever man. Very, very clever man indeed. And Dawn Neeson. This woman does that. She never sleeps. I'm convinced she's not real. I think she's a hologram. You know, and in between doing all her columns and in between doing, you know, the television, I mean, perhaps there's two of them. Now, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? I could tell you a story about twins, but I can't because I would be... It's not a bad story at all. It's just that I'd never thought of something. And I wish I could tell you it, but I can't because I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle and we don't do that. She says, what time do you call this, young man? Some of us started work half an hour ago. I told you, half an hour ago. She's... Dawn, you are a one. You really are. And Gilly from Basingstoke. God knows, we've tried to big Basingstoke up over the years. I've tried it and I can't do it. I mean, I have been there. Just roundabouts, is it? Very modern Basingstoke. But anyway, Gilly says, now try and contain your excitement, but you have the pleasure of my company this morning. On my way to North Weald Market, set up my designer pets doggy stall. Weather's not great. Weather's not great this morning. I hand make much of it, still waiting for you to visit. I've told you I'll shout you a sausage. Anyway, having you live this morning has made my Saturday. Your wit and wicked sense of humour is a very welcome distraction. I think that's what I'm on this morning for. I'm here to be a distraction, to take you away from the misery and the heartache and the situation in Ukraine, which goes from bad to worse. So I'm a slight distraction. But hope you received your birthday card. I have got a load of birthday cards, but I'm being quite good at not opening them just yet. I did open a present, though, this morning. I did it from Helinka, which was very nice indeed. And we got some lovely things in the box. Fighting, you know, over nothing. What's the matter now? What's the matter? It's not St. Patrick's Day today, no. I'm the 17th. Yeah. In fact, actually... It's fine. Yeah, but you can celebrate. You know, you get to my age, you're determined to celebrate just in case you don't make it, which is another thing. I have a birthday week, but the interesting thing is mainly the people who work on my programme, I've had 3 producers who have shared March birthdays with me. Joe, my regular producer, has got a March birthday. Loads of people. And I went to the hospital yesterday to get my, I like going for a visit and to get my eyes tested for glaucoma and stuff like that. If you're diabetic, you have to have it. And so, well done to Charlie. But when I went up to the desk to check in, and the lady said, date of birth, and I went 17/3/54, in a quiet voice, I didn't want anybody else to hear in the queue. And she said, that's my father's birthday. I said, what are the chances? Obviously, March babies are very, very nice people. I said, well, that's the way I'm trying to look at it. But, you know, reach this age, still happily toddling on. Noreen says, well, this is different having you on today. You mentioned me in an 80s cruise. Sounds like it's an 80s cruise of putting a lot of those stars on who she loves so much. We're going to America to see some shows in June, 60 shows. So wish a very long-time listeners, Jackie and Tom, a happy 55th wedding anniversary and have a great show. I'm enjoying it already, actually. I don't know why. I'm quite happy when I'm working, because when I said yes the other day, I hadn't really sort of thought of the implications. But then I suddenly thought, what would I be doing? I'd be sitting at home, dozing on and off. I might as well get up and come into to London, which is quite... Although I gather some of the roads are going to be closed a little bit later on, but I did drive in. I quite like driving in. I was going to clear the back seat of the car. It makes it look like a rubbish dump, I'm afraid, at the moment. I'm terrible. But still getting nearer changing the car. I've decided that's going to be my treat for this year, my birthday treat. So I've seen a couple that I like the look of, and should be good. Mo says, hold on a minute. Am I hearing the serenading voice of the handsome Steve Allen on a Saturday morning? Stop it. If she wants to think I'm handsome, the disbelievers, the other side, Mo. I promise you. Somebody, actually, the producer was saying to me, he said, because we were talking about Lorraine Kelly, because the Lorraine Kelly you see on the television is not Lorraine Kelly. She's playing the part of Lorraine Kelly. Well, that's what she told the tax man. And then the producer said, do you think you're playing the part of Steve Allen? And I wasn't really sure, actually. I had to think about that, because I think this is about as near to Steve Allen as you're going to get. I mean, apart from generally speaking, I litter my conversations with filth and four-letter words, you know, and stuff. But I don't know, actually. You'd have to ask other people whether they think... Because I actually end up with a lot of my friends who listen to me, and they know me. They might as well just phone me up and I'll talk to them down the telephone for half an hour. You know, keep them happy. There you go, you've heard the programme. That's all you need to worry about. But it is true, you know, that's the art, they tell me, of television presenting, whether or not the person is believable that you're watching, because I'm quite good at spotting people that I think are, you know, basically playing a part, or, you know, doing not actors, but normal presenters on the television. Jeremy Kyle's show's coming in for it, which is very interesting, because it was taken off the air after one man, unfortunately, took his own life. And this was somebody who, they didn't air the programme, but it turned out he had been being treated for depression. And I've said before on the programme, I've said it many, many times, in fact I only said it the other day, that they need to do a better vetting system. They do have a better vetting system in place at the moment to find out whether or not people are up to just what the media can be like. You know, you go from being Mr. and Mrs. Nobody, or Mr. Nobody, or Miss Nobody, to all of a sudden the press camping out on your doorstep, things like that. You know, you only had to look at what Princess Diana had to endure on a daily basis. She couldn't go outside of the flat when she first started going out with Prince Charles without the press surrounding the car and all the rest of it and take it. You can imagine dealing with that on a daily basis. If you're somebody who comes from Lowestoft, I've no reason why I picked out Lowestoft, but I'm just sort of thinking that if you're completely detached from the media and then all of a sudden the media are camped out on your doorstep, it's a real shock. It's a culture shock, I promise you. And so they need to find out that the people that they're putting on programmes, because we've had it with Love Island, where people have been so depressed that they've taken their own life, because you can't spot somebody who's depressed. You have no idea. We've talked about this before. We've said, you know, Joe Lyons, who used to be one of my producers many, many years ago, I had no idea he was suffering from depression. And you have to ask people, you know, are you okay? You know, and if they are, that's fine. But just remember, sometimes people tell fibs. They might be saying, yes, I'm fine. But in fact, really inside, they're not. So when we lost Joe, that was, you know, something that you just never envisaged in your wildest dreams. And so when somebody who goes on the Jeremy Kyle show and takes a lie detector test, which he failed, so they said, it was a case of he couldn't cope with it. They didn't air the programme, but by that time the damage had been done. It's interesting that the boss of ITV said you cannot blame the presenter of the programme for somebody's death. And so that prompted me to ask the question in my mind of, well, where does the buck stop? Who knows about a programme? I mean, I, for example, have a radio programme on LBC 5 days a week. I am ultimately in charge of my programme. I decide what I'm going to talk about. Nobody tells me what to talk about. I could talk about anything I like, as long as it's legal and decent. And so that's fine. And I'm assuming the same must work on television. You're not telling me that Ant and Dec don't have a say in what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. And I would have thought that Jeremy Kyle would have had some input into his own programme. He'd been doing it long enough. Yeah, a bigger team. I mean, it's a television, huge teams. Radio, there might only be 2 of you or 3 of you, or in some cases 5 of you. It just depends, but it's certainly nothing like television. Well, we did Five's Company. I counted up all the people that we worked with, and it was between 40 and 60 people working on a television programme, which is quite normal. I mean, you look at the credits on the Ant and Dec show. There's going to be loads of them, loads and loads of people. You know, everybody from runners to hair to makeup to costume. They're all separate departments. And then you've got cameramen. I would think it would be about a 6-camera shoot. You would also have director, lighting, sound, everything. You know, it's a huge lot of people. So somebody, you know, and I don't think that they knew on the Jeremy Kyle show, and I said this yesterday as well, I don't think they knew that this man had been treated for depression. But to humiliate him on television, even though the programme never went out, everybody knew what it was. And it was absolutely tragic. But I don't know whether or not you can pin the blame exactly at Jeremy Kyle's door, but I don't know who else it would go to. Who makes those big decisions to put somebody on, whether or not they'd been vetted or whether they hadn't? It's a big, big question on television now, because we have more of these shock programmes. Eventually, somebody's going to turn round and go, I think I'm going to have a heart attack. Because they used to do these pranked programmes. Anton Tech do it as well, where they prank somebody. I mean, I thought that poor old Bradley Walsh was going to burst a blood vessel when they did him for the second time. Because it's in the name of comedy. I don't think the Jeremy Kyle show was ever considered comedy. It's 4:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's nice to have your company this Saturday morning. It's nice to have anybody's company, but especially on a Saturday morning. John Bercow makes the papers again today. It appears that nobody likes him. And if you remember Lembit Opik, what a successful MP he was. Not. Went out with a cheeky girl, didn't he? And that was about the claim to fame that Lembit Opik had. And he said, perhaps John Bercow could go on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, which I think he's been invited to go on before. And he can repair the damage. I think not. Do you know that there are still 2 universities he's on the payroll of? One being the Royal Holloway College, which is in Egham, which is the most stunning building. He's on the payroll. Like that. Can't see that happening for much longer. And Strictly, 2 Russian dancers told either condemn this war or don't bother coming back. We're not going to mess around anymore. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? The petrol, which we liked. The medics dropping off children, then going back to war. And John has been urged to go on. Lembit, who went on the ITV show in 2010, says, if I could offer John one piece of advice, it would be to call up ITV and say, I'm the ex-speaker, get me into there. I don't think anybody, Lembit's going to be taking any notice of you, love. Really. He tried to be a comedian, didn't he, and tried everything, and it just didn't work, I'm afraid. And he said he's a hell of a speaker, and he's a good pithy one-liner man. Yes, he's also a bully, I'm afraid, and a liar. So we don't really want him on any shows on the television at all. Mind you, as I say, we were talking about Jeremy Kyle a moment ago, and the papers are saying, will he ever get back on television? And ITV have got no plans to use him on television. So, whether or not it turns into something else, I've got no idea. Mark says, Steve, like you, I'm born on St. Patrick's Day. Fantastic. And Jonathan says, pleasure to hear you. The last time you were broadcasting on a Saturday was last Christmas Day. God, you said people have got amazing. See, I can't remember last Tuesday. And Brent says, I usually listen on catch-up or when I get up for work. However, if you can work on a Saturday just for my 61st birthday, the least I can do is get up early to listen live. Thank you very much indeed. That's what makes it... Somebody was saying to me a short while ago, they're saying, what's the key to a successful career? I said, God knows, don't ask me. I've got no idea. I still don't believe this is a career. I really don't. I mean, I don't think this is like hard work. I mean, I don't want to sort of, push the point. But, it's no hardship. You wander in, make yourself a nice cup of tea, sit down in not the warmest studio I've ever sat in, but I'm okay. I can cope with it for a Saturday morning. And you chatter away for 3 hours. You take breaks every 15 minutes, as long as you can read a screen and you can read texts and emails. I mean, that's all it's down to. Oh, and make it entertaining. Oh, and also pull an audience. No point having somebody on if they don't pull an audience. So I think that's the most important thing. Can they get an audience, at 4:20 on a Saturday morning? And the answer is, yes, we can. Yes, we can. I mean, during the week, I get it. I have the biggest audience in London during the week in my time slot, which is very good. 21 million downloads, can't be wrong. Josh says, what are you doing here on a Saturday morning? Well, I don't know. They phoned up and said, listen, could you please, pretty please, if we please, can you do it? And I said, yes, absolutely, of course. And I think it's because Ian's on this afternoon. So that's why. I mean, he couldn't do everything, much as I'm sure he would try. I'm in a dilemma this morning, Steve. I normally listen into farming news on the radio. Any chance of doing it? Yes, it's going to rain. It's going to rain, I'm afraid, Howard. And you're like, it's lambing time, isn't it, at the moment? I think I think it's lambing time. I saw a picture the other day of lambs being born, and because I love farming programs on the television. I don't know why. I'm just obsessed with it, mainly because we used to live in the countryside years and years and years ago, and so there were cows there, and you just get used to the smells and everything. And so it's March to May, but in some places lambing is an intensive year-round operation. I just think they look really cute, don't they? And they bounce around in the fields. And we've got such pretty countryside in this country. They had pretty countryside in Ukraine. And that's why I don't understand where we think that Putin is going. Because basically he's so keen to get his hands on this desolate landscape where he's bombing and all the houses. I mean, it would cost billions and billions to repair it. What's he achieved? Nothing. Why? Because he's an idiot. He's a complete and utter buffoon. He didn't know anything. Market trader. How much you want to pay for these pair of knickers, mate? How much you want to buy this? That's what he did. Market trader. That's why when he went out with one of these women years ago, she used to go to art galleries. And, of course, he couldn't go because he doesn't know anything. Thick as a brick, but a dangerous brick. A very dangerous brick. Adrian says, I'm just checking. Today is actually Saturday. It is actually it is Saturday. It is definitely. The Spike says Gary will be very clear to see compared to every other Saturday. Honestly, it's so cruel. So cruel. The Spike, of course, we became famous for on LBC. For many years, and then he stopped doing it. He stopped doing it, which was such a shame because I loved it. Philip says, I remember a Friday night Saturday show you did years ago with special guest Nina Mishkov. You talked about television. I know, because I called in for a chat. We talked about Hill Street Blues. That must have been some years ago. Doug says, fascinating about the game shows. But that's how they work. And remember, all of these programmes, whether it's a chat show, whether it's Lorraine, whether it's This Morning, it doesn't matter what it is, they're making a television programme. They're not doing it for fun. They're doing it to get an audience. And the Jeremy Kyle show got an audience with tragic consequences at the end. But, I mean, I don't see how they were supposed to know that. I really don't. But it effectively stopped him, in his tracks. It just finished. It just finished as quickly as that. And now, all this time later, people have started coming out of the woodwork saying, actually, this is what went on behind the scenes. Now, whether it's true or not, I've got no idea. But Channel 4 must have run it past their lawyers, because I believe that Jeremy Kyle is consulting lawyers over this one because it doesn't paint him in a particularly good light. But there again, it was called the Jeremy Kyle show. It's like, if it was called the Steve Allen show, they'd be knocking on my door. But, I think the buck has got to stop somewhere. Whether or not he's responsible for vetting people, I shouldn't imagine he was. But he would have, they would have looked at all the people that they get. Somebody would write, because you used to write in and phone in on a premium rate number. You would say, if you've recently encountered your wife cheating or whatever it happened to be, call this number now. So people would phone up and they would then listen to their stories. Then I think they would meet them and decide whether or not they were suitable fodder for the material. Because bearing in mind, they are fodder. Once the programme's done and dusted, they move on. But they were saying, these unnamed people, that the programme, you get to 10 o'clock at night, and if you still hadn't got a guest, you had to find a guest. It's as simple as that. You can't just go, I can't find anybody. I had a producer like that years and years ago, only for a brief period. And I came in to do the programme, and he would then say, we've got this, and this, and we used to have these big-name guests. And he said, I can't find anybody for today. And I said, because I thought it was fairly reasonable, wait a minute, we're in London. You can't find a guest. Listen, we're not living on the Isle of Skye where, you can't get a celebrity for love nor money. We're in London. Find one. And he found one because he had to pull his finger out and work. And that's all you expect somebody to do. I can't tell you who, no. But they did find the guest. And then we had them discreetly moved to another programme. It wasn't here. This was long time, years and years ago. Steve, as I pass in my train, the lambs shoot away. It says lambing. Lovely to see as I amble through the countryside driving the big train. I'm a spiker, and I got up early to listen to you, says Gordon. That's always quite pleasing, isn't it? I think that's quite a nice thing to say to somebody. It's like sort of, bumping into something like I used to do all these interviews with all these celebrities. And if I was a big fan of them, I'd have to tell them. It made me sound a bit sycophantic, but I remember saying, I think I said the other week to Victoria Wood, I'm such a big fan of yours. I can't believe we're sort of sitting here. And she went, because she was so shy. And she went, oh, thank you very much indeed. I said, no. I said, it's genuinely heartfelt. The Top Zoo, I think it's in Colchester. They may have to move their lion because he's lonely. He's by himself. He's got nobody to talk to. Mind you, I mean, you think I'll wander in the cage and have a chat to him. I think not. We don't do things like that, although people have done it before. Fury, as a gluten-free veggie filling, wins Pie of the Year. It's a bit fake and kidney. And people like this sort of thing. But listen, if it was the best pie, it's the best pie. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Molly May is a bad influencer on the young. All these people are. Strange enough, I was watching, what was it, it must have been an old one because Gemma Collins was on it. And it was The Only Way is Essex, when she was going out with Arge, one of those brief periods where they were on, off each other. And he went out with her to somewhere because he said, "Why are you so unhappy?" And she said, "No, I'm not." He said, "You are." He said, "You've fallen out with everybody. You don't talk." And this period of time, fallen out with your mum. Don't talk to your mum. Don't talk to these people. Don't talk to all the people who are supposed to be her friends. And she went, "I haven't fallen out with nobody." And he went, "Yes, you have. You have." And he said, "Are you really lonely?" And of course, it was saying all the right things to her, but it wasn't sinking in. It turns out she was unhappy about being fat. So she went to a bloke, and he was I think he was a hypnotherapist. They were talking about a gastric band, but I think it was a fake gastric band. He was going to hypnotise her into believing that she had a gastric band fitted, and she went, "Oh yeah, I think this and that." And of course, it was a lifelong struggle. But it's a case of, if you can't accept something, if somebody says, "You're not happy, are you?" Inside, you're not happy at all. If you can't, it's like being an alcoholic. For somebody to accept alcoholism, you have to accept that you have a problem with drink. It's no good. I mean, I used to have a producer who was an alcoholic. I mean, an out-and-out alcoholic. I mean, he couldn't survive without booze. He didn't want food. He just wanted the booze. And terrible troubles. You don't know what you're dealing with. You're dealing with somebody who turns on a sixpence. But at the end of the day, to ever go out for a meal with him was a night. He just moved the food around the plate. He never actually ate it because he wanted the booze. It became the substitute. So I understand about addiction, because it's a very difficult thing to deal with. 4:30.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Jonathan says, you mentioned the 20 million downloads, 21.5 million, thank you. He says, I think probably it's one person downloading it 20 million times. Of course, listen, who cares? It's a number. It's a number. And then Hannah in Derby, Putin was not a market trader, he was an intelligence officer. No, dear, before that, he was a market trader. All right, honestly, nothing worse than people who are ill-informed. Goodness sake, honestly. Steve, this is great. Back to the good old days. And not sure about that. I just don't want you to overdo it over the weekend. Hopefully you still get to relax over the weekend. Well, actually, I do, Britt. I get to relax. I mean, I finish at 7. I mean, that's, got the whole day left. And I don't need to go to bed early. Whee! How cool is that? And then I've got all day tomorrow as well, which is very nice. And Stella says, happy birthday, Steve. I bet you're dreading your 40th. Oh, honestly. That's the worst thing, isn't it? I keep reminding people it's just a number. It doesn't make any difference. What the number is. It's how you sound. And I think if I smoked, I've said this before, I would sound completely different by now. I would have sort of because I can always tell people who smoke. I can hear it in their voices. And because I don't smoke, I think that's actually helped me. My God, I wish I'd never started smoking, but you can't do anything about it, can you? Elaine, massive fan from Hull, East Yorkshire, says, just got to thank you for a breath of fresh air you bring and a bonus to have on a Saturday morning. I love your shows. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And Odders, it's my birthday, Steve, and a weekend. 39 and a bit added, says Fogg. Bletchley's Lost Heroes is a good watch. You must go to the place. You must go to it. Absolutely. It's well worth it. Get to see an Enigma machine. When you look at all those people who sat there slaving, trying to decipher exactly what was coming in. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Shane in Sydney says, good to hear you on Saturday afternoon. So I tend to forget, of course, because of the time things. There's a lady in the paper today. She's donated 130 pints of blood, because I remember the old Hancock sketch where he said, how much do you want? They went, a pint. He said, a pint? That's an armful. They went, yeah, but your body keeps producing blood, and she's given 130 pints. So she must be quite a rare group. I think I'm quite common, actually. I don't think I've got anything that's particularly rare. Whatever the most common one is, I think that's me. But I don't give blood. And I think it's because I'm diabetic I don't give blood. I think diabetics don't for some reason. David Mitchell. David Mitchell from all the television programmes, he doesn't understand why catchphrases are a thing, particularly Bruce's, nice to see you, nice, And See, I always thought they were good. You've got to have a catchphrase in the business so that people know exactly what it is. I mean, I came up with one years ago that, before I could get the whole country doing it. Merry Christmas. Work's a treat. You just come on, you get Merry Christmas. And, within a short space of time, everybody's blooming saying it. But Bruce's, I don't know where it came from, the nice to see you nice. And he was very good, Bruce. I mean, I don't think, you found a better game show host. You get other people now who do game shows on the television, and they're doing it because somebody's offered them a lot of money. And they go, oh, you can do a game show or a quiz or something like that. And some of them are just absolutely terrible. And you have to tell them they're terrible because they might think that they're good. Most of them don't get recommissioned. But in Bruce's case, he was a very, very good game show host, like Bob Monkhouse. They were two of the best game show hosts. Joe Pasquale is also very good at being a game show host. It's very difficult for a lot of people. I mean, I like Stephen Mulhern, but I'm a bit biased with Stephen because he's just so talented, and I don't even know how old he is. He could be any age, Stephen Mulhern, because he appears to be ageless. And so, I'm watching him doing a quiz show at the moment. They put some celebrities on. How old is he? He's 44. Good grief, honestly. An English television presenter, magician, very good magician. I bumped into him in a magic shop a few months ago, and we had a good... Every time I see him, and he sends me texts every so often, just sort of saying, listening in this morning, and he's very good. He's made a good living for a long time. He does his pantomimes every year. He never stops working. He's one of those people... He's a bit like Dawn Neeson. Well, he's not really, because she's blonde, and that's where they differ. Why are so many young people obsessed with being influencers? Because somebody stupidly tells them you can make loads of money. Like Kerry Katona, pulled apart by one columnist the other day, saying, has she learnt nothing? She's been bankrupt twice. So she claims she's made £1 million. Taxman will be watching that one very carefully, Kerry, I warn you now, from this taking her clothes off and exposing herself, and people pay money for it. I mean, to be honest, I find it a bit tacky, but there you go. I wouldn't be paying for anything like that anyway. And this particular columnist said, wait a minute, so she doesn't own any property. She's still renting. She hasn't got the intelligence to go and buy a property and pay a mortgage. So she's going to go bankrupt again. You can guarantee it. And she's bought herself a Lamborghini. A woman with drug problems who's relapsed on a few occasions, who doesn't own any property, and she thinks she's going to get insurance on a Lamborghini. I wouldn't even like to imagine how much they'll be charging her for that. And she sent the children to private school. Well, when the money runs out, which undoubtedly it will, because she doesn't save anything, she just goes out and spends. She rents the house she's in. You thought by now a woman of her age would have bought a property, constantly telling us how clever she is. But unfortunately not so clever. And this particular columnist said, have you learnt nothing? Why are you not saving? Why have you not put it into property? She hasn't got any pensions. She has no backup at all for the future. Whereas, in fact, most people with half a brain cell have got some sort of backup. They might have a little bit of savings. Although James O'Brien told us a while ago, didn't he, that most people don't even have £100 in savings. They're living hand to mouth. And I used to be a little bit like that. You get to the end of the month, and then your money comes in, and then it just wipes out the debt that you've had. And it's very difficult. So I then started being a bit more careful. Well, actually, I didn't start being careful. People who looked after my money started being a bit more careful for me and saying, I put this in here. In fact, one particular person was very good at saving, then said, oh, by the way, you've got X amount of money in this account. I said, where did that come from? She said, I've been squirreling it away every month just to make sure that I had it. So I changed the car. And but you have to have somebody to advise you. And unfortunately, Kerry Katona thinks she's cleverer than everybody else, but of course she's not. Because, the kids can go into public school, you pay for it. £1 million don't go very far when you spent $250,000 on a Lamborghini and all the other bits and pieces she's bought, because she thinks it's going to go forever, which of course it isn't. It really isn't. You only got to look at poor old Katie Price. Not a clue how to handle money, bankrupt so many times, still owes about £3 million, and she's just on her 14th boob job. Where she gets the money from, I've got no idea. Slightly disturbing. George says, love the show. Just to let you know, my girlfriend and I listen to your podcast as we go to bed at night. We now say we go to bed with Steve. Yeah, well, John says, I was a contestant on a game show with Brucey called Didn't They Do Well? Unfortunately, I didn't. The BBC only made one series of it. Yeah, sort of Bruce went in and out. I remember seeing him on the Generation Game. And he was very good. And the reason he was very good, a little bit like Larry Grayson, they let him play with the public. And that's the best thing. You know, the public become your foils. And so they're looking. I mean, Larry would stand there and say, seems like a nice boy. You know, and he'd do this. And he was playing camp and playing very, very gay. But he wasn't intimidating because everybody loved him. He was just one of those nice sort of gentle people. I remember doing an interview with him, and they'd just done an exposure on Marilyn Monroe, and he said, I can't believe it, Steve. He says, what they've done to that poor girl. And he was genuinely quite upset by it, and he was a very nervous performer, very, very nervous. But he was constantly, they gave him his own camera on the Generation Game because they knew they were going to get asides and looks, and he seems like a nice boy, you know, Popperton Pete the Postman and all these other characters that he invented, and he was lovely. He was absolutely lovely. And then I told you he came back a few years back on the Royal Variety performance, and he came on with a chair, and he said, I've only come back because people said I was dead. And he did this act, leaning on the chair, then he went, change of scenery, and moved the chair to the other side. And that was it, and it brought the house down. And then he was very grateful for what he'd actually got out of life. He still lived at home, basically, with his sister, I think. And he bought a place down on the coast, might have been on Eastbourne or something like that, whatever it was. He sort of bought it, and then he didn't actually like it very much. So he went back where he came from. But he did this chair routine on the Royal Variety performance. And he said, you know, he said, I love you very much indeed. And it came from his heart. It broke your heart to watch him because he was an old man by this time, but he was still, you know, doing, you know, best bits of glory. And he died a few months after that. And it was one of those sad things, actually. It was like Ken Dodd. He went on for ages. And when I listen back to Ken Dodd, not the greatest looking man you've ever seen in your life. I mean, that would be an understatement. But what a voice. What a voice, a fantastic voice. I went to see a show once in Blackpool. God knows I survived. And he was one of the guests that they brought on. Well, of course, as anybody will tell you, whoever went to see a Ken Dodd show, they always overran. They had to put contracts on him to say, listen, if you overrun, they're going to switch all the lights off. He couldn't overrun the show, and there'd be a penalty to pay as well. And he did an audience with... And he had lots of lovely hit singles. And he did a ventriloquist act with a little sort of puppet thing, which looked like Keith Lemon with one of those hats on. I always say to Keith Lemon, he looked a bit like one of the Diddy men. But he did a thing, and he sang a song with this puppet. And it was so funny. It was just, he was very good at bringing out pathos and things that make you cry. Good. I was watching... that Rieu man who's got his orchestra and everything else, Andre Rieu. And at one point, there's a woman in his orchestra. I thought she was British. She looks really British, but she's not. She's not. And she's got lots of different looks. She plays bagpipes and everything else. And she's always at the front of his orchestra. And she plays a piece on the bagpipes with a full orchestra and some pipe majors and drum majorettes and everything else. Very moving. And the camera cut to a man in the audience who is sobbing his heart out, absolutely sobbing his heart out. It's a very moving piece. I think it's called something Cathedral. But whatever it is, it's a beautiful piece of music and does it very well. Jeffrey says, like your show, listening in Western Australia. How lovely. And Roman Abramovich started as a market trader. Obviously, you know he's the Chelsea FC owner. Well, what's he going to do with it? What's he going to do with it? He can't sell it. Can't sell it at all. He's stuck with it, isn't he? I think the oligarchs are going to rebel. I think they're going to rebel quite quickly because if they see their money and their yachts being seized, they're going to be... and the blame is fairly at Putin's door. Fairly at his door. 4:45.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's 12 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. It's a one-off. It's a one-off. Do not worry. Ian will be back with you next week. And Jeff Stevenson says, morning, he says, birthday week greetings from freezing Corfu, because it is my birthday. What's the date today? 12. So 5 days. And then I reach another milestone. He said, I'm in freezing Corfu, where I'm disembarking the Viking Star after a lovely week, because he is an entertainer. He says, can you say hello to Marie, my friend M's mum, who told me last week she's a big fan of yours. I'm performing at the CAA ball tomorrow. Will you be there? He says, I won't, sadly. The CAA used to be the Concert Artists Association, and now it's the Club for Acts and Artists. They're in Bedford Street, number 20 Bedford Street. And lovely people, lovely people. It's a really super club. And I think I'm still an honorary member from years and years ago. So you have a great time at the CAA ball. I'm sure it will be wonderful. An evening full of memories, I should imagine. Dan says, Steve, wait a minute, I've lost it. Was it feet day for your diabetes? The only reason I'm asking is my neuropathy is killing me. It's been bad for the last 5 or 6 years. I don't know what neuropathy is. Is that to do with feet? I don't know, actually. We're going to find out, actually. It was called Highland Cathedral, by the way, that music. Neuropathy, here we go. Oh, it causes weakness, numbness and pain, usually in hands and feet. Oh, you see, I don't have pain. I just don't have any circulation in my feet at all. And, of course, because it's nerves, it doesn't come back. But, no, I did it because I've got... I'm going to the doctors on Monday where they sort of test your circulation, all the rest of it. So I thought, I better have my feet looking nice. So I took myself off to the podiatrist. 40 quid later, you know, they do your nails and they massage your feet. And it was really lovely, actually. It's not like one of those sort of places where you go in there and they paint your nails different colours. You know, producers obviously got a bit of a thing about that. But anyway. But he said it's been killing me and bad for 5 to 6 years. You should go and see somebody about that. But what they do about it, I've got no idea. I've got no idea at all. I'm rubbish at those sort of things. Absolute rubbish. What else have we got? Oh, yes, Paul Cooper thinks it's my birthday. It's not. He says, happy birthday. Well, it's not for another week, Paul. Don't forget to bring the cake in the morning. Cake. I might go and buy a cake, actually. I quite like a cake. Marilyn says, great to hear you tonight. Expat, living in Canada. I've listened to you since you started in the 70s. Haven't stopped since. Probably your longest listener. I'm the one with the LBC Watch, which is still working. And John says, I met Larry Grayson when I was a contestant on Blankety Blank. Did he do Blankety Blank? I'm not sure he did Blankety Blank. He did Generation Game. I don't think he did Blankety Blank. But who was the first one? Mind you, you might be right. I can't remember. I thought Terry Wogan did Blankety Blank. Wait a minute. Larry Grayson on Blankety Blank? Oh, blimey. Well, there you go. You told me something I didn't know. I should imagine that would suit him down to the ground. But he said it was about the time that Noel Gordon had left Crossroads. He was a good friend of hers. So I suggested she could be on morning TV doing a chat show, Breakfast with Noel. He said, oh, no, she wouldn't do that. She's too old for all those early mornings. People say that. Sally in Rochester says, very happy when I heard you were working overtime today. I love the way people call it overtime. Happy birthday for this week. Yes, I don't know what day it's going to fall on, actually. It's going to fall on Thursday or Friday or something, the 17th. God knows. Thursday. Another one. My friend Ian in America says, I do love a good foot massage. I like the reflexology places where they work your feet and it can be... Oh, I hate that. See, I don't like my feet being touched. I'm a bit ticklish on feet, you know, and it's sort of, I was all right when she was doing the cutting and the nails and all the bits and pieces, because I only had it done about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And it was when she massaged the cream into my feet, I nearly leapt through the roof because it was a bit tickly. I wasn't so keen on it. I remember Larry Grayson's character Everard. You never met him, but he spoke of him a lot, says Kim. Oh, we had Pop It In Pete the Postman. There was Everard and all sorts of different people. He had all these different characters that he would weave in, and it was just brilliant. Harry says Highland Cathedral, thank you. And somebody says, lovely to have you on a Saturday morning. Robert says, I watched the movie Imitation Game about Turing. Couldn't believe I didn't know what happened to him. Yeah. It's an odd one, isn't it? I've never seen Imitation Game. I think I've got it. And Mark is another St. Patrick's Day baby, as indeed are so many of us, which is quite nice. I think they're doing something in Trafalgar Square for St. Patrick's Day. They always do. The mayor sort of puts up something and people turn up and put Guinness hats on and go around drinking booze and, you know, usual sorts of things. Johnny Vegas has quit his North Yorkshire campsite he opened in 2021. Too small for his vintage vehicle. He's just bought a helicopter. Not one that flies. It's a wreck of a helicopter. The Queen missing the Commonwealth Service has nothing to do with illness. It's to do with the fact she doesn't like travelling. And so that's the reason. And you can celebrate St. Patrick's Day Festival on Sunday the 13th of March, which is tomorrow in Trafalgar Square. There'll be the best of Irish arts, culture, food, music to enjoy, and more, including the spectacular annual parade. Now in its 19th year, the Mayor's annual shindig has become a highlight of the cultural calendar. This year's theme is Coming Back Together as Londoners and visitors unite in celebrating the great contributions Irish people have made to the city. Seems a bit patronising, doesn't it? Oh, well done you. Done really, really well. We're going to have a festival. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. Nadia Hussain has fallen out of love with cakes. How can you fall out of love with cakes? Like Nadia, she's been a good guest over the years. And a Rolex given to a hero of Dunkirk could be sold for up to £3,600. I would have thought for a Rolex from that year, that'd be worth a lot more than that. Would be nice, wouldn't it, if you sort of think about it. And a treat to hear you on a Sunday, says Ian. It's Saturday. Is it Sunday where you are in America? I don't know, actually. It might be, but no. Saturday for us here. I'm assuming it'd be the same for most. I always get it wrong. So, who's this singer in line to become the richest entertainer in the world? She's got a lingerie brand, Rihanna. She could be worth £3 billion because she's got Isn't it funny? They only do it for women, lingerie, and men just don't make a big deal about pants. Do they? Do they? No, they don't. You just buy a pair of pants, you put them on. Women go, oh, this is quite nice. This is a bit lacy. This is quite fun. Or you get matching the bra. You know, or you've got this. Men just go out and go trunks, shorts, slips, you know, and that's about it. And you just buy a packet in Marks and Spencer's for like 25 quid for 5 pairs. And that's what you put on, isn't it? I don't think any... Mind you, my mother used to say, put on a clean pair of pants every day in case you have an accident. I said, what do you mean? What sort of accident? She said, well, you might get knocked down. I said, who by? She said, well, I don't know. She said, but you might, and then when you go to hospital, you want to make sure you've got nice pants on. I don't really think... I've seen them on Accident and Emergency and Emergency 999. The last thing they're thinking about is somebody's pants as they cut their trousers off with a pair of scissors. I mean, very embarrassing. Slack Alice was my favourite from Larry, says Dave in Tottenham. Yep. And my nan, says Emma, had an African grey, which is a parrot. And it would say, shut that door. That's what in fact, he finished that, actually. Strange. He actually said that on his appearance on the London Palladium. Shh, and just for the final time, ladies and gentlemen, he said, shut that door. And got a huge round of applause. He was on the celebrity panel of Blankety Blank, says John, with Beryl Reid and Kenny Everett. Oh, my God. Beryl Reid. I liked Beryl Reid. She was very good. Very, very good indeed. And Kenny Everett was mad, but very innovative. In radio. Ask anybody who ever worked with him. He was very innovative. He would spend ages, you know, in the days when radio presenters did their own jingles. You know, I'd have to go, do, Steve Allen. You know, it was a bit cheap and cheerful. But he did them, you know, it was so clever. I wonder where his archives are. Somebody must have the Kenny Everett archives. So we've still got that story to come of what do Harry and Meghan do every day. It's a feature piece, I think, in the Daily Mail, and the answer is you better prepare yourself to be underwell because they don't seem to do anything at all, which of course is no big surprise to anybody. The mum who lied to get 7.3 million out of the NHS, strangely they've spared her jail. I don't know why, because she was lying through her teeth. Dan says they treat the pain, this is the pain he gets, with antidepressant tablets. They're supposed to help with pain and rerouting nerves. But if I stand or walk, wait a minute, if I, walking on, oh, blimey, that's a long one, this one, isn't it? Stand or walk long periods of time, I get hot and cold tingling sensations. I've never had those, as you can well imagine. Running through both feet and toes, it's terrible. I'm waiting on partial amputations of the toes beside my big toe, and causing me serious issues with ulcers. Seeing the surgeons again on Thursday and think it's now to plan for an amputation. Oh, goodness. I've heard of that before with diabetics, as you know. They take the smallest amount off the tips of the two toes to bring them in line, or just shorter than the big toe. Podiatrists said they can be done under general or local. Oh, I'd have to go under general. I'm sorry, I can't think of anything worse. A friend of mine, Brian, used to work at Twickenham Station. And he, I think, had his toes amputated through, you know, because it turned ulcerous and not so good. Paul says, lovely start to Saturday, your long overdue visit to the CAA. I've not been for such a long time. Such a long, long time. Goodness me, and I used to go there all the time. You'd stand at the bar with Pam Cundell, who was Robbie Box's mum, in a television programme, and she also popped up in Dad's Army, and she was so showbiz. She was the most showbiz woman I've ever met in my entire life. She'd phone me at home on my answer phone. I'd get in, there'd be the flashing light, and she'd go, Steve, darling, it's Pammy. She used to make me laugh, and I bumped into her at the Lady Rattling's ball on many an occasion. Breakfast with Brooklyn. Thoughts on that one? Don't. He can't do anything. Can't do anything at all. He can barely make a sandwich. Barely make a sandwich. But, you know, that's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? You know, I love the Beckhams. I just don't know what they do. She sort of flogs, you know, her sort of rags. And the latest dress, which is, I think, £1,400, looks like somebody spilled a cup of coffee down the front of it. And that, apparently, ladies and gentlemen, is called fashion, which obviously I know nothing about. So, what are we going to look at? We'll look at Ukraine after the news coming up. And the World Cup wags. They're not going to stay in a hotel where they're obviously playing the football. They're going to be on a ship so they can indulge in their taste of alcohol. I didn't realise, actually, that wags look as though they're sort of cheap versions of people who appear in the Real Housewives of Cheshire, which is lots of fake hair and stuff like that. They all look a bit peculiar, but obviously it appeals to footballers, or as I prefer to call them, Neanderthals. Jail over a man who stared at a woman on a train. It's apparently a hate crime. I'll tell you more about that after the news, which is next.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Saturday morning. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast with you till 7 when Andrew Castle will be along. And you're right, I haven't been here since apparently Christmas when I was here on a Saturday morning. But I never classed Christmas as being a proper thing. I know it's a normal day for most people. But to be honest with you, I don't think I've ever done it as a normal thing. It's only because Ian is on this afternoon, so you will be able to catch up with him. Roman Abramovich has been urged to give away Chelsea for nothing to stop the club going bust. Is it possible? He's already agreed to write off the debts, hasn't he? Which I think seems quite good. But the trouble is, I see all these oligarchs running the same gauntlet, I'm afraid, which has been thrown down to them. They're having their ships, their yachts, they call them yachts, actually, and they look like giant ships to me, confiscated. Their money's been frozen. And this is all down to Putin. Now, the trouble is Putin relies on the oligarchs. You know, he clicks his fingers and they jump to attention. They help him out with whatever he wants, and he helps them out. Now, Putin is reputed to be one of the richest men in the world. How he's achieved that, I've got no idea. I always worry about anything in Russia where they go, these people are now billionaires. You think, how can they possibly be billionaires? And the answer is, it's full of corruption. Full of corruption. Rihanna's set to launch her lingerie brand, adding £1 billion to her wealth. She's in talks about floating her racy knicker range, Savage X. Imagine having a racy knicker range. I've never thought about that. Never thought about it at all. But they say the brand could be valued at $2.3 billion if it goes public. What for? What for? Knickers and bras? I mean, how many knickers and bras do you have to sell? Most of her wealth is thanks to the success of cosmetics line Fenty Beauty, which she co-owns. Oh, she co-owns. I've never quite got Rihanna, actually. I think she had a hit, didn't she? Was it Umbrella? But I don't know how the song goes. Can you give me a little... Under my... Oh, that's the Under My Umbrella, Ella. Oh, right. Riveting. How long ago was that, for God's sake? She's 34 now, but she reputedly owns 30%, making her share worth about $770 million. But the trouble is, none of this has come to fruition, so it's basically a load of old hogwash at the moment, isn't it? 2007. Has she done anything since? Was it a few songs? Blimey, she's not very prolific, is she, really? Also... what else have we got? 70 people have been charged over Eco-Mob Insulate Britain's road blocking protests. The 74 defendants face a total of 104 charges. But they're not in court just yet. It's Danny Jones's birthday today from McFly. He's 36. Liza Minnelli is 76. And the Libertines' Pete Doherty is 43. He's not still going, is he? God, blimey, honestly. There was a bit of a disaster. Total disaster. Pressure on Roman Abramovich to give the Blues away. The club's credit cards have been frozen by the bankers. And then you look at the pictures here. The Sun's Jerome Starkey amid Dnipro's wreckage. It's just basically a country that's reduced to rubble. And this is what Putin wants, is it? How thick do you have to be? I mean, surely, it spreads to new cities, and this reporter says, I witnessed the carnage left in its wake. This is the devil's work. A care home for the disabled was targeted the other day. We had a hospital. There was a women's hospital and a baby unit as well. Putin kills children. It's as simple as that. And if these stupid people that support him don't see that, then there's something the matter with them, really. The airstrike mother has a baby girl. This is the pregnant woman who was bombed by Russian forces, has given birth to a baby girl. She was pictured, bleeding and all the rest. I mean, we can't imagine what it's like. We have no idea. No idea. I've never been in the middle of a war zone. But as everybody has said, if Putin is stupid enough to push the button, which I don't think he is that stupid, I think he's pretty stupid, but not that stupid, that's the end of the world as we know it. Because, he'll do something, NATO will do something, America will do something, we'll do something, everybody will do something, and there'll be nothing left. The world completely disappears. The Queen got just 15 minutes' notice of Harry's announcement he was refusing to attend his grandfather's memorial service. The petulant royal was last night likened to a child, stamping his feet after claiming it would be unsafe. He's living in a cloud cuckoo land. You're not famous enough, darling, to be that interesting to anybody at all. Because he wanted to buy his own security from the police. He thought it was like, clicking his fingers and they all jumped to his attention. But the Duke will not be returning to the UK in late March, but hope to visit his grandmother as soon as possible. We don't want you here. OK, you've not got this message, have you? We really don't want you here. And he says it's unsafe over here. Well, everybody else has managed quite nicely, dear. I don't know why. Mind you, we've tried to work out why we think Prince William has pulled out of the BAFTA. Because he's president of BAFTA, and he's pulled out of appearing, apparently blaming contractual things and all the rest of it. You know what it is? It's because they still keep showing documentaries about his mother. And he's told them about it before. He's stamping his feet. He's stamping his feet and saying, I'm not doing it. Because all these diaries for the royals, they're sorted out for months in advance. Months in advance. They don't just say, oh, we're going to organise something for William to do next week, because he can't, because he will have commitments. They've known about BAFTA for the best part of a year. It always occurs at the same time. So he's being a bit petulant, a bit like Harry, stamping his little foot and trying to pretend that he makes a difference. Dominic Bullock has been jailed. He stared at a woman on a train. Now, this is only on the underground trains, isn't it, as far as I know? There are notices up on the underground trains not to stare at people. He sat next to his victim and looked at her very intently. She asked him to stop, as she felt uncomfortable, but he continued and refused to budge when she tried to get off the service in Berkshire. She alerted the police. They traced him through CCTV. He comes from Thatcham. Oh, I know Thatcham. Used to live down the road from Thatcham. Not a good recommendation, obviously. And he was convicted of causing intentional harassment and jailed for 22 weeks. British Transport Police said, we're committed to making sure women feel safer on trains. No one should be made to feel scared or uncomfortable. And Transport for London have launched a campaign warning that intrusive staring could be seen as sexual harassment. Just like I'd stare, just to see what happens. But the trouble is, sometimes I do find myself looking at people on a train, but I'm not looking at them, I'm looking through them. I just happen to be sort of sitting. It's only when sort of all of a sudden they sort of look at you and you think, oh, God, perhaps they think I'm a bit weird. But I don't intentionally stare at somebody on a train, but I'm curious about people, so I just sort of look at somebody and I think, you're really wearing that shirt, are you? Or you're really wearing that hat, or, all these sort of things. But it's not that. I mean, I'm looking through them. I'm being a bit vacant. I've had that before where sort of somebody's bumped into me and they've gone, hi, Stephen. I've gone, I'm so sorry. I was elsewhere. I was, I can't help it. I just switch off. I'm at that age now. I quite like switching off. It's like retreating into your own little sort of safe, like retreating into your safe haven, isn't it? I mean, it's okay. We all do it. I mean, how many people, get on the bus and look at something? I get on the bus all the time and I always look round. Who am I not going to be sitting next to? I'm not sitting next to anybody who's not wearing a mask. Because the number of COVID cases, by the way, has just increased. It's now getting a bit dangerous again. Pump price, diesel. They're now saying 167.3. As I say, I paid 179 the other day for petrol, and I've got to go down on Wednesday to see my brother. We've got to sign some documents and things like that, so I can claim a lottery win, £2.30, and so I shall have to it'll probably cost me half a tank of petrol to go down there and come back again, and that'll be the best part of 40 quid in petrol I'll be using. It's very expensive petrol. But I think to myself, listen, I'm not going out every day. I feel sorry for people who've got to use their cars every day. Taxi drivers, they're going to have to put the fares up because the petrol has gone up so much. It costs them so much. I mean, I don't know, you get electric cabs, but who can afford electric cabs and electric cars? They're very expensive. And also, I never liked them. It's like the electric buses. You get to the bus stop and you think, oh, they've turned the engine off. And it's only because they just sort of brake, something like that. I was trying to come down the stairs on a bus the other day. I'd been out shopping, pick up a few little, let's just call them items. And I was coming down the stairs, and for some reason the bus was kangarooing across the road. And I was thinking, why has nobody ever fallen down the stairs when you've got bad bus drivers? Because they do, and then they put the brakes on very quickly. Think, drive properly. I mean, yesterday, and of course, the time they take to change bus drivers, God in heaven, honestly, you could write the Gettysburg Address. I got on the bus the other day, and the moment it pulled in, I thought, oh, here we go. So on gets, who I thought was Santa Claus, because he had a big white beard and everything else. Well, it took him for ages. And so you doing, yeah, I wasn't very well the other day. You get their life story, and I'm sitting there thinking, why do you have to change drivers? How far are you allowed to drive before they go, it's not safe, and you have to go and get somebody else? And then they've got to take their jacket off, then they've got to adjust the mirrors, and then they've got to key in their thing on the card reader. And the amount of people who got on my bus yesterday, and they put their card onto the machine, and it goes beep, 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 which means that they haven't got any credit. Basically crooks. And, well, they know they're crooks because they've tried to get on the bus. And then they tried again, beep, 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 beep. And the driver then go on. And you think, wait a minute, why am I not travelling for free? It's outrageous, isn't it? There's a bloke who does it every day in the Strand outside Robert Dyer's. And he's fairly, and he gets on the bus last and he can't make his card work. And every single day they let him get on the bus for free. He's ripping them off, he is, because he's a crook. Dreadful. So be warned. Do not stare at people on... And they're going to move it onto, I think, buses and everything else. But most of the time, I'm quite happy. I just don't want somebody sitting next to me. I don't want somebody sitting next to me. So I deliberately, cough and everything just to make sure they don't, just makes them feel a bit better about them. It's like standing in a lift. You stand in a crowded lift now, start coughing. You'll empty that lift on the next floor, I guarantee it. You'll have a lift all to yourself. Works a treat. The Torvill and Dean verdict. This is on skating against the big guns. I do like Torvill and Dean, but, I mean, I'm not really sure who any of these people are. I really don't know who half these people are. And they're supposed to be celebrities. But there's one here called Kai White. And he's an Olympic BMX silver medalist. He rides a child's bike, OK? And that apparently makes you a celebrity in this day and age. I don't get it either. They've got Regan Gascoigne, who's a dancer, apparently. Connor Ball. Who's Connor Ball? Why do I not know? Do I know who Connor Ball is? Do we know who Connor Ball is? Is what? I can't hear you. Is it Connor? I don't know. Does he got a beard? I don't think so. Who is he? Connor Ball. He's from the Vamps. Oh, right. He's 25. His parents are Simon Ball and Kelly Ball. How lovely. A whole family of balls, which is really sweet, isn't it? So I wouldn't know him. If he walked in here now, start naked, I wouldn't have the faintest idea who it was. Really. Regan Gascoigne, I know, because they've sort of popped him up. Brendan Cole is just a bit... he's had a bit of a checkered history, I think. Oh, look, the Wags. Here they are, aren't they? An attractive bunch of over-made-up people. And they're going to stay on board a luxury cruise ship during the tournament in Qatar, which doesn't have a very good human rights record, so I've got no idea what they're doing there anyway. So they can get around the strict booze laws because it is illegal to drink alcohol in public in the Muslim country. Well, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there's a way round it. I was told in certain strict Muslim countries, the delivery of the booze comes in a brown carrier bag on a Friday night. It goes on, believe you me. You seriously think people are going, we're not going to be touching booze? Yeah, whatever. And a new mum was furious because she parked her car in a parent and child space, despite being with her 3-month-old son, and somebody branded her a lazy, fat so-and-so. And Paige Murray found the note on her windscreen, accused her of parking there despite having no children. The financial team leader of Basildon had stopped at a shopping centre with her mother-in-law to get a bottle for baby Daniel. She said, "It's a low blow to call somebody fat. I was really angry and nearly crying because I was so frustrated." When I was going to the hospital yesterday on the bus, because I do the bus from my place and then I change at Kingston and it takes me to Kingston Hospital. And at the traffic lights where we were turning left, some woman had driven into the back of a car in front of her, right at the traffic lights. There's only 2 lanes. So what does she do? She gets out and she starts berating this bloke, because I was thoroughly enjoying it. I thoroughly enjoy things like that. Yeah, go on, go for it, girl, go for it. Oh, I could take a short break. But anyway, she was in tears. And I thought, well, wait a minute, you drove into him. Why would you be in tears? But anyway, she was then asking other motorists, can you sort of make a note that I might come back to you. 5:30. No, it's not. It's 5:16.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Kathy in Bushy says, "Morning, Steve. My mum also said to me about wearing clean pants every day in case of an accident." I think loads of people did. Apparently, Steve, Rihanna's had loads of hits. It's Umbrella. Has she? Loads of hits. I don't know, she just gets loads of publicity and she sells knickers. Chris is from a place called Sturchley in Birmingham. I've never been to Birmingham, been to loads of other places, but never Birmingham. And says, "Used to love your In Conversation. Would you be doing any more?" I don't know, it's resting at the moment. We like resting. Have you thought about taking that on the road? No. No, 2 or 3 guesses, but oh God, no, really, no. Although... Chris says one of my favourites was your one with Sir Roger Moore and also Dame Joanna Lumley. Yeah, but both really good guests. Roger Moore was fantastic. I loved Roger Moore because the last time he came in, bless his heart, he took his shoes and socks off for me. He said, "My feet are in a dreadful state." And they really were. It looked like a steamroller had run over them. They were in a terrible state. And Joanna Lumley, just because she's Joe Lumley and because she's fabulous. Viv in Suffolk says, "Had to put our charges up, sadly, for our country newspaper rounds. Use small vans, but it's still getting expensive." Lovely to hear this morning as we pack papers for the delivery in our newsagents. Yeah, that's why I think it's going to happen. All these people who have to use their cars or vans for their living, I think it's a case of they're going to have to put prices up. It's the only way to survive, and you're going to have to put up with it. So if we can weather the storm, because there's no way around it. I mean, unless you buy a bicycle, but you can't go delivering newspapers on a bicycle. I know the paper boys and paper girls do things like that, but Only Fools and Horses star Ron Pember, who played Baz in the classic sitcom, has died, aged 87. He featured in the episode Homesick. He was best known as Alain in the drama Secret Army, about a fictional resistance in German-occupied Belgium. One of his roles as the taxman in the comedy Red Dwarf. Co-star Danny John Jules says, "He was such a gentleman with us upstairs. He just rammed his tongue firmly into his cheek and joined the party. What a sport." He wrote a very successful musical, Jack the Ripper. He retired in 1992 after a stroke. If you saw a picture of him, you'd know who he was. Definitely. Colin says, "Steve, I'm a London cab driver. I have filled up in Gunnersbury Avenue yesterday, £1.55. Today, £1.70. 67 pence more a gallon overnight." I know, it's outrageous. It is outrageous, but it's going to get a bit worse, I'm afraid. It's going to get a bit worse before it gets a little bit better. So we just have to weather the storm, I'm afraid. And it is a storm. For those people who rely on it, like the cab drivers and people like that, it costs a fortune. I mean, I moan about it, but I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a bit drippy about things like that. "Oh, I can't afford to do this. I just don't take the car out as often as I would do, because it does tend to drink it, because it's a bit of a gas guzzler. What have we got here? Oh, Strictly's 2 Russian dancers, Katya Jones and Luba Mushtuk, have stayed silent about Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Well, you better open your mouth up very quickly, darlings, because we don't want you, OK? We don't want you. We want you to condemn the war. That's what they say in The Sun. Or don't come back. Somebody says some of the professionals feel it's in bad taste to have them on the show. I would think so, yes. Perhaps they can go back and do a dancing show in Russia, but I don't think they have any dancing shows in Russia. Most miserable country you'll ever find. You said that boy the other day, 19 years old, he'd gone out there. He thought he was going out to be part of the peacekeeping force and part of the Russian army, and he was shot dead. His mother's now receiving him back in a body bag, which is just dreadful, absolutely dreadful. Ulrika Johnson's column in the Sun today talks about, whoops, she's done it again. This is only months after attempting to inspire her contemporaries by stating that we all have the ability to achieve whatever we want. Molly May Hague has tripped herself up once more to claim we all have the same 24 hours in a day. As Beyoncé suggesting young people can achieve whatever they want if they work hard enough. She's now added ignorance to injury by claiming she works her bottom off. Well, of course, she doesn't. She doesn't. All she does is she has to turn up for something. Somebody does her, hair and makeup and stuff like that. This she calls hard work. I've really worked very hard indeed, dear. No, you haven't. Basically, you're a bad influence on the young people. You want to know what grafting is? There's loads more people who graft. All you've got to do is turn up. Somebody bleaches your hair again for the umpteenth time, and they stick the extensions on. I don't know why people have hair extensions. They look ridiculous. You can see it's fake a mile off. Perhaps I might take my things out. Yeah. I mean, my assistant producer, we call him that at the moment, he didn't really have a name, had the audacity to suggest the other day that I was bald. I mean, really, almost tantamount to you're going home to eat liquidised food, I mean, just absolutely outrageous. What a thing to say. Do you know the one thing about Elliot? Never uses shampoo. Never. Yeah, he never uses shampoo. He just sort of washes it, then apparently leaves it, goes to bed with it wet. His pillow must be a delight. And then he wakes up in the morning and it looks like that. Marvellous, isn't it? I mean, it really is. What you can get for a 30 quid haircut nowadays. I'm surprised that you haven't actually been, because a lot of people used to go to the barbers and they'd have their hair washed at the same time. I assume they couldn't wash their hair for some inexplicable reason. I've never done it because you have to lean backwards and then they sort of wash it. And I don't like people touching me. You lean forwards in yours. You have your hair washed, do you? In the bar? What, can't you wash it at home or something? What's the matter with you? Pull yourself together. Oh, no, sir, I've never known such wusses. There's one who can't use shampoo, probably because it's so murderously expensive. Shampoo prices going to go through the roof. Absolutely. I don't think I've ever had my hair washed in a bar. Might have had it done once. I didn't like the experience. Because then they put the towel. By that time, the water's gone all down your back, your shirt's soaking wet. And it's not very nice. Yeah, it goes up your nose and you sneeze. And, oh, it's ghastly. Like being a cold. But I do like having the actual hair. When I went in there the other day, I did tell her about Elliot. She doesn't know who he is. And I said he was sort of saying I was bald. She said, no, you're not. See? She knows. She knows. What else we got? Nadine's loud and proud at Pontins. Yes, apparently Nadine Coyle is finally making her music comeback. And she's reached the dizzy heights of playing Pontins. So, I mean, they're fairly popular, those sort of gigs, aren't they? I mean, I've never been to Pontins or Butlins. I'm not really a sort of one of those, what do they call them? Holiday camps. I liked Heidi High, but it just wouldn't interest me. I mean, even though they've got funfair rides and everything, I just don't fancy the idea. They did a couple on the television once. They were Haven Holiday fans. And they went to the same camp every year for their holiday. The same 2 weeks, and they knew all the staff. They must have been a blooming nightmare. They knew all the staff. They stayed in their caravan. And the daughter, who was, I mean, not blessed with the best looks, she was trying to get off with, they had, I think they were yellow coats or green coats or something. So the green, I think. Oh, you've been there, have you? I thought you might have done. Or you were one of those people. Were you a holiday camp host? No. I watched them doing, Pizza. No, what do they do? Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut. Kentucky Fried Chicken and a pizza. And then McDonald's. And I'm singing along too, and I'm not even on the camp. I'm just watching it on the television. I got quite into it. I think they were called the fast food something. Fast fooders or something. I quite like the ketchup song. That was quite good as well. I like novelty songs. My friend Ian says, do you not like getting your hair washed? Did they give you a head massage? Oh, no. No. I don't do head massages. I don't do any sort of massages at all. I don't like anything like that. Some friends of mine thought years ago it'd be a lovely idea as a birthday present to get me a massage at Champneys at Piccadilly Circus. I hated it. I can't tell you. They give you a little tiny towel to put over your bits. And then they dim the lights down. Well, I thought I'd gone blind. And so the lights are dimmed down, and then they had this sort of water trickling. So all I want to do is go for a wee. And they start sort of massaging it. They all sort of say, talcum powder or oil. Okay. And this little towel, I mean, barely the size of a flannel. I mean, really. And then at one point they asked you to turn over. I'm sure she sniggered. I'm totally convinced she sniggered as I was turning over, so I sort of marked that one down on my list of never to go for another massage. I've got friends who adore massages. They can't get enough. They said, oh, it's the best thing ever. I go, oh, no, it really isn't. I don't think lying on a table looking as though you're about to sort of be involved in pathology makes you look any more interesting when they start sort of massaging you and everything. And also, they're very young, these people doing it. In Russia, though, apparently, I'm told they have these big Wagnerian women who soap you up. Because I think David Dimbleby went over to, I think it was a Russian bathhouse, where literally they've got these big blokes and these big women, and they soap you up with this thing. You're covered in bubbles, and they literally are slapping you around, all this kind of stuff. And I was thinking, how dreadful would that be? Not my idea of fun at all, but some people like it. But definitely not, definitely not. And my friend Ian likes a Thai massage, which is where they walk on you. What's the point of that? What is the point of that? My friend Dan says, your story of the bus driver changeover and the driver looks like Santa. I know the guy you're talking about. He says, I worked with him when I was at Fulwell Garage. Every year, the week leading up to Christmas, he'll put on the Santa suit and do his duties dressed as Santa. He says, I've seen now on my last visit to Teddington, the 281s have all gone electric. Yeah, they've got different seats. You can feel as though you're driving the bus now. They've got new seats as you come in. And it's fantastic. I loved it. I sit there, watch it, and you can watch what the driver's doing. Which is like driving, and but it's interesting, sort of bing, bing, people binging the bells because they've got their earphones in and they can't see or they can't read actually, basically that you've had all these sort of things. But I shall look out for him again, the Santa Claus. I was watching a Santa Claus film yesterday, Mrs. Miracle, which is very good. I like that. I like something festive and Christmassy at the moment. It kind of cheers me up, or failing that has completely the opposite effect, and I get depressed. Because I found myself crying at music now. I mean, I'm getting worse. At the moment, I'm going through the YouTube to find Sanson, and I think it's Opus 3 or whatever. It's the one that goes dun 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 dun. It was used in Babe. Dun dun. And also, Yvonne, somebody had a hit with it. If I had words to spend a day with you, I said, what? Am I? You know it? No, it's an organ piece from Sanson. It's really good, but it's only this one little bit where the organist gets to grip with his equipment, and it's like dun 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 dun, and it's played with an orchestra. You check it out. You'll be going, Steve, that was a good recommendation. Thank you very much indeed. You've cheered us up this morning. It's very emotional. You watch the orchestra playing along with it, and it's just brilliant. 5:30. Is the time on LBC. Let's get the latest news headlines this Saturday morning with Lottie Morley.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Sad news about Ron Pember, says Jan. A truly lovely man. My thoughts are with his wife, Yvonne. And it's Queen's Theatre, Jan. I always have to say this because when we took the show out on the road and we booked into all these theatres, well, we didn't start booking into theatres. We did the first one and it sold out really quickly. And so we booked in and we played the Queen's Theatre a few times and we sold out. It's fastest sellout of a show they've ever had. Isn't that bizarre? I thought that was really odd that we did all these shows. We did the Millfield Theatre, we did the Beck Theatre in Hayes, we did the Fairfield Halls in Croydon and a few others, and we did the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch, and we met lovely Jan. And she was the one who said to us we were the fastest selling show they'd ever had. I think it sold out in something like 40 minutes. People were queuing in the early hours of the morning to get to, I mean, I still can't believe it, but it's a good recommendation of the show. And it was just that people wanted to come and see me and sort of listen to the stories and stuff like that. And so every time we played the Leicester Square Theatre for Make Some Noise, we've sold out. I think the last time we sold out in, I think it was an hour. And then there was a waiting list of people saying, can we get tickets for the waiting list? And we said, no, we can't. We only did one show. I have done shows at the Magic Circle at Christmas, as you know, for the past 6 years. And I've done 2 shows in a day. But 2 shows is a bit of a stretch for me, a little bit, because you have to sort of pace yourself. And I remember one year we did it, and it snowed at the Magic Circle. Not actually in the Magic Circle, but outside. Came outside, my car had vanished completely in the snow. I had to scrape all the snow off so I could find the doors. It was really amazing. But we've had some good fun at the shows over the years, and Jan has always been a special friend to us, because she was one who said, she'll have to tell me how long we sold out in. But it was really, really quick. Chris says, what a nice surprise, waking up to you this morning. And Gilly says, I've just arrived at Northwheel. Just in case you were wondering, you've made me belly laugh around the M25. I must look like the village idiot to other drivers, and Saturday has started very well, thanks to you. Please get a Kia Soul, much cheaper to run than the Bentley. No, I can't. Somebody said to me, one of my best friends said to me the other day, he said, have you ever considered getting another car? And I went, no, I really haven't. It's I don't know why. I like a car that I can relax in, you know, and it's comfy and it's warm and it's very fast, and it's just nice. I mean, I've had them for years now. Years, must be over 20 years. I've had loads. I've had about 6 or 7 different ones. You sort of change them about every 2 years, and then you find another colour you like. The worst one I ever had was red. Red. Oh, goodness me, that was a terrible colour because it fades. It fades in sunlight, red, and I didn't like that at all. I was spending all my time on red polish, to put the colour back in. So anyway, I gave that one up. And the best colour I've ever had is the one I've got at the moment, which is granite, which is a nice grey colour, like a sort of almost like a metallic fleck in it with a cream interior. And I just happen to like them. It's just one of those sort of things. It's not because I'm a petrol head. Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, you sound like a petrol head. Me? I have no idea how a car operates. I just know petrol goes in one end, and that's it. I know nothing else about it. I mean, I think you're supposed to put water in the bottles or something to... Well, I don't bother doing that. I let them do that in the garage. Petrol here in Coffs Harbour is $2.40 a litre, which is $1.34. While still cheaper than London, it's the highest we've ever seen in Australia, says Moffy. The upside, though, is 24 degrees here today with blue skies, and we're living in a country where we're safe and don't have to worry about big tanks on the street corners. I can't begin to imagine what that would be like. No, we can't. We can't. We see the pictures every day, and you probably see exactly the same in your newspapers, of pictures of bombed out areas of schools, of hospitals. They're deliberately targeting hospitals now to make sure. And the situation over there is as tense today as it has been at any other time. They're checking. We've got all these spotter planes that can sort of report where the army is at the moment. They appear to have been they appear to have disappeared a little bit, but I regard that as being even more worrying. Shane said, "Does Elliot have long hair?" Not anymore. Not anymore. We've taken the wig away, and I said to him, "You look ridiculous as Cher. It's not worth it, honestly, you know, you can turn back time, and it was just, no, it just doesn't work for him at all. We don't even know what music he's into, actually, but I have a feeling it'll be something odd. I've just got a feeling it'll be something very peculiar. What sort of music are you into, Elliot? What sort of... Oh, eclectic, just huge, yes, everything. See, I hate jazz. Isn't it funny? Do you like jazz? Yeah, I thought you might do. Just to be irritating and annoying. But do you like, I mean, I don't know, what was the last record you bought? Because it gives you an indication where I'm coming from. The last one I bought arrived today, Petula Clark's Greatest Hits, so you don't need to mark me down anymore. Dark Side, Pink Floyd, best album ever. Best album. Time, one of my favourite tracks on there. And I know that because when I moved up to London, there used to be a place in Kings Road called the Chelsea Drugstore. It's a McDonald's now, but it used to be a bar, and they used to have go-go dancers. And the go-go dance, no, I wasn't a go-go dancer, but they were on podiums with lights, and then above them there were lights that went round and everything else, and the girls would wear sparkly bikinis. I know because I lived with 3 of them, and it was very popular in London clubs. But in the Chelsea Drugstore, one of the girls I was living with, Diane, she danced to Time. And it was basically sort of not, I hate to call it erotic dancing. They were in sparkly bikinis. They would buy normal bikinis, then cover them with sequins. And they would dance. And so I grew up listening to Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. And, Us and Them was another one of my favourite tracks. I'm quite good with my music. Quite good. Not as good as some people, but very good. And then I grew to like Barclay James Harvest. which were lovely. They do a lovely song called Mockingbird, which if you lived in London and you didn't have any money, it was the most depressing song you'd ever heard. You'd sit there looking out the window and the rain would be coming down and you had no money. You know, really, I had no money at all. It was dreadful. I think I was earning £8 a week or something like that, working in a discotheque. And I went for a job with British Rail at the ticket office, thinking that'll be fairly good. I couldn't even get past the first entry. So I didn't even get a job selling tickets for British Rail, because the girls were saying, you've got to go and get a job. And, of course, every time they left for work in the morning, I'd just go back to bed again, which was terrible. I was bone idle. But then I started working a lot, and I was quite happy with it. But no, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. In fact, strangely enough, I had it on vinyl, but I bought it on CD a while ago, which is quite good to update your record collection. And then I've got loads of stuff on Apple that I bought. But I didn't realise if you buy stuff on iTunes, you don't own it. It's sort of, you're just borrowing it. I thought you owned it, but you don't. It sort of dies with you, I think. Very depressing. You're quite right. Sang Song's Organ Symphony, says Johnny. It is fabulous. If I had words to say. You must listen to it. I always wanted, because I can't play the organ. I really can't. You know, I've always wanted to get my hands on a Wurlitzer, you know, and actually have a go. Because in the cinemas years ago, they used to have, in between the films, the organ would rise out of the ground and there'd be a man playing it and he'd turn around and look at you. It was quite funny. And he'd sort of play like the incidental music while you were going to the toilet and getting your ice cream, and then the organ would sink back down into the ground again. And so you see a lot of these big Wurlitzers, you know, big, powerful things. And if you hear Sang Song, I worked with a guy called Carlo Curley once. They brought him over for the Newsday Parade, and he's a very big organist in America. And I got him to play it for me when we were having a rehearsal for... We do the Newsday Parade, or we did do. I don't do it anymore. My friend Mr. Gould does it. And he used to play with all these marching bands. They had a school orchestra as well. They're very big into it in America. If you see Ohio is a American football team, they have a marching band, which is roughly equivalent to about 600 people. And they march up and down the pitch and they form... pictures. They're absolutely amazing to watch. And we used to get them in London for the Newsday Parade. Still do. And they had the orchestra side of them, and they would come and play, and we'd fill out the Central Hall, Westminster, which is just down off Parliament Square. And it was absolutely brilliant. And they had a big organ in there. And if there's one thing I'm taken with, it's a hall full of people being... you know, impressed by somebody playing these organs, where they've got all the pedals going on underneath and the buttons they pull out and everything else. It's just fantastic. And it's got like sort of 4 or 5 keyboards. And I remember thinking, why did my parents never let me have music lessons? I can't even play the piano. The most I gravitated to was the recorder and the triangle. You know, and there's not much fun of the triangle, you know, ping every 5 minutes, and that's about it. The recorder I was good at. And then I thought you could buy a thing called a melodeon, which you blew into it, and it was like an organ that you blew. And it was, yeah, you sort of played it. It had a little keyboard on it, and you played it at the side. But I did learn to play, not very well, a flugelhorn, because I was in the school brass band, so I played the flugelhorn, but I couldn't read music. At all, so they used to put down the fingering for me. The woman in the Andre Rieu Orchestra is Mano Connings, says Brian. Oh, thank you for that. I'm so glad that you know what her name is, because I'm just overwhelmed by her talent, because she can play all these different instruments. And but she looks so British. She looks like sort of, you know, somebody's mum or something like that. I think she's British. You'll always see her at the beginning. You know, you'll see her on stage. She's right at the front. She's very good. Sue Ann in Brixton says, it's my birthday, Tuesday the 15th. You have made my weekend. Thank you. And Steve says, Mark in Watford, I hope you've got the lid off the Bovril bottle after trying for 2 days. Oh, you just got the lid off. Yeah, because I'm stuck with the Marmite one. My Marmite jar is stuck in the cupboard. It's been there for years now. Ridiculous. Dennis says, morning, Steve. History in the making. You on a Saturday morning? Yeah, me too. It's a bit of an achievement. And I went to the Dominion, says Carol, to see Dirty Dancing. The audience are very lively, especially when Johnny took his shirt off. So much so that throughout some of the actors' dialogue was obscured. I enjoyed it. Why did he take his shirt off? Is there a reason for that? They take their shirts off in Mamma Mia, the boys in that one, don't they? Because they're... Have you seen Mamma Mia? Yeah, it's very good, isn't it? It's very catchy. They were so worried they were going to get bad reviews. I watched a programme about it on Sky Arts yesterday, and because everybody gone, oh, it's ABBA and it's this kind of thing. But from literally day one, the first show, the audience were on their feet at the end, singing and clapping and cheering, and it's like that around the world. I've spoken to cast members before, and people actually... It's amazing, isn't it? ABBA just go from strength to strength, and I loved it. I thought it was great. Steve says, David, great to have your friendly voice on air at the weekend. I've noticed that English Southerners hate any eye contact. Yeah, we're not very friendly down south. I say that because when Dale and I used to go to Manchester and Scotland, everything, people talk to you. You go into a club or you go into a bar or something, and people talk to you. Down here, nobody talks to you. You could sit on the train or sit in the world's busiest bar and nobody will say a word to you. You know, unless they've had a skinful. But just one of those sort of odd things, isn't it? We just perhaps we're wary of people, because if somebody starts talking to you on the train, the best thing you do is get up and call the police. You should have been talking to. Oh, so hello. Have you seen my llama? Sorry. You get all these weird people. Steve, what a treat to you on the radio this morning, says Carol. Aunt Michelle's off to Disneyland Paris with her daughter Lou to celebrate Lou's 18th birthday. So love to them all at Noreen and Co. And, yes, I'm looking forward to that as well. On the subject of YouTube clips that make you cry, do a search for Flash Mob Antwerp Station. Oh, I've seen it a million times. They do, let's start at the very beginning. And then you get all these kids running down the stairs coming to do it. And it goes into... It's fantastic, honestly. I love flash mobs. I like the British Airways one. I am the passenger. Have you ever seen that one? That's set at British. That's brilliant. And all the people, la, 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 la. I love anything like that. And I've seen students in America doing it, but they're a little bit over the top. And I've seen orchestras playing in shopping malls and everything else. But you should watch the British Airways passenger one. You'd like that. That'll make you smile. It's very good. Just gone 6:45.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Sue Ann says, I was christened in Westminster Hall. I'd been to see Hamilton. How lovely. Well, that's quite nice, actually. But the Flash Mob Antwerp Station is very good. There's been some great ones here, and there's another one where they showed these flash mobs is where they get a load of people pretending to be customers at a railway station or whatever, and then they start coming together. And this Antwerp Station one, I watched the video of how they assembled it and put it together, because they had to rehearse it. It's like the New Year's Day parade. We get lots of cheerleaders at the New Year's Day parade. You'll get groups of 400 going through, but they've never met each other before. They learn it on a DVD. They learn the routine. And the girl, I mean, they're so enthusiastic, honestly. I don't know what it is about the British. You know, when I used to compare the shows at the Westminster Central Hall. You go, any Americans in? And they would raise the roof. They would scream and shout and everything else. Anybody from England? Yeah. You know, you think, come on, be a bit more enthusiastic. It was nice. Steve, the club used to be downstairs in Chelsea Drugstore. There was a lunchtime strip club by World's End in the 90s. Well, this was upstairs, and it was just the bar with the go-go dancers. And Steve woke up and asked Alexa to play LBC and heard your voice. I thought to myself, I thought it was Saturday, then had to ask Alexa what day it was, says Sarah in Enfield. I know, I'm so sorry. Antonio says, I sent you birthday wishes yesterday, but you didn't acknowledge, which is unusual. I get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I have to be selective, so we're not going to mention you ever again, okay? Whatever. So Disneyland Paris. It's the only one I've not been to. I have not been to Disneyland Paris. I should do. Right night for Holly Willoughby, stepping off the morning sofa. And she went to party with Naomi Campbell and Sir Rod Stewart. She went to Annabelle's. They were celebrating the Members Club anniversary. Do you know, to be honest with you, when I read that story last week, I thought, I shouldn't imagine Holly Willoughby's ever been to Annabelle's before. It's not her sort of place. It's far too upmarket. And they had all sorts of people there. Vogue's editor was there. And Alexa Chung, but she'll turn up to the opening of a fridge, so that's not too difficult, is it? And Penny Lancaster, very nice indeed. But it doesn't matter what Holly Willoughby wears. everything looks good on her. She doesn't seem to have an outfit that she looks bad in, whereas, I've got outfits where I sort of think to myself, you look quite cute, Steve. And I've got outfits I think, it looks like badly made bed. How do you look like Steve Allen, jump in a puddle and pull yourself through a hedge? That's generally the way it works for me. Fire crews have dealt with a record 1,640 requests for help from obese Britons trapped in their homes. That's triple, because people are getting bigger and it's fast food. It's fast food. The number has tripled from 587 5 years ago and equates to over 30 calls a week. I remember there was one woman and she was clinically obese. They had to take out the windows to get her out because she couldn't get down the stairs. They had to have a crane to get her out. And there was some bloke in America who was so big they didn't have a coffin. They buried him in a piano case. Seriously. People are so... In America, they are bigger than you've ever seen before in your life. I mean, they are just, mainly because it's the food. But this girl in this country who had to take the windows out of, her family were basically... She had a hotline to every takeaway in the area. They were delivering all this food to her. They weren't going to stop. They were making a fortune. But unfortunately, she got no exercise. She got nothing at all. And so she just ballooned. And it just got worse. Lorraine Kelly has confirmed that it was a gift addressed to her that caused the studio to be evacuated and two tube stations closed. She said, I was told it was somebody from a film company had sent me a wee present. Hope you'll be declaring that on your tax, dear. And when they x-rayed it, it looked a bit suspicious, but it was all fine and dandy, and ITV apologised. But you don't have to apologise. I mean, listen, those sort of things happened years ago. There's, it never gets to the person it's intended to. They get found out at the sorting offices and things like that. They've got x-ray machines. As prices soar, they've tested in the Sun today their own label tins of usual things, beans. And everybody makes them. I didn't realise, actually. Aldi, Corral, Lidl, Newgate, Essential Waitrose, Asda, Sainsbury's, Tesco, Morrison's, and of course Heinz. And they tell you the price. Whose is the most expensive? Heinz, at £1 for baked beans. The cheapest, well, they're all about. I mean, Asda's 32 pence. So's Aldi and Coral. Aldi, Newgate. Essential Waitrose is 40 pence. But isn't that funny that Heinz beans is £1 and their taste score is 7? Morrison's at 39p, their taste is 10. But isn't it funny how we're drawn to brand leaders? I mean, even Tesco got 8, Sainsbury's got 8, Asda got 4, so not great for Asda. 9 for Essential Waitrose, 1 for Lidl Newgate. That's worth avoiding, I suppose, really. And 4 for Adol Corral. So, I mean, 10 for Morrison's. For taste over Heinz, who only got 7. But the trouble is, I mean, would we change? Possibly. But I mean, I don't know, actually. I can't remember if I've ever been to an Aldi. I don't think I have, actually. I might have walked past them once, but I don't know anything else at all. But that's interesting, the way that they go. I watched them making Heinz beans. It was one of those programmes on how do they do that. Which is sometimes very interesting, some of the most boring things you've ever seen. They showed you making tomato ketchup the other day, and it arrives in big aluminium sacks full of puree and then goes in, and then they mix it all round, then they add this secret ingredient. Only 6 people know the secret ingredient, which, I mean, I never believed that. They said that only Colonel Sanders and a few other people in the company knew what the secret was of Kentucky Fried Chicken. And it's a secret recipe. Well, you think, well, nowadays people can dissect things and they can find out it's got a bit of this in, bit of that in. And there were a lot of Kentucky Fried Chickens had their franchise taken away because they tried to circumvent buying from the company. And so a lot of them turned into other sorts of chicken shops. And because they weren't following the guidelines, you have to buy everything from KFC, from the powder. I mean, we were talking about it a minute ago, actually, because the boys are going out for lunch on Monday. Monday they're going out for lunch. And they were sort of asking for recommendations. But the trouble is, I only know upmarket restaurants. I don't know any restaurants that would let them in. That's the problem. I've recommended a couple of people, but it's basically something cheap and cheerful. Like Burger King's there, McDonald's is over there, and you can use KFC around the corner. I mean, you could always wander into Chinatown, couldn't you, and go for Chinese, go for one of those all-you-can-eat buffets. They're always quite good, aren't they? I mean, if you've got an appetite for Chinese food and you can eat it lunchtime, sometimes it's a bit heavy, Chinese food, but you can eat it all you want buffet, which would be quite good. You probably get that for about £10 each. Which they, oh, no, I wasn't. Obviously not. We're not going to the Chinese. I mean, I've recommended Little Italy or Joe Allen's, but it's only because I've been eating there for a long time. So I know the menu and I know the places and I quite like it. It's the only thing you've got to worry about is if you're going out for lunch, don't drink booze because you'll rack up the prices. That's how they all make their money now, on the booze. And I don't know whether or not, you are rich enough to afford sort of a decent place. I mean, there's all sorts of really lovely restaurants around town. What you want to do is sort of set a target for what you think you want to spend and then type in on Google London meals under 15 quid a head. And I bet you anything, it'll throw up all sorts of restaurants and then go for the reviews and see what they say about it. Because you can probably get some really good deals at the moment. They're crying out for people to go round and have food. But Chinese for you, Elliot? Unfortunately not. No, we're not going Chinese. Do you not eat Chinese then? Oh, right, is that not for lunch? What do you eat it for? For dinner? Oh, my Lord, you are peculiar, honestly. I've never heard of that before. I could eat Chinese for lunch, but you are right. It's not the sort of thing you would eat. But I sometimes eat it on a Friday night. We used to have a really good Chinese takeaway very near me, but then basically the landlord put the rent up and they got moved out, which was a shame because they were really good. Crispy duck on a Friday evening. Hello? Very happy. Very, very happy. Residents have killed off a plan for a sex shop opposite a church carrying out funerals. Didn't know we had sex shops anymore. Why do people have sex shops? I don't really get that one at all. They fear that Eva Amor would offend mourners. The application was binned after 82 letters of objection were fired off. The shop owners, David Powley and Danny Miller, invested 30 grand to refit the former butcher's shop in North Wales. David insisted customers are mainly women, not dirty old men. Well, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, you can buy anything now that you can buy in a sex shop online. So saving the embarrassment of having to actually walk into a sex shop. Apparently, but wait for this one. Gwynedd councillor Katie Price called it inappropriate. Not the Katie Price, quite clearly. She said letters against far exceed any previous licensing applications. I think there's a sex shop in Richmond. I think it's a private shop. It's sort of got blacked out windows. But I mean, you just feel a bit guilty going in there. As I say, when you can go onto the internet and you can buy whatever you want, I mean, you don't need to go into a shop now and embarrass yourself, do you? Goodness sake. We're going to take a short break. There's a withering judgment on Britain sanctioning the Russian oligarchs. It's amazing how many of them met people. Roman Abramovich is said to be worth 9.4 billion. So the fact that his yacht could be impounded makes no difference at all. No difference at all. Bought up assets owned by the Soviet Union after it collapsed. And they're looking at all the people that they've got. Oligarch is from the Greek word oligoi, which means few, and archon, to rule. And that's what they do. That's what they do. They have the power over Putin, and Putin gets what he wants from them. But if all of their assets are being frozen and their yachts being confiscated, they're going to want an end to this war as fast as possible. They're not going to want to see their money disappearing. And at the moment, it looks like it's disappearing. There's one man here. He's Anthony Kostin, a 64-year-old financier. And he's only worth 375 million, which, to be honest with you, is almost chicken feed. Chicken feed. Wouldn't get out of bed for that. Don't embarrass me. It's like when they write you on the lottery, they go, good news, the ticket you had has won a prize. £2.30. Please don't bother writing to me. It's a waste of you typing. It really is. We'll take the news. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Welcome to Saturday morning. Do you know, I nearly sort of thought it was Christmas again. I'm going, you must remember to get the tree. You must remember to do the shopping and stuff like that. But for most people, Saturday is the day that you do your shopping. We are creatures of habit. We like going out and we like sort of spending money over the weekend. I suppose because if you've survived the week, and I do feel as though we are surviving at the moment, because I feel that, you know, by the time people get their bills in, the energy bills, it's just gonna be so expensive. There was one woman and she said she literally couldn't afford to put the heating on. People are so worried that they've got, you know, gas, or they've got gas and electric. I mean, some people have to have bottled gas and stuff like that. And I think the energy bills are going to go through the roof. Mind you, I always thought we were ripped off, actually. It's like electric anyway. You're only borrowing it. You're not keeping it. It just goes into your light bulb, goes all the way around the filament, and goes back where it came from. It's like the water. The water that we drink out of the taps has probably been through the bodily system about 20 times, I should imagine, because it then goes into the water purifying places and they sell it back to you again. I wouldn't mind if they get it free in the first place. It falls from heaven. You know, and then they go, would you like to buy some of our water? And you go, not really, no. I mean, I don't drink out the taps. I haven't drunk out the taps for years. I can't bring myself. I'm always worried there might be things in it which might affect me. So I've got some very peculiarities, even I think I'm peculiar. So I drink bottled water. I buy, you know, a case of water from Costco or something like that, and I'm quite happy with that. But if I can't be bothered to drive to Costco because of the petrol situation, I just go and get it from Iceland or Marks and Spencer's, £1.30 for a six pack of water, which is good, isn't it? I've stopped buying yoghurt as well. I've decided yoghurt is just full of sugar. And even though some of them go, oh, low sugar and this kind of, I'm not totally convinced that they are. I often fancy, a friend of mine, not with us anymore, sadly, he became an extra in all sorts of television programmes because he was an old man and he looked really good. He just fitted in to everything they needed. But there's an ex-EastEnders extra, I'm not sure whether the word ex has anything to do with this, has accused the soap of treating background performers as third-class citizens. These are the people who you see in the background, and they're not doing anything. They're basically having pretend conversations. It's like you see people in nightclubs, and the extras at the back are dancing to nothing. They're dancing. They can't hear anything at all. There is no music being played, and the people are dancing. That's why you can hear the actors, the main actors. But this one, called Damon King, claimed it was riddled with inequality, with extras segregated, and refused water on hot days. He's obviously very bitter, very bitter. The actor, who had various bit parts over 20 years, said of the BBC, they like to pride themselves on equality, but I've never worked for a company more unequal. It comes from the top. What, you worked on it for 20 years? You only just realised. A bit slow in the department. He said the stars often stepped in to support the extras. On one occasion, a background seating sign for extras at the Elstree Studios had 2 chairs under it, despite plenty more being on site. And he says Barbara Windsor was always very supportive, and Adam Woodyat. At a location filming, we were used to being served food last, but Adam said, no, this isn't right. You're very bitter, aren't you, about being an extra? He accused a director of yelling and swearing at background talent for not showing enough emotion. Well, that's what you're supposed to do, love. You know, but I shouldn't imagine anybody's going to employ you again if you're going to moan about it all the time. A spokeswoman said, we simply do not recognise these claims, and nor have we ever received a complaint about the recent alleged incident with a director on set. Yeah, I mean, it could all be made up. Could all be totally made up. Somebody who was sort of perhaps bitter because they were dropped. I mean, Barbara was always very good about things anyway, but I've never heard of people being refused water on hot days. I mean, I remember actually, well, where was I? Was I queuing for a train or something? It might have been something. Oh, no, I was at one of the airports, and it was a very hot day, and because there was a delay getting people processed through, the staff all came out with bottles of cold water to give to people. So I can't imagine the extras. I always thought were treated quite well, except in India, where the extras went on strike because the Indian film industry is the biggest film industry in the entire world. They're making films every day. Sometimes they have an actor can be in 4 different films at one time, filming 4 different films, individual films. And the extras in there have to learn the dance routines, and they have to do everything. And they rebelled a short while ago that they weren't being treated properly, and yet they were an integral part of the filming. I'm quite a little expert on the Indian film industry. And I can remember after Lata Mangeshkar died, and people were saying, you know who Lata Mangeshkar is? Absolutely. Absolutely. She's the one they mime to on all the films. So she sings the songs, And little old lady she was. Came over to this country, did a concert over here with the Mangeshkar sisters. And she sings the songs, and all the actors and actresses mime to them, which is nice, you know. But not many people know who she is. But if you watch Indian films, you know all about it. Steve, says Beverly, I thought I'd gone mad. And then reality, it really said you were on today. I hated Hamilton, left at half-time. Don't get the enthusiasm for it. Absolutely awful. It's funny, isn't it? Because they practically rebuilt the theatre to put Hamilton in. And it was like, I was offered seats for it ages ago, but I couldn't go. I can't go to anything during the week because I'm in bed. So they go, would you like to come out to this? It's like they had a drinks party for LBC a short while ago. They like drinks parties. And they said, will you be coming? I said, what time's it start? And they said, it'll be starting about 7. I thought, God, I'm long since gone by that time. I'm in bed, crawling about under the duvet. Happy belated birthday. I haven't had it yet, Sunil. Not till the 17th. I'm St. Patrick's Day. Put it in the diary. It's much easier. Says, had a warmed-up pizza and cup of coffee. Oh, what warmed-up pizza. I've seen people in this building who have eaten cold pizza. If they've had a sort of a special thing overnight, they have all these pizzas delivered, and people are eating cold pizza. Ooh, disgusting. I'm not too keen on it but I mean, it's okay. Okay. Steve, some years ago, I was invited by an Irish building contractor to Cheltenham. Oh, I've lost the blooming thing. Cheltenham races for the Gold Cup. It was one of the best days of my life. I've never seen so much Guinness in bars, lorries, crates, and the singing in the coach on the way back to London was fantastic. My dad worked for Guinness for many years, and we all had to start to like the stuff pretty early on. Still do, in fact. And he said, enjoy what's left of your weekend. Oh, no, I feel as I've got a whole weekend because it's 7 o'clock. You know, well, it will be 7 o'clock, and I've got the whole day. But so that's why I've just realised the father of my godchildren, he's away at Cheltenham, so he's going to be celebrating Gold Cup Day. That's why. Desiree in Sheffield, as there's a nice name, says Sainsbury's seems to be the cheapest petrol at the moment. Best place in the West End for under 15 for 2-course lunches, Pierre Victoria in Dean Street. I've been going there for 20 years, says Kevin. Dean Street's just up. I said, if you go into Soho, you'll find all sorts of places. All sorts of places, and you should 15 quid for 2 courses. They'll better run to that. That'll be okay. So glad to turn on this morning, says Gary, the Eastbourne taxi driver. He says, "Are you on every weekend?" No, just not. It's a one-off. It's a one-off. He said, but your voice gives me good vibes to start my day. Oh, well, that's quite nice actually. I like that. And Pam Riley, you know who Pam Riley is? That's Henry's mum. I think he's deeply embarrassed. She writes in to me. Deeply embarrassed. But she says, happy birthday for Thursday the 17th, same as mine. And she says, I'm flying off to Nice this morning. Pam, we love your son. We love him. He's a good boy. Good boy. She said, Disneyland Paris is pretty rubbish. You know, the trouble with Disneyland Paris was, when they first opened it, it was the weather people couldn't get used to. Because you're so used to going to Florida and going to all the Disneylands and things like that. But I hope you have a nice time. Hope you have a lovely time. And that'll be good. Matthew says, put LBC on, was expected to hear Ian Payne, but delighted to hear you on a Saturday morning. Very rare. Yes, it's only one off. It's only one off. Phil says, hope you're well and the weather is looking great in London. I don't know what the weather is for today. I can't remember. A bit rubbish, I'm afraid. Bit of rain. Here in Paderborn, it's just starting to get light and the sun is slowly coming out. A big hello to all the British Army veterans and serving soldiers. My thoughts are with the brave Ukrainians. Do you know we've got 4 soldiers who've deserted from this country to go over to Ukraine, and they've been told, come back, but I believe they've signed up to the Ukrainian army. Now, where that leaves them, I've got no idea. I mean, they stand a very good chance of losing their lives. One of them was only 19, and he deserted. I think he was part of a group of people who look after the Queen, and apparently he was fed up with doing ceremonial stuff. He wanted a bit of the action, but if they come back, there's a very, very good chance they'll all be court-martialed. Very good chance. You can't go absent without leave. And he just left a note saying, I'm going over there to fight. Possibly the worst decision he's ever made. David in Sunderland says, oh, I've lost it. Wait a minute. Where's it gone now? I've got a horrible bug. Started last Saturday with a sore throat and a bad chest and keep coughing. And, but the PCR test came back negative. I've heard of people like that before. Got the antibiotics off the hospital, just finished them, still feel no better. Oh, crikey. Can't get a doctor's appointment until Thursday. Is that funny? people around the country get different... I mean, I can get a doctor's appointment fairly quickly. So, we've got one on Monday. It feels like it's Christmas Day, says Phil in Streatham, with you on. And Mike in Kings Langley... I can't even speak now. Kings Langley says, I'm not well at the moment, and it's cheered me up to hear your dulcets on a Saturday morning. Well, I'm quite looking forward to it, actually. I'll be home by 8 o'clock. I shall call in and go and get a bacon sandwich from the Shell garage at Hammersmith Flyover, a little bit of a treat, and or a pasty. I might even get a pasty. Who knows? I've got no idea. The world is my oyster. I shall enjoy every minute of it. They're going to put Monty Python back on the television 34 years after many of their sketches were ruled too politically incorrect. The BBC last repeated the series in 1988 and included the Dead Parrot sketch. And the Python legends have often complained about the politically correct BBC refusing to return the landmark show. All the episodes will now be shown on Freeview's That's TV from Monday. The channel is buying up the rights to many 1970s classics, including the Benny Hill Show. That was another one that people complained about. They said it was sexist and, girls running around it. You speak to people who were with Benny Hill, people like Sue Upton, and she said, we didn't think it was sexist at all. We just had a lot of fun doing it. But the Pythons, according to the programming head, who's called Chris Vaxula, says the Pythons are part of our national heritage. I didn't think that it does include the Dead Parrot sketch. Do you remember the Dead Parrot sketch? The only reason it's on the perch is because it's nailed there, and it's a Norwegian blue that's in demise. It's in a pet shop. But, I mean, that was just comedy. They were all different. Comedy changed over the years. Years ago, you used to have Dick Emery doing his show, dressed up as a woman, go, oh, you are awful, but I like you. And he'd sort of totter off at his heels and things like that. And people then went, oh, I'm not sure about that. That's a bit sexist, isn't it? You think people didn't like men dressing up as women. They called it, didn't they complain about RuPaul's Drag Race, saying it's called, is it woman face? I've never even heard of such a thing. Nobody's complained about Paul O'Grady, who does it so well, and all these other people who are doing it for years. I used to go and see drag regularly in London, and it was great entertainment. I never thought of it being woman face. Never heard of anything so stupid. Ridiculous. Anyway, 6:15.
This is LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do people who've got pets spend a small fortune on them, which reminds me that there's an awful lot of problem in Ukraine, apart from the general problems. People who've got pets in Ukraine, they don't know what to do with them. They don't know whether to take them over the border. And it was just one of those difficult things. And the zoo, I believe, in Kyiv has got a problem. They've had to put the elephant on tranquilizers because of the bombs going off, and they've got nowhere to put these animals. So it could be another animal rescue coming up very shortly. But here's a dog lover owned by a jeweller called Natalie Knauf. And what she's done is, I have to be brutally honest with you, I don't like Crufts. I really don't like it. I never liked it years and years ago, because there you see dogs who've been so interbred with other dogs that they have all sorts of terrible problems, and I don't like it. I just really don't. It's parading animals around, and it's the dressing up syndrome, I'm afraid I don't go for. But anyway, she has she's created a diamond-encrusted collar on this dog. I mean, this dog is now going to be a target. She's told you where she works. And she says, we've got round-the-clock security. I'm not worried about anybody trying to steal it. Yeah, well, you have to go out on the streets, dear, and people would do anything. Look at that woman the other day. She takes her dog out, and two people in the park bend down to sort of pat it and all the rest of it. She thinks they're being nice. They unclip the lead, ran off with it. They did find the dog. But in this case, this is a diamond-encrusted collar worth more than £500,000. I mean, rank stupidity and dangerous, as far as I'm concerned. She said, we've got a big bodyguard and a team who come with us wherever we go. She's well protected. Well, I'm glad you think so. She's wearing a collar, 91 jewels worth £500,000. She said, I'm not worried about anybody trying to steal it. I would worry. I don't like to sort of, point out the patently obvious, but I'm sorry. Listen, people rip Rolexes off people's wrists. They will, grab it. They'll break your neck to get the blooming things. And if you're telling people that you've got a £500,000 diamond collar on your dog, you're going to lose it. Really, it doesn't make any sense. An apprentice candidate I've not followed The Apprentice either. I did watch it when it started, but I came to the conclusion that it just really wasn't for me. Because it's a load of people pretending that they're business people, and they're not. It's people coming up with a load of old claptrap, no is not an option, I'm this and I'm that. And it turns out they can't do anything. Half of them just didn't have the faintest idea how to run a business. But anyway, there's one here caught up in a bullying row and made claims he acted aggressively on this year's show. This is Aaron Willis. He's said to have taken part in explosive scenes with other contestants which were never shown. Favourite, Catherine Byrne, was allegedly upset by a heated discussion with Aaron during the latest episode. He's also claimed to have Navid Soul and Harry Mahmood, taken aback after the girls' team beat the boys in the series' first task. I mean, there's loads of things that you don't see. A BBC spokesman says, scenes were not edited out to cover up bullying claims, and said robust duty of care protocols existed to support candidates. Because they've all got to make sure that they're very good at doing things like that. It depends how you interpret bullying. And in The Apprentice, because they're all fighting for this job, working with Lord Sugar, it doesn't quite work some of the time, because they're all flim-flams, which is people who try and cheat you. It's people who go, yeah, I could do that. Yes, listen, buy this little bar of gold. It will go up in value in about a year's time, and it will treble in value. And they basically just try and con people. And I've seen the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on The Apprentice. I don't know where they get them from. Probably an agency, I should imagine. There must be an agency where they find people who want to be on television to make themselves look a bit silly. Did you know there was a film in the 70s called Pazeka? It took 16 years to make simply because the director was such a perfectionist. He kept wanting to embrace technology. Beautiful songs, says Barry. One of the most grossing films of all time. Pakeza. I don't know it, actually. And in fact, I thought I knew most of the films from the 70s. Steve, we're listening to you from our home near Bordeaux. My wife was very pleased to hear you on a Saturday. Thank you very much indeed. And then Eddie says, what's this? Steve Allen on a Saturday morning. I know, I can only apologise. Hearing your voice on a Saturday has thrown me off, says Henry in Liscard. But I enjoy hearing you because it reminds me not to take life too seriously. I know we have to be serious on odd occasions. But as I say, with the things going on, we just don't want it to go any further. Driving to work here in the Republic of Ireland, Steve. Love the show. You've got a big day coming up, have you not? I think you have. Steve, you're more likely to be able to get your favourite bacon roll at Pret today, as it's a Saturday and not a weekday, so less demand. Oh, I don't believe it. I've been trying to get this bacon roll for ages. I only got them when I had to go to the bank in Victoria. Such a pain. Bex in Twickenham says, is it Friday again? Seems like it, doesn't it, really? And another one says, just getting ready, Steve, says Monica, Polish Monica, to take my daughter to our Polish Saturday school. We're having a cake sale today. And for the next few Saturdays, all funds go to help Ukrainian children. That's a nice thing to do. I like cake sales, actually. I like homemade. That's why I like going around garden centres. Because they always have in the shop, they'll have cakes and cherry Genoa and fruit cakes. I mean, you couldn't make it for these prices that they can sell this stuff at. So the idea that you're having a cake sale and the money's going to a good cause, I'm very pleased for. Steve, I've just left London after 14 years, now living on the southern coast of Ireland, says Jonathan Costello. I continue to listen to you. Oh, that's nice. I like the idea, because now with the LBC app, you can listen to us all over the world. You just sort of it's free. Doesn't cost anything. And you just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, download the app, and then you can download all the podcasts. And today I'll have another podcast up, a Saturday podcast. Elliot's in charge of that one. Better go up, that'll be good. And then, so only one today. But, I mean, it's unusual to have one on a Saturday, isn't it, really? Stephen Leeds says, morning, Steve. He says, are all these listeners remarking about you doing Saturday? It wasn't that long ago you did Sunday through Friday with the occasional Saturday. I don't remember doing the Saturdays. I can remember doing the Sundays through. But I think for health reasons, it was probably better that I was rested from Sunday. And Mark says, Steve, I've just got in my car to go to work and you're on. Can you please confirm it's Saturday? It's Saturday. It's Saturday. We can all go out shopping later on and enjoy ourselves. The story, some of the paper, I read these stories out every day because we do the paper review. And then 2 days later, they pop up in the papers again. And you think, wait a minute, I've read this story before. Some of them are like a week old. And They've got what have they got here? This is a holiday company, and it's, I don't know where it is, but they've got, it's Warner Leisure Hotels, and this is, Noreen would like this, featuring Beyond Faith, which is a tribute to George Michael, also the legendary Les McEwen's backing band, because Les is not with us anymore, playing the music of the Bay City Rollers, True Gold, the Spandau Ballet Experience, the Tornadoes, bringing on back the 80s with the new Amen Corner, tributes to Elton John, Phil Collins and Dusty Springfield. Over 40s only. Embarrassing. Imagine saying that. Isn't that discriminatory? It does have a free bar, 6 p.m. to midnight. Selected branded beers and spirits, house wine by the glass, selected soft drinks. And it sounds quite good value, actually. 3 nights in a standard ensuite chalet, 3 breakfasts and 3 dinners, and free return car ferry crossing and parking. It's the Isle of Wight. And that's 400 quid. It's £340 per person for 3. That's not bad, is it? I think that's quite good. Noreen would love that. She would love it. And there's also a 60s to Soul and Motown's Big Spring Festival. And there's I've never been to any of these things. Noreen tells me they're fantastic. Love it. New fears for the Queen's health, not strictly true. She just said she doesn't want to travel. And so I suppose she's entitled not to. Kyiv units fighting for their lives. Horror as the care home. Over 300 people in this care home, which was bombed. They're digging defences by the roads in Kyiv. And the war in Ukraine, Putin's troops closing in on the city. I hope they hold on. We feel so useless, don't we? We can't do anything about it. We just have to watch it unfurl before our very eyes. I mean, you look at the cities in Dnipro and the ruins of the residential area. It's just dreadful. One of the rescue workers, Valentina, says, "Yes, I'm a rescue worker. I've got no time for fear. We're too busy dealing with the people in Lutsk." The airfield is targeted before dawn, 7 a.m. And they've targeted airports in 2 cities, and the hunt is on now for hidden saboteurs. But there's a guy who's gone over there, and he's a sniper. And I was reading about him the other day, and they're keeping his identity secret. And his sole job is to take out Russian soldiers. And he's a sniper, and that's what he does for a living. Now, he has another job, but he does this snipering when he's called on. And I'd never heard of anything like that. It's like, I suppose, being like Day of the Jackal, I suppose, where they bring somebody out who is a professional assassin. I mean, Russia seems to be full of these people, full of them. The war in Ukraine, how Putin shields his family, because he's a big girl's blouse, is Putin. Big girl's blouse, a little bit scared, isn't he? So he shoved his girlfriend away in Switzerland. She, of course, is much younger than he is, and she's a gymnast. And obviously likes a bit of that. But as I say, just to make sure that it doesn't all collapse in Russia, which it looks highly likely it will, he's put her in Switzerland. So that's it. Being the richest man in the world, how, we're not too sure. But they've got pictures of her. She was in the 2000 Olympics. And he obviously went, "Oh, you, come here. You're now my girlfriend." And so that's the way it goes. Nobody says no to Putin. Somebody will. Somebody will. The volunteers heading back to the danger. Refugees in a Polish station as they were reunited with their families. Some Ukrainians are heading back to their war-torn homeland. There's a father and son. Their family were leaving on a train out of Kyiv. I'm amazed the trains are still running. Absolutely amazed. And British families will next week be asked to open their homes to Ukrainians fleeing invading Russians, basically because the government have done sweet nothing. Sweet nothing. Have you seen the forms they need to fill in before they'll allow them into the country? I find it absolutely unbelievable. And then Priti Patel, what a waste of space she turned out to be. Boris, total waste of space. Oh, we are doing this, and we will be doing. What do you mean we'll be doing? You've known about this for God knows how long. You think Putin just sort of decided the other day, let's have war in Ukraine? Of course not. He's been thinking about this for about the best part of 20 years. Fiona Phillips says death, destruction and pure evil raining down on the desperate population of Ukraine. But among the darkness of these terrible times, along came a story that put a smile on her face. In the latest episode of What Katie Did Next, our heroine has had another boob job to cheer herself up, her 14th, if reports are to be believed. You can always rely on good old Katie Price to give us a lift when we need it most. Yep, the only failure in the world of business. It's ridiculous. Let's get the latest news headline, shall we, at 6:30 with Lottie Morley.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber. and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
26 minutes to 7 on a Saturday morning. So Harry won't be coming home for Philip's memorial. Good. And the reason is he's going to stay in America amid the court fight over his police protection. They don't want to protect him. They don't think that they should be able to be bought. And he said he doesn't feel safe. I've got no idea why. He's an ex-member of the royal family. He's a bit drippy. He used to enjoy his booze and he wears medals, but his heart wasn't into it. I think he was looking for somebody. He'd had a few girlfriends. You know, he'd gone out and he'd done his bit, taken all his clothes off in Las Vegas, and those pictures surface him kicking photographers. He just became an arrogant little boy, which unfortunately seems to spread through the royal family. It's a difficult thing. Prince Andrew is about as most arrogant as you can find. Terry Jones. Do you remember Terry Jones of the Python team? I told you earlier on that they're going to bring back all the shows by the Nostalgia Freeview channel, That TV. But the widow of Terry Jones told him she was leaving him 2 days after he signed a new will in her favour. His 2 children from his first marriage say he lacked the mental capacity to sign the 2016 document in favour of Anna. Bill Jones and Sally Jones alleged it gave her a substantial increase in control over her husband's multi-million-pound estate. He suffered from dementia in the final years, died in January 2020, aged 77. And that's always the way, isn't it? That is always... I don't know how much money was involved. I think, actually, there was a property sold a short while ago for $2.8 million. And it's always very sad, actually, when people fight over money. You know, and I've seen it happen, especially with Hollywood. Hollywood, I mean, was notorious for children of Hollywood's, Hollywood elite waiting to find out whether they were going to get any money, and then it turned out they weren't getting as many pounds as they thought they were. I think there was one particular actor who was in Little House on the Prairie. When he died, I think he left an estate of 60 million, the majority going to his widow, but I think he left 10 million to each of the children, and they contested it in court because they didn't think he'd left them enough, which I always thought it's sort of somewhat mean. My mother didn't leave a huge amount of money, but, she left a flat and she had a car and she had all sorts of bits and pieces and she'd saved her money. But she wasn't a rich person, and she said, you won't argue with your brother over, over the will. I said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'd rather not have anything if it involves fighting over it. So, there's a court fight over Terry Jones's fortune. I mean, he wouldn't be very happy that would be happening, but people become greedy. People become greedy. That's what I'm hoping it's going to work with the oligarchs. I hope that they're so greedy and so single-minded that they're going to sort of take on Putin and go, we don't want this war. Let's go back to how it used to be. Thank you very much indeed. Putin's forces accused of firing on Belarus from Ukrainian airspace in a deplorable ploy to lure its ally into the conflict. And there's a helping hand here, Putin, who doesn't smile, I've noticed. He doesn't smile very often, a miserable little person. Vladimir Putin, and a picture of him with Alexander Lukashenko the other day. And they think the US are using bats for biological warfare. This is what Russia has come out. They do talk the biggest load of guff that you've ever heard in your... Perhaps they believe it. Perhaps they're frightened. Perhaps they're frightened of Putin, which I suspect they must be. 1,500 people lying dead in the Mariupol siege, and fears now of the atrocity at Chernobyl. And a mysterious Ukrainian pilot who shot down 10 Russian jets is now thought to be a myth. They think he's the ghost of Kyiv. This was taken, I'm sure, from a line in Independence Day where they're trying to blow up these spacecraft, and this guy suddenly realises that the bombs that they've got are totally useless, and he ends up flying straight in to the huge spacecraft that is hovering over the city, thus blowing himself up at the same time and the ship. And that was seen as an act of courage. They're not sure this other man exists at all. But the people now who've got money... It's amazing, actually, some of these people, some of these little yachts that they've got are quite cheap. Quite cheap. Eclipse, They're now saying that it's owned by Roman Abramovich. 24 cabins, 70 staff. Some of these... and you can't just have them temporarily. They're permanently with the ship. 70 staff, and it was valued at £672 million. That's just for the ship, which he doesn't use very often. Also, they've got another one for Vladimir Putin, 76 million for something called Graceful. They're now checking where all these ships are, and people who own different things. I mean, I think actually the one who seems to have the biggest ship is Putin. As I say, where all his money came from, I got no idea. Staff of 9 in another one here, staff of 14, cabin 7, staff 28. But it's Roman Abramovich, staff 70. On board, it's got a mini submarine, because they like to have their little extras, a missile detection system, missile launchers and self-defence systems. They say it left St Martin in March. It's now near Morocco. I mean, the moment we sort of get all of these, better. Labour MP Chris Bryant talking about Roman Abramovich, saying we gave him 2 weeks' warning, plenty of time to scurry away. They'll have moved their money as quickly as possible. But seeing these two defiant pundits on Russian television, it was on a Kremlin chat show, speaking out against the war, you begin to wonder how long they're going to be around. It really is quite amazing. I mean, I'm almost thinking it made Trump look like a reasonable person when you realise what Putin does, but then I realise, of course, nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Craig, Daniel Craig, is going to miss the BAFTAs. They're set to celebrate the world of James Bond, but he won't be there. He's going to give the award show a miss as he's preparing for a stint on Broadway. I mean, it's only one evening out. I mean, come on. Apparently, Dame Shirley Bassey will be there, celebrating 60 years of... I think she did 2 songs for the Bond movies. I loved Dame Shirley Bassey. I'm seriously a big fan. But Daniel Craig is set to stay in New York, where he lives with his wife, prior to a run as Macbeth, beginning March the 29th. Bit of a shame, really, actually. He's reportedly made 62 million in the course of 5 films. That's how much it paid. And then I love the last one he made, and he went, I don't know if I want to do it. And they went, well, how about if we offer you 20 million? Oh, I don't know if I want to do it. I can't really be bothered. 30 million? All right, I'll do it. It comes down to that, doesn't it? It's all sort of scaremongering. So after the Oprah interview, Harry and Meghan solemnly pledged themselves to a life of service and global action alongside their lucrative work for Netflix and Spotify. So how's it all going? Well, it isn't. Actually, it just isn't. What do they do every day? Richard Kay has done a good piece with Barbara McMahon in London and Los Angeles. They've issued a stream of, look, aren't we really bright and clever? No, unfortunately, they're not. No, they're hoovering up loads of awards, people going, oh, you're really marvellous. But, of course, everybody thinks they're a pair of idiots. Seriously, I mean, he's never been able to do anything in his life. He goes on stage and starts preaching. His after-dinner speeches are positively lame and limp. Nothing you could do about that. And so where do they go from here? Nowhere. But, of course, they've got £100 million sitting in the bank, so good for them. I'm glad the money's important to you, Harry. I really am. So funny, isn't it, really? Mind you, not as much money as Rihanna. $3 billion she could be with this... vest and pants brigade thing. She's selling lingerie. I didn't even know that, actually. But they say she could be in line to be the world's richest female entertainer. I suspect it's a load of old baloney. I don't think she'll ever end up with £3 billion. But they like to say things like that, don't they? What else do we have today? We have lingerie model Sophie Anderton has already aspired from her aristocratic husband. Sophie Anderton, God knows, I didn't know she was still around. She goes back years and years. She was the poster girl for Gossard Bra in the 90s. There's also Ukraine's indomitable president is Russia's target number 1 and his wife target number 2. How the love that sparked on their last day of school 27 years ago is as inspiring as their resolve to defeat Putin's invaders. He's an absolute genius, isn't he? I mean, when they put him up in the House of Commons on the screens there, I mean, everybody went crackers for him because he's a target. He's a target. He must, be frighteningly looking over his shoulder every single day, but they don't know where he is. Well, obviously some people know where he is, but in exactly the same way that Putin's hiding himself away. Mr. Neil says, morning, Stevie boy, enjoying my Saturday. Thank you very much indeed. And Phil Vickery. So, do you know, I was thinking about Phil Vickery the other day, actually. I think about Phil Vickery most days. And every time I go round a supermarket thinking, what would Phil say about this? What would Phil say about that? And he says, a very good morning, young Steve. God, if only. I live in hope. Why is Bercow, a serial bully and liar, still on the payroll of an oh-so-liberal university? Royal Holloway. A beautiful building. They're very sensitive souls up there. And apparently their English department recently added a trigger warning to Oliver Twist because its portrayal of poverty might cause anxiety or distress. But apparently Bercow has become a part-time professor in the politics department. Oh dear. What a shame, Royal Holloway. What a shame. Shaking with fury. He's broken a promise not to take his pension. It's basic. They think he's making about 1,000 a week. 1,000 a week. I suspect it's an awful lot more than that. What on earth is going on with Royal Holloway? A bully and a liar? Good grief. Dreadful. Phil Vickery says I'm a top man. See? Told you. I love that. There was an interview on Graham Norton the other night, and it was the guy who played, is it Taron Egerton, who played Elton John? And he was sitting there, and there was another actress, and she said, I've seen you in the film. She said, I think you're great. And he looked at the audience and went, see? She likes me. I thought that was... He's become very good friends with Elton John, but everybody's in awe of him. I think it's still the best coup of Elton John's career, irrespective of all the albums and everything else, is getting him to sing about sausage rolls. I thought that was absolutely the dog's whatsits. I thought that was brilliant. To find him sitting there, and Ed Sheeran doing it, well, I always thought was great anyway. And then Elton John joins him playing on the piano, singing about sausage rolls. Mind you, I thought the whole family were brilliant. 7:15.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 12 minutes. No, it's not 11 and a half minutes to 7. Who cares? It's Saturday morning. It's nice. Do you remember the story a short while ago? They've done an investigation in the Daily Mail today on a lady called Sheila. Sheila was 61, very smartly dressed medical secretary with a smile for everybody, yet her story is a wretched indictment of modern Britain. She lay dead behind the door of her flat for 2.5 years and nobody noticed. How is that possible in this day and age? They asked the question, you know, why was nobody there for it? 2.5 years she lay dead behind the flat door, and people have left flowers outside there, but nobody thought to check on her. Nobody thought to check, because nobody knows who their neighbours are nowadays. And she lived in a block of flats, only a small block in Peckham, and they've literally gone through her life, you know, finding out, you know, whether she was married or, you know, whether she had any children. But why is it that nobody would check on things like that? I mean, you do get people who live, you know, the life of hermits, but she was dead for 2.5 years. So obviously no neighbours visited, no friends from work phoned her, nothing at all. Absolutely amazing. And in fact, they have no payroll record of her after February 2015. I think that's really sad that you get people... I mean, I know that London, in particular, can be a little bit, you know, sort of people don't talk to people don't like to get involved, people don't want to sort of, you know, talk about things. But it doesn't cost much to just check on a neighbour, doesn't it? If your, you know, curtains have been drawn for quite a while, you would expect somebody to check. I would expect somebody to check. Well, in fact, on me, of course, it would be dead easy. He's not turned up. You know, where is he? We phoned, he's not turned up. Somebody would go round to the place. They would. They did it with Joe Lyons, because he didn't turn up for his shift on the breakfast show at Capital, and they went round there, and that's when they found him. But so he would always be found. You know, I would like to think that I'd be found. I mean, they put it this way: they wouldn't here just go, "Oh, Steve's not turned up. Perhaps he's not feeling very well." It wouldn't happen like that at all. They'd have battered down the blooming door, I should imagine. Why are you not at work? Because I'm not very well. Steve, during these difficult times, you've helped create beautiful mornings. And my girlfriend is a fashion model and hassled me about my new need for LBC and especially your show. But now my Wonder Woman appreciates you and we wish you an early happy birthday. One love from Dorwit and Hannah. Interesting. And apparently you've completely missed the point about The Apprentice. The fun lies in the would-be hotshots being found out by the wily old fox, Lord Alan Sugar. He can see them through them like a baby. No, I haven't missed out on it. I'm just amazed that they find these stupid people. Seriously, the people who... I mean, it's not a case of whether he can find them out or not like that. It's the lies that they tell. And then you see that they're given a task, and they can't do a basic task. What they've done is they've stuck a lot of numpties in suits and pretty frocks and got their hair and makeup done and everything else. And we're supposed to buy into the fact that they think they're business people. They're not. I was watching... What's the other one I watch where they go there and pitch an idea? The Dragon's Den. Well, some of the people on there, I don't think they've ever done either public speaking or they've researched their subject at all. Some of them, there was one, and of course they all go, well, I'm out. And you think, well, I could have told you that to start with. They were so dreadful. Steve, listening in County Kerry, says Michael, via FreeSat. Wow. And Maggie says, you're absolutely right, Steve. There is much cruelty to animals under the guise of entertainment. Horse racing as well as crafts. Many horses die in racing. I know, I always thought that. Have you ever been horse racing? I've been horse racing, and I was always amazed that the race horses look flimsy. They're not big, butch horses. They're quite flimsy little things. And you look at them and think, I'm not surprised you fell over the fence. Yeah, and they have to put them out of their misery. There's lots of cruelty going on. Lots of cruelty. But when you hear that old hypocrite, Harry and his wife, Moggan, it's a case of, she's supposed to be in touch, keeping animals, and he goes off to a rodeo. I mean, dumb or what? Ridiculous. Steve, I'm off to rugby today at Twickenham. If I get short, can I use your loo? Pound, David. Pound. You won't get caught short. But I didn't know there was rugby today at Twickenham. That's all I find. Rugby today, because that'll mean that... Not at 7 in the morning, it won't be fine. So I'll be all right getting home. And I always get out and do the show. As long as you don't drive anywhere through Twickenham on rugby days, you're absolutely fine. Steve, please say hi, says Helen in Barnsley, to my daughter Florence. She's presenting flowers to Sophie Wessex today and is very exciting. Just say you're a big LBC fan. Because Sophie Wessex used to work for LBC, of course. And as I said the other day, I've got pictures of her. Gary says, I mentioned your show. A visit to Ireland for you is a must, I remember. Many people would love to see you, perhaps next Paddy's Day. I've got a venue in mind. It'll be your sitting room, won't it? I can just tell. Barry says, it was my 49th birthday yesterday. I wanted to cook for the family instead of going out. It's just too expensive. And I love eating, chatting to my 3 girls and wife. I got a whole haddock for £15 from Waitrose in Twickenham. Had it cut into 4 large fillets, lightly dusted the fish, generally fried it, served with butter, prawn and garlic sauce. That sounds a bit nice. Black kale, doesn't sound so exciting. Boiled baby potatoes, asparagus and fresh green beans. I got the recipe from last week's Simply Raymond. It was the best meal I could make. How lovely. See, that seems good value for me. And we've always said before, haddock, best flavour fish. Phil Vickery will testify to that one for us. And Chris says, letting you know, Steve, what a bonus to have you here on a Saturday. Please rest tomorrow. Yes, I'm only a one-off. It doesn't, it's like working in a theatre now, isn't it? I'm going to have curtains put in here. Chris Moyles used to do this thing. He'd be sitting in his studio doing his programme, and they would bring down teams of people from the sales department, and they'd all group round the window and look at him. This is years ago. It was so funny. And he'd sit there. He used to hate it. He hated being looked at. I love it, of course. I feel like I'm an exhibitionist. Another one says, Steve, very late to the party this morning, says Pamela, but I will listen on catch-up. I think so, too. Elton John's sense of humour came out in the Marathon Bar advert with all the rappers. Oh, I didn't like that. Didn't like that one at all, actually. Not my sort of thing. And... absolutely indeed, says Phil Vickery. Such a nice man. I've got news about my National Lottery tickets from yesterday. Good news, you've won a prize. I was only wanting the 25 million. I feel like writing to them and saying, listen, I don't mind winning 25 million, but please do not fob me off with £2.60. It feels a bit of a swizz, doesn't it, really? Steve says, Mickey, have a great weekend. I'm just about to cook a well-done bacon sandwich with salad cream. Do you know, I've never had salad cream on a bacon sandwich. I'm not sure whether I could go that. I'm not sure if I could go salad cream and bacon sandwich. You could probably put Hellman's mayonnaise with it. I quite like that. That sounds quite a good way to start a Saturday, actually. Well, this programme's a very good way. It's not my programme. I'm only standing in for Ian. It's not my programme. It's never been my programme. Well, I don't think it has. Getting a power bob. This is by a lovely lady called Jane Gordon. Jane Gordon used to be a regular on my programme for years. We used to use lots of people from all the newspapers to come on and be they call it, I think they still call it, Presenter's Friend. And so Jane Gordon used to come on, and I thought she was lovely. We had loads of different people from Good Housekeeping magazine, you know, a lot of columnists, and it was great fun because it was somebody to bounce off. Because if you do a programme like mine, you've got nobody to bounce off, so I just have to look at the boys next door, and to be honest with you, you kind of end up feeling a bit depressed about life, you know, so, sort of thinking, where will they end up eating on Monday? Where will they go for this, you know, this sort of... we're in London, for goodness sake. There are tons of places. Go up into Soho, have a look round, because, you know, you might want to go for a pizza. You can go to Woking, book into Prince Andrew's favourite pizza place. They'll probably find a table for you. There won't be any CCTVs or anything, because they don't keep that kind of stuff. And, there must be loads of places. Depending what sort of food you like. And I shouldn't imagine either of you looking at them. I don't think you're particularly fussy about your food. It's a case of it's food. You know, it serves a purpose. We could have spaghetti carbonara, but it's a bit messy. You know, so perhaps pizza would be better or something else, you know. And Italian's fairly cheap, isn't it? I mean, you know, if only I could get you a free meal somewhere, but you know what it's like. But no, you'll have a nice time wherever it is. And don't go too far, because remember, after you've eaten and chatted away about your lives... and, you know, watching the whole series of all these cooking programmes on the television, you know, I can see, I mean, put it this way, if I was you, I'd take Mogadon. Then you can get through the day quite quick. You'll just go to sleep. It's a lot easier. You won't have to, and he'll still be chatting away. Yeah, so I watched this programme and they were cooking, you know, mashed avocado. And, you know, you have to go, yeah, that's really good. Thank you very much indeed. I know that my friend Luke is in this morning. And is he downstairs yet? Bless his heart, honestly. And I shall catch up with you very, very shortly.